They didn't know, Kev. They only saw Eugene, CJ, and Dongalord hiding behind the house, waiting patiently. If that 4005 can blow up Rainbow in one shot.
Oh, great trades coming forward, though, from the Bulldogs. You can see how much HP has been bled out, and now Madhouse can come into the equation.
JS now one shot away from getting rid of Bubov. What a tracking shot. And now they'll be able to continue this train rolling. Just look at all these tanks coming around the corner. Time to find out how this is going to work out for Panthers, because they need to start putting some of that damage back onto speed. Oh my word. Inevitably, Knight dies to 2 Batchat. That's just a given. But it's a question of how much damage comes through. Oh, never mind. It's just 1 Batchat now. Great shot. He's the one that's being more mobile. He's the one that's trying to look for this engagement.
Yes.
He hits the shot.
Hello and welcome. Another Friday night. The footy's gone. The real sport's over. We've had a week break. We've had 2 glorious weeks without Elfish Guy. I've certainly enjoyed my Friday nights more. But it's week 6 of ANZ PL, the best tank action in the region. Things are heating up. Week 5 was an absolute cracker. Jordan, I'm sad you missed it, but you come back to us and... well, the ladder's in a bit of a shambles compared to when you last saw it, and almost everyone's still got a shot.
Yes, some very tight matches. I was actually, funnily enough, watching. I was doing another broadcast, but I was watching the Water Tanks while I was casting the other game, just to kind of keep up to date with what was going on. That's the drama of being a multi-game caster. You kind of have too many things to deal with, and so sometimes you just have to multitask. But anyway, some good games last week. I enjoyed watching it, even if I couldn't put my full attention into it. So I'm quite looking forward to seeing what we're going to get this week.
Yeah, the pressure is on, Kev, and by this time, this part of the season, everyone's had plenty of opportunity to get things running. They've now had a week off. We'll see whether they've managed to take advantage of an extra week of practice or not. But you get to today, you get to week 6, and for some teams, today really is do or die. They might, by the end of tonight, find themselves at a position where they're not able to get back into that top 4 any longer.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see a spreadsheet being utilized to determine a couple of these factors as well. It is coming to the crunch time, and as you said rightfully, Ben, it's no more excuses. We can't really say, we've seen them for 5 weeks. We give them another week to get warmed up into the season. I think for some teams, the season might be over already, or it'd be a very shot in. But hey, what is the saying? You give me a chance, there's always a chance, right?
Look,
I'm not sure that's the saying, but...
I don't know if that's the saying. I think you just made that up. But I think everyone does have a chance. You're just going to need some impressive results. And we'll see if we're going to see those tonight. There's been a few upsets so far this season. Feels like everyone's maybe not on par, but certainly anything is possible. Let's go and take a look at last week's results. And Jordan, I'll get you to talk through this one since you didn't have a chance to chat through it because you were casting something else because you don't love us.
Yeah, I mean, well, where do you start really with this, I guess? The big one for me, obviously, was the Sentinels versus Skorpions. That was always going to be the match that I think most people were looking forward to. And the fact that they did go all the way to the tiebreaker was quite an exciting one. I think, if I remember correctly, Skorpions were off to a 2-0 lead as well. So that continues to
bit of deja vu. Yes, Skorpions losing from 2-0 up as always. Correct.
Continues to sort of reinforce that meme, that joke. So, I mean, that's something that they need to work on. I think there's perhaps some sort of choke involved or mental issues or something like that. Obviously, that's something that continues to crop up week after week after week, or maybe season after season, I suppose is probably a better way of putting it. Auckland Archers also a little bit disappointing, losing 3-1 to Adelaide Action X, but I think they've been sort of on the up and up, so I'll give them credit where it's due. Was very surprised to see the Bulldogs go down to the Panthers, and of course, Melbourne Matildas sort of right back where we'd like to see them getting a win over Conquerors. So for me, some very surprising results, some tight results, a very interesting week. Overall, I think really only one of them went the way that I thought that they would. So there you go.
Yeah, I think your prediction didn't do so well last week, Jordan. I don't know if any of us did so well, to be honest. And that Panthers-Bulldogs game was really a surprise for me. I kind of expected the Bulldogs to get back at it, but they were in the bin. And we'll see if they're still there scrounging around this week or not. That brings us to our team leaderboards after 5 weeks of play heading into this week, week number 6. Kev, talk us through. Are you surprised to see the Sentinels at the top? To be fair, there are back-to-back champions, but they had a pretty rough start to the season.
Yeah, but we've seen them time and time again have a rough start to the season, still manage to make their way into the playoffs and come up with the goods. Obviously, South Sydney Scorpions sitting in that second position, head-to-head, not going to be in their favour. Don't think they're too perturbed about the series. I think they will realise what the mistakes are, but surely it's starting to get to your mental factor where you just can't seem to take. You can't win against this team. It is getting to the frustrating part. Look, a decent spread, honestly, across the board at this stage. It's not as if even the Conquerors can't make it. I mean, 2 big upsets in this week as well as next week, and they rocket up to 9 points. There's not too much of a difference between all these sides right now. No absolute favorite. And that's sometimes what we like to see. We like to see like to see the action all the way into the end. We don't want to know the result until the final week. Keeps things exciting.
Keeps it exciting. And ANZPL is nothing but exciting, particularly this season. Now that there's the tiebreaker involved, and as you said, Kev, every team still with a shot. The Conquerors would have to go back-to-back 3-point victories, but certainly possible to get back up there. For me, the thing that's exciting is that between 6th and 1st, there's essentially one full win between them at the moment. So we'll see how tonight plays out. Let's go take a look at our Alienware MVP after 5 weeks of play. We'll take a look. AVP still our MVP, but close behind Russian, Bales, Speed, and Twit. Jordan, not too much has changed here. And the important thing, well, for me, the important thing is the fact that they're competing for that Alienware X15 laptop as well. So quite a lot at stake.
Yeah, I don't think a huge amount has changed. I remember AVP's been at the top for probably, 3 or 4 weeks now. Russian and Bales both quite close behind him. I think the two standouts to me, if we're going to kind of touch on it, is Speed and Twit at the moment. Speed obviously having a bit of a team change. He comes through into the Sentinels. He's done really well for himself. He's kind of been one of the guys that seems to have really been pulling his weight in that roster above and beyond. And then obviously Twit from the Panthers, which is a team that's sitting somewhere like 7th place or something like that at the moment. They're a team that's really been struggling, but it seems like Twit seems to, at least as an individual, have been able to put the numbers up. So that's a good sign for him personally.
Yeah, looking good. We'll see whether AVP can maintain that MVP spot after this week. Bulldogs certainly going to need to step up in week 6 and 7 if that's going to be the case. So from our MVP across to our Alienware sharp shooters, Kevin, I'll get you to take us through this one. We've seen some pretty good results. No surprise to me to see Critical up there on top after last week as well. I had him on last week's, or 2 weeks ago, should I say, my fantasy league team. And all I'm going to say is I went up 20 places. I think I came 4th in week 5, and that's partially thanks to Critical.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Critical has been an outstanding player for the Conquerors so far this season. You're looking at that pen rate and the hit rate, and you're starting to look at the reasons why. I mean, even looking through the rest of the players, I feel like I've seen Weimer before, Bluey. He showed me an interesting photo the other day. Mm-hmm. That's all I can really say. His accuracy rate is probably about as good as how many roosters there are inside that photo.
Okay. And that's not a euphemism, right?
No, absolutely not a euphemism for anything. Actually, just a good old rooster,
Yeah.
But also, I find it interesting, actually, that all the players in this table, or like most of the players are from the Conquerors, which, I mean, considering their season performance, it is a bit jarring, isn't it? Where, yeah, the accuracy is fantastic, but they're not really taking series.
Are they? Yeah. Are they just like holding out to make it on to the sharpshooter leaderboard? I'm not sure. They really want to win that Alienware 27-inch monitor, by the sounds of things. So much so that they're not firing their shots. They're just, if I can't pen, I'm not shooting. I don't know if that's what they're doing. Probably not. But whatever is happening, maybe they could perhaps take a few more chances. I don't know if that's something to be gained or not, but certainly it's something interesting to point out, Kev, the fact that the Conquerors are up there with 3 players on the Alienware sharpshooter leaderboard, even though they themselves as a team are currently on the bottom of the ladder. We'll go take a look now at our Alienware All-Stars. We'll see who's up here at the moment. Russian, Bale, Speed, Whippet, and Dark. Jordan, no real surprises here to me, to be honest. All of these players, to be fair, pretty strong, and each of these 4 teams have had a pretty good season so far.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, the teams that are towards the top of the standings, it makes sense for the vast majority of the players to be in this position as well. I'm sure you could make some arguments for maybe someone from Action X who's, been doing well. Maybe someone from Archers to be in the discussion at least. But I think you'd be hard pressed to go past this. And I don't even remember if I might have brought this up already, but I would love to see what if you got like a panel, right, of people who said this is my MVP or whatever, my All-Star. Would it actually correlate to what we're seeing here based on the statistics? And, if we've got all the team captains to sit down and say who they thought was the all-star from any given team or whatever, would it actually translate to pretty much roughly the same as what we're seeing here? I think that maybe it would, to be honest.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of fantasy points up here, to be fair. And I said I had a pretty good result a couple of weeks ago, up 20 or so places, fourth for the week. I'll only mention that 3 times more tonight. But it'd be interesting to see how this compares to the number of stars. I think most of these players are probably going to be 4 or 5 star players as well, and obviously rightly so. So thanks to Alienware for their 3 leaderboards. We love to check it out each week. If you want to learn more about Alienware or how you can win some cool Alienware gear, use !Alienware in chat. So from our All-Stars to our FPL team of the week, Kev, I expect as we deal this deck of cards out, there's going to be a lot of stars up here. There certainly are, but Bluey, once again, 2 stars. He's he and Wimo, to be fair, pretty good picks, I think, for FPL.
Yeah, definitely very consistent. Of course, you've got Russian and Whippet and JT as well had a pretty solid performance in the last week. I just want to point out Bluey's image. I think that is the one he showed me, and I'm glad that obviously the team at Fortress Melbourne showed that one because I think that's fantastic. Sure, he's only 2 stars, but I think he's a 5-star in my eyes for that. Yeah, last week was honestly pretty good across the board. I mean, lots of solid individual performances from even players that we normally don't see. We'll have to see if they make a reappearance once again, because there's a reason why we don't see them too often is because they're actually in the role-playing tanks. Like you see your IS-7s or whatnot, they're normally not your tanks to do 5,000 or 6,000 damage.
Do love a good role play, Kev. Do love a good role play. But that's our FPL team of the week. And yeah, look, if we had to give stars based on pictures, I definitely think Bluey gets 5 stars. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 star per rooster. As you said, Kev, love to see it. All right, so this week's matches, it's an important week. Obviously, every week is important, but I kind of feel that the closer we get to the end of the season, the higher the stakes get. To start it off, it's going to be the South Sydney Skorpions up against the Auckland Archers, then the Action X up against the Conquerors, the Panthers, and the Matildas, and then the Sentinels and the Bulldogs. Jordan, I don't know what your pick is here. I'm quite excited for the last matchup of the night, the Sentinels and the Bulldogs. Potential for the Sentinels to steamroll the Bulldogs based on current form. But I think none of tonight's results are necessarily set in stone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably looking forward most to that last game of the evening. I think the standing implications could be quite big from that. If Bulldogs wins, they do have the chance of jumping up above Sentinels, up above Skorpions. Obviously, again, that also depends on what Skorpions is able to do against the Archers. But yeah, that first game and the last game, I think for me, are probably the big ones. I'll be interested to see, if Adelaide Action X can kind of continue their form going reasonably okay, and if Melbourne Matildas can sort of, again, follow on from what we saw last week in that they should be able to have a solid game here today as well against Panthers. But then again, even say for Panthers, well, they just won a game last week. So,
yep.
Where does that leave them? Are they now potentially a team that's going to be able to get the better of Melbourne Matildas? Actually, I think every single match here kind of has some interesting storylines. And as you say, I mean, implications as far as the standings are concerned, like literally every one of these games matters. So it's a good night.
Yeah, serious. Everything's on the line. I feel like it's a little bit rock, paper, scissors. Like Skorpions probably gets in the cloak of the Archers. They can't get it out. Skorps win. A Bulldog versus a Knight as a Sentinel. Probably the Knight's going to win. A Panther versus, I don't know if it plays out that way or not, but it's certainly each week we come in, we make our predictions, and then our predictions are in the bin. So let's go take a look at what we predicted for week 6 and how wrong can we be once again. First matchup, Jordan, you and I, both with the Skorpions. Kev coming out to disappoint JT again with the Archers. We've all got the Action X. I kind of feel like we're going safe with the Matildas. Kev out on a limb there with the Panthers. And I've gone against my usual grain and picked the Sentinels instead of picking the Bulldogs. I pick the Bulldogs every week, Kev, but not this week. They've disappointed me one too many times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about the predictions in the bin. Last week, I felt like it did pretty well. Or last match day, should I say.
We're just going to say last week. Just pretend there wasn't last week, people, because we're just going to say last week 30,000 more times tonight.
Yeah, week 5, you know, I got 75% of it correct compared to you guys, where you're trying to copy each other's homework. Still to this day, not too sure where the source of incorrect information was from. But look, today, obviously, it's going to be a lot harder to tell the series. I've gone with some of the outlying... I've gone with the upset for the Panthers. I think that's going to be a good series, nevertheless. I've gone with Archers. I still think Archers have a way back into this. They're not a weak team, but definitely the main contributing factor is I just want to disappoint JT just even more. I think that's really important that I don't pick a team with JT and Bol on it again, because I don't know, like I had a great time with them, but I've betrayed them in the worst way possible.
Yep, I don't think there's ever going to forgive you. And we'll see whether the Archers can make something of it. They started the season well, but I kind of feel like they've been lacking form perhaps lately. And that's going to be our first matchup of the night. So let's go and take a look. The Skorpions v. the Archers, Jordan. The Skorpions is this team. We talk about them obviously every week where we're like, are they underperforming? Are they at their peak? We expect to see these guys at finals. But when the pressure's on, again, as we saw last week, 2 maps up and somehow managed to let it all slip away with the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, they're such a conundrum, aren't they, the Skorpions? I think they're genuinely one of those teams that can beat literally anyone on their day. The thing is, though, it's just not on a consistent enough basis. They're a team that's probably, at their peak, the best team in the competition. You know, if they were to consistently play at their highest level, they look really, really good. But the thing is, they just don't manage to do that. There's some mistakes that sort of creep in. I don't know whether they're individual mistakes or whether they're sort of team mistakes as a whole, or if we're just getting bad calls coming through or whatever it may be. But you see a lot of times where they're in a really good spot in a series and they're just not able to close it out. So for me, I think that's their biggest weakness. You know, they have a good roster. They've got good ideas. They seem to be relatively well drilled, but I think there maybe is some sort of mental factor there for the Skorpions that when push comes to shove, they do sort of sometimes crumble a little bit. And today's match is potentially going to be one of those important ones for them. So hope to see them sort of bouncing back off of what I think was probably a difficult loss to swallow last week. Yeah,
it's certainly a tough one for them. And not just making the top 4 is important, but obviously trying to get those top seeds. Kev, the Archers, on the other hand, they had the picks they wanted coming into the season. They started off well. I kind of feel like they've fallen aside in the last few weeks. Are you on the same sort of train of thought as me, or you think that the Archers, you know, definitely potential at least to bring this back, I feel?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, I definitely agree that there's potential for them to bring it back over here. But the questions are always going to be, is this a repeat of season 1 where it was such a strong start? And once again, we were on the Auckland Archers hype train. There's a lot of strong players on this roster. They have a fantastic idea of how they want to approach the map. But the question is the execution sometimes, and it comes down to a little bit of the micro decisions or whether or not you're going to get counted. So I have to see this week if it's going to be a kind of... I feel like this week is probably the most important for them. If they don't take the victory this week, I think that's it. Like mentally, they're kind of gone, even though they're probably in a chance still to sneak in. Mentally, they're not in the best shape as a result. And then we're going to see week 7 go by the wayside. And so they take this week. That's going to be a huge boost for them moving forward. That's when they can really push themselves in the playoffs and kind of use that momentum to reset their campaign. And you kind of need to do that. And an opportunity to do that this week for sure. Our maps for the first matchup of the night, Ghost Town is the pick for the Skorpions. Mine's here, the pick for the Archers. And if we need it for the tiebreaker, Ghost Town is the pick. Look, the one thing I can't get away from, according to the Fantasy League website, gents, Skorpions are yet to lose a battle on Ghost Town tonight. At all, sorry. Yet to lose a battle. Well, they haven't lost one tonight, I guess. That's right. On Ghost Town all season. So... yes. Even if they follow that trend, they win. They don't lose Ghost Town, they win. They picked it. They've scrimmed it all season. They picked it all season. How do you go past them as the winners tonight, Jordan? You and I didn't, but Kev did.
I mean, to be sure, like it is, of course, a great statistic in a series like this to be having, but they're up against a solid squad. We know Archers have the individuals to be able to make plays. They can make clutches. They can win rounds that look like they should be unwinnable. So I don't think Skorpions can rest on their laurels. And eventually, at some point, they're going to lose a round on first down. It's just a case of whether or not it happens tonight.
It's not inevitable. Nothing is set in stone. We'll see whether the Skorpions can hold this one out and continue some reasonable form this season. But the Archers, it's their chance to bring it back as well. Can they hand the Skorpions their first defeat on Ghost Town?
It's time for us to find out. Indeed, Archers will be starting off on the attack, so it might be a little bit more difficult for them to do it from the outset. They might look towards that defense to be a little bit more favourable, Kev, but we'll find out. Interesting lineups on at least the defensive side, I feel. Just the T100 LT out for Russian. You got a VZ55 for JT, and then heavy tanks to boot. Russian will be in a spot of bother if he gets into an engagement against two bat chats. So wisely just backing away.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually really dangerous. I think the bat chats need to go right now. The Super Conqueror, of course, going to be laying down some suppressing fire, but I do feel like the bat chats would have been in a better position to both Safi as well as Return committed to that. There's no bat chat on the side of the Skorpions. I think it's really important to note. A lot of super heavies over here, the VZ55 as well. And there it is, Russian going to get absolutely slapped for trying to leave. That is a huge pickoff already for the Archers. Sure, all of them are spotted, but now they have so much control over the extremities. This has not gone the way that I've wanted to. Or, well, I say I wanted to, because I had Russian on my fantasy team, and he's just dead.
Yeah, look, I thought about putting Russian into my fantasy team today, but I thought maybe Skorpions is going to have a difficult day against Archers. They're a solid team, so I'll leave Russian out. 5 stars is a big investment.
Whichever 5-star I pick on my team, their team just seems to lose. That's all I'm saying at the moment. I feel like
someone's
out
to get you, Kev. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm one of those cursed people, aren't I? I think there was like 1 week I picked Dark, and then Bulldogs lost, and then I pick. No, actually, there was 1 week I picked Bales, and they won, but Bales didn't perform. Which is not words that you normally use, but I mean, back into this game, obviously, this is already dire. It's not the case of Russian being picked off with 2 minutes left. There's so much time for the Archers to use over here. They have to really butcher this for this to obviously go down. The double bat chat either has to just not work against the Super Conk. There's enough clip potential over there. The VZ55 can't really cover from that angle quite well, especially once you get behind the rock over there at E1. And then you allow the rest of the Super Heavies to do the work.
I mean, we talked about that statistic courtesy of Ben earlier on, that Skorpions have not lost a game on Ghost Town so far, but I cannot imagine they're going to be able to pull away with a win here. This just seems like it's going to be the combo breaker for them. JT now down below half HP. They've already lost Russian. They've more or less lost control of the map as well. Yeah, you've got Aussie just hanging around here, but the Batchats are feeling as though they're under no pressure at all. They can really go wherever they want, do whatever they want, and that's going to give them so much freedom that realistically, this game is probably already over for Skorpions unless they're able to pull a rabbit out the hat. And to be fair, to do that, they're probably going to need a few mistakes from the Archers as well. So if Archers plays this one correctly, if they, you know, play the fundamentals, they should not be losing this round.
JT understands how important this position that Aussie is in right now. If Aussie stays alive over here, that could be a huge change. So the goal right now for the Archers, or for the Skorpions, is you try to kill these bat chats as they're going into the Super Conks. Now, Stewie, of course, is creating this pressure, trying to be that distraction point, trying to keep the guns trained in his direction. Now, the bat chat's going to be spotted. Safi needs to be cautious. He's coming over the ridgeline, and you can see how much onus there is on the Archers. They understand, look, it doesn't matter if one of our tanks or two of our tanks takes a lot of damage. They take hits, sure, but they split up the attention, and it makes it so difficult for them to get the isolating picks. Now, the bat chat's, of course, going to be on the clip, but over here, it's a 3-on-3 at the end of the day, and the HP is going to favor Archers. It's not going to go well for the Skorpions or the defense.
I mean, it's not just the hit points, is it? It's just the guns in the game as well that are a massive factor. You could reverse the hit points, make it a 5-on-3, favoring Skorpions, or even, you know, them having all that health. But the fact that they only have the 3 tanks is probably the big factor. It's the point is they can't put the damage out that Archers can, and Archers can control way more angles than what Skorpions can as well. And I mean, at this point, we've got 3 tanks that are pretty much one shot away from death. Yeah, Knight will cop a little bit more than that, but realistically, what difference does it make? This is going to be Archers to walk away with a win, and that is going to be Skorpions dropping their first round on Ghost Town.
Nice work, they certainly do, and looked grim from the start there for the Skorpions, didn't it? The Archers coming out nice and quick, picking up the 100 LT, and from there it was all downhill for the Skorpions. And I don't know if that's the start they were necessarily looking for tonight. My storyline's already out the window. I did all this prep, right? 1,000 notes about how they were undefeated. And now, Jordan, we come back into this, and not only have they lost one, but they lost their defensive side of Ghost Town as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's bad news. I think, to be fair, though, we don't really get a good idea of how strong Skorpions are looking because, I mean, it's very difficult to play a game when you lose a tank off the bat, and especially more difficult when you lose your light tank on Ghost Town, which is the only tank that is realistically going to be able to contest those bat chats. So as soon as Russian goes, you pretty much think that game's over, really, for Skorpions. Like, what are they going to do? How can they spot the bat chats? The bat chats really are just going to be able to outmaneuver them, do whatever they wanted to, and so I'm sort of prepared to give them a little bit of a pass there and say, okay, that was, I mean, it's bad. It was really bad, but you know, they didn't really get the chance to play that game as far as I'm concerned. So let's see what they have for us on the attacking side of Ghost Town. You know, there's still a lot of legs in this series. It's not the be-all, end-all. Great start for Archers, but a lot more work to do still, yes.
Yeah, certainly a bit to be done, and a nice, quick attacking side victory there as well for the Archers, Kev. So should we come down to the tiebreaker a little bit later on if we do come back to Ghost Town? Maybe they're going to have pick of side. What was it for you? Do you agree with Jordan, essentially, once we saw the T100 LT go down? Was that it? No Russian, no dice? There's nothing that the Skorpions can do?
Absolutely. You have to look at the tank composition a lot of the time, right? When you're looking at a single T100 LT against Batchat 25T, that's a vision battle right there. So I think the call comes out incorrectly, or the counter strat comes out incorrectly. Normally, there are two ways the Batchats can go when you got two against, a single T100 LT. Either they split up or they go together. Unfortunately, Russia in this case, I think, gambled a little bit incorrectly, or maybe, like I said, just not the wrong read. And as a result, as soon as you lose control of the extremities, you got all these super heavies. You don't have any initiative to take it a 3-on-3 fight or a 4-on-3 fight. You can't get the Super Conqueror into position. In a sustained brawl, the Batchats can be on the side. And you can see Archers did it perfectly. They understood they needed to dump on the T100 LT, then back it up, wait a little bit to suss out where this VZ55 was, make sure that they 100% it, and then come back to kill that Super Conqueror, which is by himself. He can't do anything over there in the mountains. So as far as I'm aware of, it looks like it's a very regulation victory because the Archers did the right thing. They had to completely cook it. All the Skorpions had to hit some fantastic shots for them to even have a chance into it. Like I said, the Batchats, one of them needs to go down to some fantastic crossfire, but even then, would it have been enough? I don't know.
Yeah, it certainly would have been a difficult one to get out of there. Maybe they find one of those Batchats and the other one's a little bit damaged. Who knows? But let's be real. None of that went the Skorpions' way. Great work from the Archers, though. We say, you both kind of spelled out for us how important that light tank was. And, well, the Archers can get out there and capture, Russian straight away and pick him up. That really does make life a lot easier for them. And that's exactly what they were able to do. So an impressive win, a win where they don't even lose a tank, which is, I think, even greater to see, and a fast attacking side win as well. Flip the sides around. The Skorpions, now the pressure is on them. They pick the map. It's their turn to attack. And the Archers, I guess they're ready to twist the knife in a little bit more. Do you twist the knife? I guess if you're an Archer, it's like where you shoot your arrow in. And then, you see the movies and they pull the arrow out. It's like, ow, that hurts. One of those sort of situations.
I think it depends on what kind of arrow you have. It might be one of those ones with like the serrated edges that makes it hurt even more on the way out than it does on the way in. I know they used to make those. So that might be what Archers are employing. And we'll see. I guess obviously it depends on how this game goes. If they do get the 2-0 though on Ghost Town, Kev, then I have some serious reservations about the rest of the series for Skorpions. It will be difficult to come back from that. However, we know Skorpions is a good side on Ghost Town, and I am quite prepared to wait and see what they've got for us on the attack first.
Yeah, I think it's barbed arrows, I do believe, because they're designed, they go in, but you can't pull them out because it does more internal damage on the way out. Yep. So how you have to operate is you cut off the shaft and you push, not pleasant things. Obviously, very similar to the last round. It wasn't really pleasant for the Skorpions, so... I don't know, Ghost Town. Skorpions do... I was going to make... Actually, I can't believe it's taken us nearly 6 weeks, but we didn't make the Rad Skorpion jokes. I can't believe it.
The what Skorpion jokes?
Rad Skorpions. Because there are a couple of... No? Okay. Don't worry. Never mind. I thought you were a gamer, Jordan, but clearly you're not.
Is this something to do with like Fallout or something? Because I don't play those.
Yeah, it is. Because Rad Skorpions, like Skorpions that were muted, see a radiation sign somewhere in there in Ghost Town. Well, the action is going to commence nevertheless. CS63 over here, actually, for Skorpions. Napalm are looking to pressure in, but look at the positioning from the 277s. They're on the 2 cap, which is not something that you normally see.
Yeah, I mean, not normally on the defense. Certainly not this committed. You might normally see returned and tracks more so, you know, a step back or so down in maybe E5 where that other Super Conqueror is, where Stewie is. Not something that is going to be too troubling just yet for Skorpions, but if they do want to actually commit toward the 2 flag, then definitely going to be a problem. For now, I think for Skorpions, the name of the game really is just trying to get a bit of information, trying to figure out where the enemy bat chat is going to be. That's obviously mission number 1, and so far Saf's just keeping his head down pretty comfortably, and he's not giving away his position at all. Aussie in the CS63 on a bit of an expedition over toward the 1 flag more so, and he also hasn't been lit. So slowly but surely, Skorpions gathering information as to what the setup might be looking like for Archers. Right,
okay, I understand what these 277s actually intentions are. It's because I think they're trying to force... Okay, there's a very obvious firing position in E7 or E. Come across, you clear out those angles, and then you got firing to these 277s. But because you have to dedicate forces, that's when the 277 with the 5A will use their speed to commit onto an overmatch. And then you kind of win the brawl from there. All of a sudden, if your tank's over at E7, you have to, well, cross into the firing corridor of a Super Conk. Something else. Even then, I mean, they're tucked in pretty well, the 2-7s, so it's not as if they're easy to dislodge even from that position. And obviously, then you're scared about Safi. What if he's deployed over there in A4? The Super Conqueror in the hands of Stewie can come swinging around. It's definitely a peculiar one. You don't see it too often, especially even in random battles, because there are a lot of different angles you can get pinned down from.
Oh, we've got 3 minutes or so burned off the clock, a little bit more so than that, I suppose, as we start to get towards the 4-minute mark. So Skorpions have used about half their time.
But look at this repush coming out from Safi just as Russian leads. I just feel like Archers have this perfect read exactly what Skorpions are doing right now. I don't know if that's because Safi's played with JT for a long period of time, if there's mental and mind games into there. Safi definitely have an insight of what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, obviously they played in 7v7 together, so it was a completely different ballgame. And this map didn't even exist at that point in time. But he definitely feels like he's got a pretty good read, doesn't he? JT and Aussie both being spotted out. Safi could fire a couple of shots off here, but maybe it is a little bit better to just hold on to what's in the clip. You know, you're going to get some shots into a 277. Might be difficult to penetrate anyway. And probably not the tank that you want to be shooting at regardless. So he'll just keep his position quite safe. And the rest of the Archers getting a lot of information off of this push from Safi. That's the big thing. That's the big winner of them. It's not even necessarily whether or not they got damage. It's just the fact that they spot those 2 tanks out and put that element of doubt in the mind of Skorpion, saying, where are we being spotted from? How are we going to deal with this? What are we going to have to do? Rushing around the corner. Oh, he will dodge that shot from track. So it's a little bit of a stroke of luck for Skorpions, and they're going to start to make their push, Kev.
Yeah, but, I mean, there's going to be a couple of shots from the bat chat as well. This is where the 2-7s need to hold firm as well at the same time. And Russian, this is the danger of having that crossfire. Stewie's not even a complete factor in this. You can see getting completely isolated. A lot of bounce shots, though, on these 2-7-7s. And the Ignite's going to come out onto tracks from Russian, should I say. That's going to put him in a much more precarious scenario now. Of course, Stewie trying to come across, trying to create that threat over there as return goes down. Celeste as well as Safi needs to try to get involved into this fight. However, Safi does need to be cautious.
He's overcommitted.
He is overcommitted, and this is where the 277, the CS63 will get the overmatch, and he will go down. This allows Russian to get the clip off. Tracks eventually will go down, and Stewie has just been driving around in circles this entire time. He has not been involved in the fight. Tracks won't be a factor any much longer. Of course, Napalm will go down eventually, but this should be the Skorpions' victories. They were able to find the better fights. They were able to isolate the better targets, and as a result, able to take the victory and bring Ghost Town to a 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just the Super Conqueror life, isn't it? When you're not in a position to be firing and you actually have to move. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to get to the fight, and Archer's figuring that one out pretty quickly. But Skorpions also doing a very good job of breaking apart this attacking side. It was, I felt like almost a must-win in the series for them. They went down 2-0, like I said. I was a bit unsure if they'd be able to bring things back from that. But yeah, I mean, equalizing it at 1 apiece, it's not fantastic by any means on your own map choice, but you know, it's not the end of the world, right? They can still
could have been worse
the second and give it a crack.
Yeah, could have turned out worse for them, and they were, as you said, able to bring it back on their attacking side. 2 attacking side victories on Ghost Town. And look, I actually found that even though it went quite slowly, and for half of it, Kev was talking about cutting off shafts and archers and stuff like that. I guess that was our fault. We got him started on it. But in the end, the archers, it felt, played well, but the Skorpions were able to, as you said, the fights they ended up taking just came out that little bit better. And you can see Russian making up perhaps for getting caught out in battle number 1, coming out and doing almost 4k damage there on the back chat.
Yeah, fantastic to see. Obviously, one of the key players, you need to find the right position. And you can see he got into the firing corridor that he needed to. And at the same time, it's a pretty good brawl coming out. Good focus fire, understanding which targets need to go down, understanding, all right, what tank are we going to use? Knight's kind of the sacrificial lamb. But when you're investing so much of your clip as well as your ammunition into an E100, it's allowing the rest of these pretty strong tanks just to slap you back. Of course, Celestia doing a pretty good job in the 5A, but I think the big detriment obviously here is Safi in the bat chat. Getting one shot off is just not enough. I'm sorry to say. We're going to need to see more coming out, especially if you're playing one of these playmaking tanks. That is not going to be part of the Alienware sharpshooters sharp.
He is out of the sharpshooter competition, I suspect, at this point.
I honestly hate to rag on it, because I know we love going into our favorite Swedish, man, but that is a stark difference. And sometimes it is the difference between getting 1 or 2 clips off and actually changing the tide of battle.
Oh, jeez.
He had such great vision there at the start, and I guess we can understand why he didn't shoot, but then when everyone's got their back to him, you would think that maybe that's an opportunity to get some free hits. Right here would have been the point. You can see him moving in from the south, Kev, but not able to turn the tide, not able to make much difference.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I think it's he was trying to fire onto a CS63, and those things are really trollish sometimes with their armor. I've had tanks where like you melt the CS63 sometimes, and then occasionally it's like I'm like 1v1ing a chieftain, and the chieftain just doesn't pen 4 shots in a row. So it's one of those weird tanks, and I can understand why Safi struggled a little bit. But I think the overarching theme as well was that 2 tanks were out of the battle the entire time. Stu was just on a driving mission as Super Conqueror, and that's not going to be doing sick laps around a Tokyo mountain. That thing's quite slow. And, well, if Safi's not involved in the fight as well, you're missing out on the clip potential. So already it's a 3-on-4 or 3-on-5. That's not a good start. And it's really good from Skorpions as well, isolating these fights and making sure they don't lose HP on some of these critical tanks. And you can see Russian definitely rewarded with patience as well at the end.
Certainly was. So 1 apiece now heading into Mines. Mines map we haven't really seen that much of this season. So to me, I kind of see this one as maybe a left field pick for the Archers. I'm not even sure, have they played it? On my list, it says they haven't even played it so far in ANZPL Season 3. So I wonder what the plan is here. Have they been stratting it this week? Have they just thrown it in because no one else plays it? I kind of feel there's pros and cons there, but it's always rough, Jordan. I feel when some of these maps have been in the game for so long, we've had it in for a couple of seasons now as well. How much opportunity is there to innovate on a map like Mines?
I mean, I don't know. I think Mines is a bit more of an interesting one in that respect because we just don't get to see it a whole lot. So yeah, while it's been around for a long time, it still sort of feels kind of fresh when we do take a look at it. And I'm quite looking forward to seeing what we'll get from it. I thought Archers might have played like a tiebreaker on Mines at one point, but maybe I'm thinking of another team. I guess, you know, it remains to be seen how they're going to go here. And just very quickly off the flyover there, looks like Skorpions are going to contest mid. So 2 is Archers, and already Return is down to a 1-shot. Nate Palmer will be able to slide that one through before Return gets to safety. And now Safi is pretty liable to have a game just like the last one, where he might not even get to fire a shot off. He's basically just about to come off the reload, or maybe he has just come off the reload, but he's got absolutely booked by Napalmer, who may have overcommitted, takes a shot from tracks, but in the end, it's a 2-for-1 trade overall, and Skorpions will be very happy with that.
Napalmer just full sending it over there, ramming into the bat chat. I think he did something like 1,000 damage within that second, puts one in at close range. Doesn't matter if you got the turbocharger on when your accuracy is at like, what, 0.4, what, 0.6 bloom if you're right next to the guy.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you do here as archers. You've lost 2 tanks. You've lost your bat chat, your CS63. That's all your vision, your mobility. So with that, probably most of your playmaking ability is gone as well.
Honestly, you sit here and you try to hope that Skorpions make a bit of a mistake and you kind of die from there. That's literally it. You're just going to take the slow bleed. Super Conquerors are going to be much more, like, they're going to be better than the 113 in this position. They're going to be better than, well, I wouldn't say the Crime Bargain. Definitely better than the VZ55 because like the sustained DPM. Aussie just going to be that threat. He's going, oh, you know, you're going to have to be interested in me. Always going to be a threat on the hill. Just needs to find the timing. But you just can't you can't dump, you can't rotate. They're keeping eyes on you the entire time. That's it.
Well, Stewie cops another chunk of damage. I think at this point, if you're archers, you sort of just have to get the pain over and done with, you know, just push this one, end it. We all know which way it's going. There's no point dragging it out, and it seems like they might have been under the same impression. JT does get dropped, but it is in exchange for another tank from the archers going down, and inevitably they have lost way too much HP to really contest this one at all. Celestia are 1v3, and it'll be Russian by the looks of things to pick up the final kill. I mean, that one feels like it goes by the wayside without much fanfare, Ben, but it is now 2-1 favouring the Skorpions, so they are on match point.
They certainly are. Pick up a defensive side victory there on Mines, and yeah, it's over almost as quickly as it started there, Kev. And now, as Jordan said, we're on match point, an opportunity for the Skorpions to bring this one back if they can find themselves an attacking side victory as well. But what went wrong there for the Archers? Was the defensive setup just too good? Were their tank composition just wasn't a match? You can see if you take a look at it's not like there's even a standout damage deal here, really. Like Russian is up on top on that Super Conk, but it's not like any one play here for the Skorpions came out with 4 or 5k like we sometimes see.
Yeah, damage by committee. It's a classic Mines game where both parties decide to go mid, and whoever loses more tanks at mid loses control of the map pretty much. You can see the game very much going in the favor of the Archers if return doesn't go down the CS nice and early on. If there's good bleed damage onto the bat chats, very, very different story, right? Because then you have hill control, then the attackers are stuck on hill, they're sandwiched, there's not much you can really do at the end of the day. Safe to say it wasn't the case over there, of course, in Tracks. Actually, only 2 kills, but not really doing much else to that 113. And you look at that going, maybe that's the difference. You get a couple of shots as a 113 if the tank's going up on the hill. Maybe get a lucky tracking shot. Could be the difference. You get some more sustained damage output onto the CS63s, which have that sustained damage against the bat chat and the CS63. Could have been the difference.
Well, this time around, Jordan, take a look at this. That very quickly, it kind of felt like that. Look at that. We're like not even 1 minute into the game, and the Archers are already 2 tanks down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what happened because we were still in the flyover, so it was difficult to see the exact positioning of the Skorpions tanks and what exactly happened to return that amounted to him basically being on a one-shot by the time we got to see what happened in that fight. But, I mean, it just seemed like he got shot on the cross or something like that. So,
I think the VZ55... I think JT clipped him out because that would make sense. You instantly lose 980 HP and allows the other CS63s to then get further shots in because the VZ's got speed to get there. It's got shots onto the hill, and I think JT only got 1800 damage, and I think he only shot his clip one more time. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, so like he basically, they're going to try and contest the hill. They're thinking it's a 2v2, right? We've got 2 fast tanks. They got 2 fast tanks, but then one of your guys just gets absolutely booked. And essentially it turns into a 2v1. And by that stage, I mean, Hill's lost and obviously the game's lost then too.
Yeah, not much you can do to turn around from that one. So the Skorpions find themselves in an advantageous position. I think it's worth noting, based on my recollection, I think the Archers did have the faster attacking side win on Ghost Town because the Skorpions win was pretty slow. So if this does by chance come out as a 2-2, we would be heading back across to Ghost Town. And I suspect the Archers will get their pick of side. Funnily, it's funny to me that it was the 2 attacking side wins that we saw in Ghost Town, but I don't know, perhaps teams would still be keen to pick defensive side anyway. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if that even plays out. But for the Skorpions, Jordan, they don't even want it to get that far. They've got one chance here to bring it back, and we can kind of forget and maybe drag out the fact that they lost to defensive side match there on Ghost Town for the rest of the season. But they can put this, they can seal the deal, they can have their Friday night off, done, dusted, all over, points on the board if they pick it up right here.
I mean, it's still a bit more of a 60-40 kind of a map favouring the defense that Ghost Town, so I'd have to imagine they do opt to go towards the defense if they get that opportunity, if they do get that choice. Either way, you might not even get there because Skorpions are now on the attack of mines. They've taken full control of the hill, which is already not a bad start. Tracks in the 277 right underneath them though, so they won't be able to get a huge amount of damage out from this position just yet. I mean, it's a fairly standard setup for archers, isn't it? You got the VZ and the Kranwagen that will be able to deal with the 8-9 line push. You got the CS63 on the 1-2 line, being able to spot things there. And now it's just kind of a question of what Skorpions is going to opt to do to try to break this hold. It's nothing new, it's nothing fancy from the archers, but it's sort of tried and true, and it definitely works.
I have to be careful as tracks, though, because this is a position where you can definitely bleed out. There's not too many, I was about to say, not too many fantastic angles that you can really utilize, but this is where the CS63 actually comes in very handy at that H1, H2 position. He's got cross shots in case the 113s extend a bit too far and place the pressure onto tracks. You also have the cover of Stewie all the way back there, pretending he's a tank destroyer. So this is going to be just this slow bleed game at this point in time, with Skorpions are trying to identify exactly where the rest of the tanks are. They spotted the Kranbarn. I think they know Safi decided to put a shot in somewhere along this angle, and I think it'd be a bit foolish to not assume there's going to be a tank guarding J7 as well. The question is, where do they go to make sure they don't get lit, they don't get spotted, and they can try to jump on an enemy before they get absolutely deleted? Because even if you re-rally back to this 1-2 line, well, Return will spot you. There's going to be shots coming in from the Kranbarn. There's going to be shots from the 277. And that's where it becomes a bit trickier, because you have to send both CS63s off the hill.
It's not something that Skorpions is really going to want to do. They don't have a huge amount of brawling potential. I mean, the 113s and the E5, sure. But it's not like they have a tank that's really going to be super excited to just charge in and be that front line. So for now, maybe Skorpions just hoping for a bit of a mistake coming through from archers. The CS63 off returned is on the push down the 1-2 line, which is another little factor in this game. And that is good map control being taken by archers. Once they recognize that the opportunity is there, they start to, restrict the movement and ability for Skorpions to play the map. And now they've got information for themselves in that really all that Skorpions can do now is push the 8-9 line. If they try to go back over to the coast side, I mean, they're going to be spotted by the CS63. So archers should be set up well and truly.
Yeah, good read coming out from archers once again, understanding the flow of the rotation, where, okay, they have taken some damage on the hill. They need to make a move eventually. You can take hill, but it's not the win condition, especially if the defensive side don't compete for it. Now, the 113s are coming onto the cab, but Trax does have an angle to actually get the reset accordingly. Ooh, 113 is actually pushing forward to the building. Trax now going to be lit. Going to try to get a couple of shots across, but the CS63s might try to dump in, and this could be absolutely huge. Here comes the brawl right now. Return's not part of this fight.
Kind of reminds me of the game that Skorpions played against Sentinels, actually in the grand finals or in the playoffs, I guess, of last season. They got to this same position where the 113s are, and they were able to destroy a tank from there, but it doesn't seem like it's working quite as cleanly as it was against the Sentinels last time. Napalmer and Aussie certainly taking a lot of damage on their way in. Aussie's a little bit late, which means Napalmer is in a one-on-one against the Kranbargen, who is now on the clip. Safi's been picked off in the meanwhile by the E5s and the 113s, but HP deficit is still looking relatively close right now. I think a big deal is going to be whether or not Celestia can get another clip off, and by the looks of things, he's got to safety.
Yeah, good cover coming out. You have to commit a lot of these tanks over here, and Knight needs to take a few more shots. Aussie, very, very risky, dancing around. Russian, going to be isolated on the hill. Surely he's been spotted out from early, and you can see Knight is the one that's going to be going in, trying to make sure he invests his HP quite wisely, but Celeste should have enough potential to do a little bit more damage over here before he does go down, and here it is, 2-on-1 against that E5. Stewie leading the charge, trying to use his HP and make it difficult. Now, of course, Russian's going to be stuck here. Has to take the shot eventually. It's going to be a bounce. Oh no, Trax hit his teammate. Oh no. This has not gone well. Stewie has to use that repair kit. They're trying to phase hug at the stage. The CS63s are helping out, but oh my goodness, this fight has gone terribly on the hill. Bounces back and forth. Stewie's ammo rack's going to be damaged again. He doesn't have the repair kit. In the meantime, however, the HP is relatively equal. You can't easily re-push into a crossfire that's now going to be set up for the Archers. And simply, where do you go for the cap as well? You can't really go onto the one cap.
It is relatively equal, but for all intents and purposes, it's actually a little bit worse for Skorpions. I mean, Returned is probably a 3-shot, whereas Aussie, I guess depends, for him, might be a 2-shot, might be a 3-shot. But for JT and Napalm, they're pretty much a 1-shot. Trax and Stewie might get away with actually tanking a couple of hits. So it doesn't look like that big of a deficit. It's only 500 across the board, but when we're talking about the difference between 1-shot versus 2 shots for a tank to go down or to survive, that is the difference between, you know, maybe 5-10 seconds, and that's a massive difference, actually. Archer's definitely in a good spot here, especially considering the fact that they're on the defense.
And time's starting to tick away. All you need to really do is hold on right now and really see what the rotations are. Return. Nice little proxy spot. Also spots the other CS63 as well at the same time. So this is the best case scenario for the Scorpion. Oh, sorry, for the Archers, should I say. Plenty of time for Stewie to get that repair kit back up. So he's got the DPM. And look, this is where you're starting to regret maybe not having this high alpha damage. That said, though, JT, fantastic shot to put Trax into a 1-shot position. Trax needs to back away. Return still going to be spotted out at this point in time.
That's kind of what I was saying, though, Kev. Like, if Trax is on the same amount of HP that JT and Napalm were, he's dead right now, and it's a 2-on-3. So that's the benefit of having that little bit of extra HP that Archers had, and, you know, it gives them the ability to make maybe a small mistake or to give something over to Skorpions and still not be out of this fight. In fact, I still think they're in the advantage.
A minute left on the clock over here. What are you going to do right now as the CS63s? Need to let Aussie take the hits, but if he takes the first barrage, then he's just going to go down. Now, Stewie, of course, spots Aussie on the trip over. 50 seconds. Napalm just can't get out of that position, and this makes it almost untenable at this stage. JT's trying to do his best, of course. He's putting in so many good shots right now. The push is going to come forward, but shots are going to come out bouncing right now from Trax as well as Return.
This is doable.
Aussie, he can definitely get into this fight. There it is. There's the aim shot coming forward. JT as well, trying to get one. He misses. He finally misses a crucial shot. Now the 2 versus 1 collapse is going to begin. 25 seconds. Aussie gonna tuck back a little bit. Gonna try and reset the situation. There's not enough alpha damage to get rid of one of these tanks. So Aussie is going to come forward, but he bounces it onto Stewie. Rushes the shot this time around. JT will be able to get the closer, but the DPM should be in the favor of Return at this point in time. And JT, there's not much that he can really do. He's got no time to really take down the tank at the end of the day, unless he got the ammo rack, and there it is. I mean, 1 HP? You kidding me? JT's not going to go down. Absolute Sigma male, but still, he doesn't take the victory.
What a crazy battle. A very messy fight there in the beginning, it felt. There were so many opportunities where perhaps the Skorpions could have just got one more shot on, or they weren't able to eliminate the Kranvan or whatever it might have been, and it seemed to cost them in the end. Nevertheless, the Archers on defense do manage to pick themselves up a victory. The score is 2 apiece. We're going to head very shortly across to Ghost Town for our tiebreaker map. And kind of feel like this is where tonight is going to go, gents. It's going to be close all across the board. JT coming out there. 11 shots, 9 hits, 8 pens. That's not, to be honest, so bad. To be fair, I'm not sure what else they could have done there at the end, Jordan, but it kind of feels like they put themselves in that position.
Yeah, I mean, what they could have done, I suppose, Aussie hitting the shot as they round the corner, but even that I'm not sure would have saved them. Napalm obviously dies as he's trying to exit the position that he was holding up towards the north. So if he's able to survive somehow, it could have made a big difference. But yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. I think both teams pretty much played that exactly as well as they could have, and it was just a factor that, I mean, Archers was in a slightly better position than what Skorpions was at that 3v3 point. So, you know, there's a couple of extra shots that they had to put in. JT did a really good job of getting like 2 unanswered shots in. And that's kind of what made it almost winnable for Skorpions. Someone had to make a play like that.
A game of it at the end, right? Correct, it looked like they probably couldn't win. And then in the end, obviously, the Skorpions did not. But Kev, talk us through. We'll start this one off. Safi, the first one to go down. And It took quite a while to get Celestia out of this hole.
Yeah, I mean, he does the right thing. He dives into a position where the tanks and the Skorpions have to overcommit. And this is where the Archers, definitely wasn't back in their favor. A couple of friendly shots. And this is why it was so close. They took a long time cleaning up that E5. Lots of bounce shots, lots of module damage. Like, Stewie at this right now should have been on 1000 HP. That should have been what happened on the hill, but it wasn't. So a couple of, maybe a few rush shots. Towards the end, of course, a bit of RNG not going in your favor. JT does a fantastic job of bringing his close back, but you can't really fault him at the end of the day. You hit 2 fantastic shots. You're not going to land them all the time. So, look, I think everyone absolutely loves my voice, of course, and no one loves Sandman and Elfish Guy's voice. That's a lie.
Come on, class. Get your notebooks out. It's time to listen to Professor Kev. Take us through it.
All right, so hopefully I can put some of you guys to sleep as I'm about to fall asleep in my comfortable Nova chair as well at the same time. So, this is taking a look back into this Skorpion matchup up against Archers earlier on, but the Skorpions were on the attack, okay? So not the first one where Russian and the Tier 1 and LT got absolutely taken out of the game before he could play.
Not the one that we accept was probably over in the first minute. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, so this one obviously was a lot tighter where there was a lot more map exploration and everything. So you got the 2 bat chats on the extremity over here. So very normal positions for a bat chat to develop if we look at it like a game of chess. This bat chat normally just sees if you can get a couple of blind shots into here. In this case, Russian obviously in the bat chat, Safi in this one over here. I think the key point is the 277's getting proxy spotted over here by this Super Conk. This E100 wasn't there just yet. It was probably back here. So this pulls a rotation out at the same time where they go, all right, we see these 277s. The firing position that I was talking about earlier was this one. The 277s can tuck in, but eventually they're going to bleed out. And of course, the obvious counter response is the Super Conk then comes into this position, or they're threatening the bat chat to come back and actually put shots down this angle. So yeah, it looks like, oh yeah, we can just stroll into here, but you don't know where the Super Conk as well as the bat chat is. You have to be cautious around it. You can't bleed out. So eventually, Russian leaves at the same time Safi takes this position. The 277 and CS get spotted out. But it's a lot of information because this position can only get spotted out by so many different angles. You can only get spotted out by a bat chat playing in the bush here, which is very rare for a bat chat to be playing that forward. Normally, you'd never see it. And you'd be fairly confident as Russian that you would have spotted that, or he's come up towards here. That's why Safi holds his fire, because he doesn't want to really reveal the position. You can threaten, I could be here, I can be here. But now you know for certain the bat chat isn't going to be over here. On that sheer deduction, you're not getting spotted by a Super Conqueror that's sitting in a bush. I don't think anyone's going to be putting camo net and low exhaust on a Super Conk just yet. So this bat chat rotates in this position. They eventually get set up for this push. And from that way onwards, it becomes a terrible situation because this Super Conk is caught rotating between here, is caught rotating between there. Like, Stewie doesn't know where to go because he gets caught to come to here. Then he goes, oh no, I'm going to go in through mid. Then he comes out through this way. This Super Conk is effectively useless the entire battle. Unfortunately, because
at the same time, you've got Saf up on the hill who ends up doing like 300 damage.
Yeah, Saf comes down to here. I think he gets caught out by the CSs, but the brawl eventually occurs around here where this bat chat has just free farmed the entire time. The Super Conk's not in the right position. And that's kind of how it's evolved, because a lot of people look at it and going, well, this is a timing re-push back up, where Safi came back up onto the hill, where he was initially here, and onto there to get information. But similarly as well, we talk about vision being a two-way street. When your sixth sense gets proxied, you need to think about, and this is to all the guys thinking about, wow.
Right, this is, if you're only taking notes for one thing, this is where it is, right? Okay,
taking notes of one thing, think about where you're getting spotted from and what tank is going to be spotting you out. Of course, it's harder on a 15 versus 15. But if anyone's looking to take tips out of this and really improve their win rate to enhance side and know their ego, this is definitely one of them, is think about the positions you can get spotted from. Think about, as a result, what you can get information and play around it accordingly. And that's exactly what the Skorpions did. They found the overmatch because they knew exactly where that bat chat could be and where it could not be.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the info, Kev, and excited to head back into Ghost Town in just a minute. We can confirm that based on the speed of the attacking side victories that we played on Ghost Town before, because those were the only attacking side victories we had tonight, the Archers did it faster, and I think they did it a couple of minutes faster as well, like 4.5 minutes. And as a result, they get to pick side for the single tiebreaker battle. They have picked defense, and I think we can all agree, even though they were attacking side wins, we'd probably all rather be on the defensive side for Ghost Town if it comes down to one single battle. So that's where we're going to head very, very shortly. The Archers just looking for one defensive side win. If they do, they'll get 2 points on the board, and it will scoot them up the leaderboard at the end of today. For the Skorpions, they can get another attacking side win here on Ghost Town, and it'll put them on 12 points for the season. Today was an opportunity, perhaps. I thought maybe if the Skorpions were able to get 3 points tonight with a full win, maybe the Sentinels would, if they did get a win, might only get out the tiebreaker win. That's still obviously very possible, and it could have seen the Skorpions up on top, but now it's going to be a little bit tougher for them. We'll see how that plays out at the end of tonight. Kev, I know you predicted the Archers before. You're not changing your prediction now, I suspect.
No, absolutely not. I mean, half of it was a bit of a meme because at this stage, I feel like I could never predict for JT. But realistically, when I do look at these series as well, I would have given it like maybe a 55-60% chance for Skorpions to take the victory. Always a condition for me is how the Archers play. As you can see, a lot of the time, they can on a macro level play very well. It's just that the micro, sometimes the RNG doesn't work in their favor or something like that, and it becomes a much tighter game than it should have been. Like I say, I look at that fight against the E5, the 277 should have been able to clean that up much easier. The fact that Stewie was then put down to 500 HP is a bit of a misplay in my mind. And of course, that was what led to almost some JT heroics once again.
Almost, but not close. We'll see if they can save them. Jordan, you and I, we both got the Skorpions down to win. I think there's still a shot. I'm going to ignore the fact that they lost one battle on Ghost Town. I'm just going to believe in my mind that they have a 100% win rate still on this map, and it's not going to be changed as the result of this next battle.
It's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Like, this would be a difficult decision to make as Archers, being the ones to actually decide what side of the map to play on. Because, I mean, history would say, choose defense. You've got a bit of a better chance there, 60% or so to 40%. But the fact that you lost on the defense this time around makes you go, I don't know, do we second guess ourselves here or whatever? They've chose defense though, Ben, so they're going to have to make do with that. But I don't think it necessarily concerns Skorpions all that much. They know they can win on the attack. They've already done it. So why not do it again?
Won't have to wait and see any longer. Let's roll out our tiebreaker. Looking for points here. A crucial game for both of these teams. See who comes out on top.
Indeed. It's going to be a pretty big one for Skorpions in particular, who are still jostling for that top position on the standings. I mean, they're only going to get a maximum of 2 points out of today now as well. So they'll be hoping to see the Sentinels drop to Bulldogs later on, or at least drop a point to the Bulldogs later on. The same can be said, though, for Archers. I mean, they're definitely still in need of some points to really solidify their place in the middle of the pack, and it's a great chance to pick some up. Either way, getting a point off of Skorpions is not a bad shout at all for them. Maybe they can grab a couple different attacking sides set up, though, for Skorpions immediately, Kev. They've got JT straight on the cap.
Yeah, very surprised that Returned actually didn't spot that out, but Returned obviously playing a bit further back, just trying to make sure that he's safe. Of course, you know, the bat chat has shot one out. So now the exchange of fire is Aussie. Not an easy shot to pen. E100s need to eventually get into the position to probably force a couple sets, but you can see Nate Palmer doing very well to just keep them down for now. Stewie should be the one tasked with the reset. And this is where you'd probably actually prefer a bit more of a mouse actually versus an E100. I do know the Matildas like running that because it is a bit harder to pen for mice sometimes. Stewie, well, misses a first shot. Trying to find the distant shot at the long range. And so far, actually, for the Archers, this is not fantastic trading.
Yeah, a lot of bleed starting to come through. There goes a decent shot into JT. So far it's 2 shots for 3, favoring Skorpions, although they do have a slightly heavier lineup, I want to say. Maybe not quite now that I look at it. 2 Super Conks versus, you know, the 2 E100s as well, just the single E100. I guess there is a little bit of extra HP there total for Archers, but nothing really. It's kind of splitting the difference at that point. So you just have to be hitting more shots than you're taking, and at the moment it's actually sort of evened up a little bit, but still favoring Skorpions by a slight margin. This is going to be the power play though. Russian getting around the side. I mean, Stewie's got no idea. That's at least 2 shots in for free, and get back out to safety. Then it's going to be Very, very nice exchange of damage. Stewie's going to sort of try to find anything there, but of course just too slow and lumbering in that E100, and that's where a bit of the difference is being made up. Russian will just scurry away, probably go on the clip here, and then return when the real fight ensues, which is going to be in the next 20 or 30 seconds, because that cap timer now is going to pick up a little bit of pace, right? 2 tanks on the cap, Kev, means, well, Archers only have 20 seconds left to play with now.
I mean, they should be able to get the reset still, so I'm not too concerned. And Safi needs to get the assistance of return, but that's not what you really want to see. A shot from the bat chat going into the dirt. That's really good, though, from Safi. Heads up play to make sure he's suppressing the enemy bat chat. Of course, return now going to come across. 3 tanks going to be onto the cap. But the E100 side scraping quite well from Stewie. The problem, though, is that Trax has been bled out quite heavily by Napalmer. And Safi, 1 shot left into the clip. He's going to have to bail that, and this leaves returned all by himself at the end of the day. Russian having a bit of a go at the E100s in the meantime, and I'm fairly confident here of a Skorpions victory. They've got the tanks, they've got the numbers. The early bleed, just a little bit too strong to overcome. The impact as well from Russian earlier on makes a difference. I do feel like Safi, yes, is going to get that clip off, but there's just too much HP left in some of these tanks, and that should be it.
Yeah, I mean, too much bleed, you're right, but then also the fact that Russian is able to really split open the map. I feel like that's where the difference ended up being made. It could have still been winnable for Archers, but once Russian starts to really have an impact, then, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit too late. There are some trades coming back, but ultimately, numbers are definitely still there for Skorpions. Guns in the game are still there, and there's plenty of time as well. Safi, he can try and survive his best, but Russian is still alive, and if JT can get, you know, maybe 1 or 2 more shots off before Safi escapes him, then it should be relatively routine to finish things off here for Skorpions. And to be fair, I mean, Safi, he doesn't even drive that much faster than the 277 in the bat chat anyway, so it doesn't look like he's getting out of this one. It doesn't look like he's going to be escaping JT. He can do a ring around the rosy, but he's going to run into Napalmer and Russian, who, well, Napalmer consequently missing a shot makes it a little bit funnier, because it's still ring around the rosy at this point in time. May as well just get on the cap, I guess, if you're Skorpions. Lucky for Saf to survive. Maybe a bit unlucky to take a 569 roll.
That was an HE shot, so JT actually had HE loaded in. There it is. He cleans up his former teammate, and there you have it. Skorpions will take the 3-2 victory as well at the end of it. Pretty good stuff. Can't complain about that. Really good brawling, really good bleed.
Yeah.
What you love to see. But like I said, the Archers, the micro play, just the inability to kind of bleed back really affects them at the end.
And that's the sort of gameplay, to be honest, I kind of expect to see from the Skorpions on Ghost Town, right? They played well on it all season long, and whilst now they're not undefeated in all battles, they're still undefeated on the attacking side, and you could really see it there. Both times they've attacked on Ghost Town tonight. Russians come out with the goods in the bat chat. He's really made, made life tough there for the E100, as we saw. But Jordan, I don't know, it kind of felt like, to me, there wasn't a point there where it felt like the Archers were in control. The Skorpions knew what they were doing, and they were able to execute that plan really quite well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, it was just the initial start was pretty good for Skorpions. So Archers was always on the back foot, and then there was no one on their team that really made the decision to make a play to bring it back. But inevitably for Skorpions, they were slowly but surely winning that game. And then Russian decides, all right, I'm going to pick the pace up a little bit, gets a couple of shots into the E100, and then they get that second tank onto the cap, and all hell breaks loose for Archers, where they recognize, all right, now we're down a fairly sizable chunk of HP. We have to answer, but how do we answer this? Because we've been completely out-rotated, out-positioned by Skorpions, and ultimately, we've lost the series, which is, to be fair to Archers, like, I don't think this is the worst result in the world. This is definitely not doom and gloom. I think taking a point away from Skorpions is actually a pretty good result. So if anything, I'm maybe a little bit disappointed in what we got from Skorpions tonight. The fact that they don't actually get the maximum 3, because again, they're at the top of the standings. The assumption should be that this is a team that should be pretty much beating everyone else, apart from maybe the Sentinels, which, as we saw last week, is always going to be an interesting game. So, they haven't got the maximum amount of it, and now that gives the opportunity for Sentinels, if they win tonight against Bulldogs, to go clear of the rest of the pack and sort of take their rightful place as the top of the ANZ PL season, as they have been so many times previously.
Yeah, if they do come out with a clean victory against the Bulldogs tonight, that'll put the Sentinels on 13, the Skorpions on 12, and as we know, because of the head-to-head already between the Sentinels and the Skorpions. The reality is that the Sentinels sit up on top, even if points are level. For me, that scenario, we've kind of seen it a few times, to be fair. I think Skorpions and Sentinels, I don't think either of those teams really want to play themselves in semis, right? If it's 1-2 or 2-1, I'm not sure how much difference it makes. Obviously, it made a difference last season because the Bulldogs were able to get the better of them in that game. But look, it's still stacking up. It's looking to me like we might get that Sentinel Skorpions 1-2. The win tonight certainly helps. Feel a bit for the return here. This the bat chat, obviously, clips out and 3 tanks roll around the corner. And Kev, I guess Stewie, he wasn't there. He was getting baited, getting attacked, getting pestered there by Russian. Really, the Skorpions, they were in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, just the Russian once again just comes around, isolates a few of these angles, really understands how to use this tank at the end of the day. And Napalmer in that position just didn't take any bleed. Like, I'm fairly certain he slung about 4 or 5 shells into the rangefinder of the E100 on Trax, where Trax was coming in going, all right, I'm on 900 HP. I haven't been able to play the game. So already there, just a bleed game helps so much when you come into a brawl. They find the correct overmatches, and sure, they lose 2 tanks as Happy comes in at the end. But I feel like that is a little bit more of the empty damage versus the influential damage. And you have to look at chip damage being, okay, when an enemy tank down to 1100 to 1200, you're on 2000, you commit to the brawl. That is always going to put you in a favorable position. So it's basic maths, right? You got more HP, you got more tanks. That's good.
It is good. It's pretty simple when you put it like that. And the other thing that's good is that I think that's the first tiebreaker win of the season for the Skorpions. I always kind of feel like the Skorpions struggle when it comes to the tiebreaker when the pressure's on. They're not. So that'll be a good one to get that one out of the way for the season. We've got a tiebreaker win. We're back into it. 12 points on the board for them. That's a good place to be. But as you alluded to, Jordan, I think most teams would be pretty happy to grab a point from the Sentinels. And that's what the Archers have done tonight. They'll move from 7 to 8 points. It should keep them in the running. They'll probably want to try and find themselves a victory next week if they want to make top 4, but certainly not out of it yet. So not an awful place to be for sure.
Yeah, definitely sitting in a decent spot. I mean, they kind of needed to get that point, but as you say, also getting a win next week in the lead up to what will be playoffs is going to be quite important for them as well, because they're still sort of hovering around that 5th, 6th mark, which is, obviously not going to make the cut. So still a bit more work to do for Archers.
Yeah. Speaking of work to do, our next match, the Action X up against the Conquerors. Both these teams sitting outside the top 4. Both these teams with a little bit of work to do to make their way into the semi-finals. A very important match, and we'll see you on the other side of this quick break.
And there's already Ignite. That's what I was talking about. The damage fuel module over there, Ben. It means Bluey's going to take so much damage just from a single shot.
Yeah, Bale's going to come around the corner with a ton in the turret. He should be able to pick that one up. And Bluey's the first one down. That bat chat is demolished there. Leaves 4 players left alive for the Conquerors, who are taking a bit of damage. But to be fair, Kev, the Matildas have taken a fair bit of damage their own. They lose their first player. Artie Noob in the Super Conk goes down. The E100 is next, but the Matildas are only on 4.5k HP right now. So from a HP advantage in the double Super Conks right now for the Conquerors, it's not an awful spot, Kev. Still only 1 tank on the cap here for the Conquerors. About 35 seconds remaining. Royal Kiwi taking a little bit of damage there, I think, from Bale. Saxon takes some of his own. The cap now reset. Buff Hamster caught out. And it's time, I think, maybe for the Conquerors to try and make something of this. If not, the Matildas are very quickly going to be able to whittle them down one at a time, particularly with 4 tanks here around the cap for the Matildas. And everyone will get spotted. Critical, the first one to take damage, however.
Oh, yeah, this is not good for that 277. Oh, my goodness, he is getting absolutely bled out. Now the VZs as well going to be collapsing on him. Apparently not, actually. They decided to maybe switch their target over to the STB1 to make him a bit more uncomfortable. And they decided to utilize his HP just to get rid of these 2 tanks. The bleed has to be fantastic from the Conquerors. Otherwise, they're going to be 2 tanks down nice and early on. The TVP on Buff Hamster now coming over to Donut. Might catch Bowl off guard.
Yeah, the only way the Conquerors come out of this one in a good spot is if they find the Matildas with 5 tanks at very low health. Already, STB1 is down. The 277 stuck behind a rock in a hard place. Matilda's in a bit of an awkward spot here, Kev.
Yeah, not just yet, though, because they're getting rid of some of these tanks, but a CS versus a CS, you're going to have to favor Bluey over here. There's still a bat chat that's up and available. Bowls just about has a clip off in 10 seconds or so. Bales, I think, might have missed one of these shots. He's trying to get away, but Bluey, that's a great tracking shot, forces the repair. But now Bluey's actually stuck completely isolated away from Tuck. And now Whippet obviously has the clip available. I think the Matildas have got enough in the tank, even though the HP is so equal. Yeah, Stewie's doing his absolute best at the moment, and you're going to be hoping, Stewie, that you don't get a couple, or you get a couple of poor rolls or a bit of unlucky RNG coming in from the Crime Bargain. There's a first shot. Stewie's hoping his turret armor can hold up. One more shot left from Colin, and he will complete the job as he needs to. But 20 seconds left. All 3 tanks going to be on the cap right now. They're trying to protect the cap points on the Savvy, but some fantastic shots coming through from Xanon and Captain Cows getting the resets. And there should just be enough bleed coming out. Yep, this is it. Adelaide Action X will be able to complete the deep. He's covering off this angle so well. It's going to be hard for Stewie to try to get the reset. CS in mid as well means it's going to be very difficult. And yes, you've got the 12 degrees, the on the hydraulic suspension as well for the STB1, but do you have the spot distance? Absolutely not, considering your command is dead. Oh. Just like that, Stewie can't get the reset, or can't get the spots of the reset. It's all over. Adelaide Action X will take the attack.
The Archers are going to need to find themselves a way to make a play, a way to find an overpower here to outnumber. You're going to need to pull something out because they are running out of time and running out of HP.
Great bleed that's actually coming out from Trax as well. These 113s putting in some work, and CJ, who's in a fantastic hold down position. But you're correct, Ben. Time is running out, and they've lost a lot of HP on that initiative-making tank. That's why Shanky Pants was happy to take the one-on-one, because he goes, you know what? I'm happy to trade HP right now if it means that your tank can't make a play and get rid of my E100s and my Super Conk. It makes you less of a threat. Sure, I might be down HP, but you can't go do anything right now. So, I mean, I think that's it. The series is won by Adelaide Action X. Yeah, unfortunately, Shanky Pan actually misses the first shot. Actually, that's a pretty big ammo rack damage onto the 277. If Return gets ammo racked again, there's definitely a potential of that happening. It could slow down the DPM as a result. Safi obviously on the clip at the moment. CJ having a bit of a dance with the Super Kong, where Trax is coming out on top. Colin getting a few more shots in before he does eventually go down. So this is now definitely in the Archers' favor. They've got the tank advantage, they've got the HP advantage as well. I think they're getting ready to dump in. They're getting ready to push on the back of the Super Conqueror, as well as a couple of TVPs. Lots of clip potential, but they need to be careful how they juggle the HP. Russian obviously coming in first, trying to catch the off timing. Get rid of Wymo, and there it is. Oh my goodness, he also gets the Ignite as well. That's a single shot.
Welcome back. It is week 6 of ANZPL Season 3. Lots on the line tonight. By the end of tonight, some teams may already be out of the action, and we will be setting up an epic week number 7 next week, our last week of regular season play. So from here on out, some very, very important matches. We've already seen tonight the Skorpions able to scrape through with, I say scrape through from a point side, battles one side of things, but certainly to me, the battles that they did win were quite convincing, and they did look pretty good. The Archers, though, able to get themselves a point, a well-earned point nonetheless, and keep themselves in the running as we head into week 7. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves so far tonight, and lots of things that we're giving away across the season. HyperX, one of our sponsors, has been a sponsor since Season 1 of ANZPL, and it's fantastic still to have them on board. Every week we give away a HyperX 60% custom alloy keyboard to enter. Spam HyperX in chat if you want to learn more, ! HyperX, get involved. We must have given away, like, I don't know, 30 keyboards by this point, Jordan. I'm not sure. A lot of keyboards. A lot of people, none of them have gone to me. Have you two got one yet? I haven't seen it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'd I'd rather the fans get them. It's one a week. We can't always win. It is how it is.
I mean, I'm a fan too. That's all I'm saying. I'm a fan of World of Tanks, so I would love a keyboard. But hey, I tell you what, at the moment, we've basically just been showered with gifts, so you can't really complain.
I can't complain. Look, I've got this beautiful Noble chair, this HyperX headset, and this fantastic printed backdrop, which
I will
doesn't
cherish
take
this
up
backdrop for the rest
the
of my
entirety
life.
of my room all week long, even though it does roll down. Yes, Kev, and the squishy tanks. Like, we can't complain. So that's why you should spam HyperX in chat if you want an opportunity to win one of those awesome HyperX 60% alloy custom keyboards. Even if you don't win, you win some pretty good games, right? So let's have a chat about this next one. It's the Adelaide Action X up against the Christchurch Conquerors. Now, both of these teams currently sitting outside the top four. The Action X currently in 5th. The Conquerors down in 8th place, with a ton of work still to do. They probably need the full 6 points between this week and next week. But Jordan, this Action X lineup, I kind of feel like maybe this is their time to shine. Are we going to see a rise of the Action X in the last 2 weeks of the season?
Well, it's been a really weird season for Action X as well, hasn't it? I'm not really sure what to make of them. Some weeks they've looked awesome, and some weeks they've looked like they've just been completely blown out of the water. So I'm hoping that we're going to get the former rather than the latter tonight. If they're going up against Conquerors, then it's very much a winnable match for them, and I would say it's probably a match that they should win. So to answer your question, yeah, I would actually be leaning towards quite a rise toward the end of the season here for Adelaide Action X, because it seems like there's still some points on the board that they are able to pick up quite comfortably, which, if they win this, then, I mean, they're only 1 point behind, 1 or 2 points behind Skorpions at this point, coming out of this week. So, I mean, that's not too far away. I mean, obviously a lot of teams are quite close by, but still, you got to really just focus on yourself. And I think this is definitely a match that they should be winning. So hopefully we see that from Action X tonight.
Yeah, and that's the nature of a round robin, right? Like, sometimes you have a start against tougher teams and the easier teams are at the end, or vice versa. And to be fair, Kev, the Conquerors, they are one of the easier teams in this competition. Certainly, at least when it comes to points, they've only got 1 victory. They've got 3 points on the board. They do have Bluey, but beyond that, we haven't seen them come together as a team more than really once this season in any sort of convincing fashion.
Yeah, able to take that upset victory against the Bulldogs. And I feel like that's always going to be the Conquerors story. It's just going to be a season where we're talking about, well, this is the rebuilding season. There's obviously a couple of upgrades. They're keeping the same roster so they can try to improve. But at the end of the day, it's just they're still getting outplayed in a lot of these games. They're not really taking them close. And I think that's the common theme. And even though they're able to maybe kill a couple of tanks here and there and keep some of the series exciting, there's never been a stage where I've been like, all right, I'm convinced on the Conquerors train, and I'm going to jump and predict on them a lot of the time, because it's quite hard, because they only won a single series. No other tiebreakers either, which is a huge indication of where you're sitting at as a team.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough for them, though. To beat the Bulldogs, very few teams were able to do that at the start of the season. So if you're going to take down the team, you take down the Bulldogs, maybe you can take down anyone. Let's go take a look at our player highlight for this match. The big matchup, gents. It's Colin up against Tuck, both handsome gentlemen. One with, is that a red bow tie or an orange bow tie? I did wear an orange bow tie to my school formal, but that was about 20 years ago, Jordan.
I didn't even know you went to school, Ben. But
I did. I didn't pass anything, though. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, look, I'm actually hoping for a big day from Tuck, because I do have him in my fantasy league this week. I think I got scammed last week. He got moved out for some reason. But anyway, that's besides the point. Colin, definitely for Action X, they'll need to see pretty much everyone on their roster step up. I think for both teams, I mean, to be honest, this is quite the important battle for them. So I think you really want whatever core squad of 5 you've got to be firing on all cylinders. Conquerors, I mean, they're sitting at the bottom of the standings right now, so they need to do a bit of work, don't they? But Action X, they're still in with a shot of making it all the way through to that top 4, and a win today would be a very, very big help in doing so.
Certainly would. Both of these teams looking for the big dub tonight. Our maps will be Prokhorovka, Ghost Town, and then potentially Ghost Town again. I get a feeling we're going to see quite a bit of Ghost Town tonight. I think we've all predicted the Action X. If you look at the Conquerors, they've got obviously that one victory. They've got like one attacking side victory total across the entire season. So most of the maps, most of the battles, Kev, that they have won, they won on the defensive side. And Prokhorovka, I can't help but feel this goes the side of Action X. What, if anything, do the Conquerors do tonight? How do they get the victory here?
I mean, they have to convincingly show me that they can take map control, and then they have to back it up with some solid gameplay, and unfortunately we haven't seen it this season. They have to play out of their minds.
We love the reverse sweep story. We love the underdog story. Maybe this can be the Conquerors reverse sweeping the season. They started last week or in week 5 of the season. Can they get a victory here against the Adelaide Action X? All three of us say no, but it doesn't matter what we think, Jordan. It's up to the players.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I predicted for Action X, but I've got 2 Conquerors players in my fantasy team, so I'm not sure whether those are, contrary opinions or not. I suppose you can still go well in the fantasy if you're not winning the game. But Conquerors definitely going to try to get a win under their belt today, because this would be a much-needed one for them. I mean, they do have one on the board, so it's not like they're winless this season. There is that. You want to get yourself another, and you can potentially jump up above Panthers, jump up above Archers if that is going to be the case for the rest of the season. We'll have to wait and see, though. 277's on the push. This is a very fast play from the Conquerors, Kev, to start off on Prokhorovka.
Yeah, but Val spotted this out, and there's 2 STBs over here as well in some perfect hold-down positions. Eugene needs to be cautious, though. Don't want to bleed out because you're a bit too enthusiastic about overpeaking. And similarly for Val as well, needs to be cautious about showing the side of the turret. I do feel like it was one of the 277 snapping one in. And this is a problem now. The STBs has just got the DPM for days at this stage. CJ understanding where the initiative of the push is going to be. Oh man, Royal Kiwi hasn't even had time to play the game. He's led the charge, being spotted out. Critical will be able to get into the water, but what a tracking shot coming out from Val. Not only damaging the fuel tank, but the tracking shot to make sure the repair kit's burnt, giving Shanky Pants at least a good chance of winning this 1-on-1, especially considering the DPM of the STB1. Well, of course, Val just staying alive over here. Critical doesn't have a repair kit now because of Val's actions earlier. Oh, this is all over.
Yeah, I'm afraid that 1v1 probably isn't going to matter too much at all. The Super Conquerors have arrived. Eugene and Zanin are able to put all the damage in that they need to, and yeah, for all intents and purposes, it seems to be pretty much done for the Conquerors. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much out from them. Interesting to note, I guess, while we do see the end of this game sort of come to pass, we don't actually have Tuck in the lineup today for the moment for Conquerors. Might come through a little bit later. And for Action X, Val has come back. So he's been, someone that's sort of sporadically played for Action X. And I think they did play him in that big win that they got earlier in the season, but haven't really seen too much of him since then. And it seems like I'd say he's been utilized quite well in this game, and he might just grab that final kill as well. Shanky Pants to steal it away. But overall, really convincing start for Action X.
Yeah, very nicely done. I was a little bit surprised there when you see 5 tanks on one side of the track and their enemy is split up across both sides. My natural instinct is, well, maybe the attackers are going to be able to get some damage on here, but they weren't. They got absolutely punished, and the Conquerors now sitting at 5 battles on Prokhorovka to 0 wins, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, it was a case of I like the effort in terms of pushing in and trying to get something done, but I don't know, pushing into a couple of STBs that are hold down, never ideal. I just want to point out Val, I think, just absolutely farming. That would have been in the old days, what, his 3-mark game? That's exactly what he was playing like. So I don't know. I don't think there was anything exceptional out of Adelaide Action X. It was just a default hold backed up by individuals hitting and penning their shots and making sure the 277s couldn't get into a good position. Outside of there, like I said, it's not as if they had some fantastic maneuvers or anything. I just felt like the Conquerors not taking the time to explore the map, definitely costing them.
Yeah, just rolled straight on that, straight into it, Jordan. For me, it was like originally, wow. It's like that meme where it's the dude with the book and like the butterfly or something, and I'm like, is this confidence or is this a cool strat? No, it's just overconfidence or didn't even plan, just roll on out and YOLO.
I mean, I think it did seem a little bit like the latter. They definitely didn't spend a whole lot of time exploring really anything, and it's interesting that they would opt to go for that because they did have the T100, you know. So I think they probably could have spent a little bit more time just having a bit of a look around, seeing what they could find. I mean, CJ in the T100 is at the back of the map right now for Conquerors, so surely if you're going to be sending tanks in, you want him to do a little bit of scouting first. I mean, maybe they felt like they had a read that there wasn't that much presence on this side of the map, but they were clearly wrong. So would have liked to have seen if, you know, if they would have just spent another couple of minutes. You know, like, what difference is a couple of minutes going to make here for Conquerors? That's what I don't get about this kind of play. It's like, yes, it's fine if you're just going to send it. Like, I don't necessarily have anything against what they've opted to go for.
With 2 minutes left.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
what I mean?
You might as well just spend a bit of time having a look around. And I understand, you know, it's not as easy as I make it out to be. You know, sending the T100 LT is inherently going to have some kind of risk involved. But why not just take another 2 or 3 minutes there? If all you're going to do is send it like that, why not just take another 2 or 3 minutes? We
gave you an extra minute. We added it. It's there. It used to be 7. Now it's 8. You used like 1.5. What's going on? I don't know, Kev.
I think the caveat here is, of course, we have the God view. We can see where all the tanks are. Yeah. We're not privy to some of the scrims. And I'm wondering, in this is a big theory, right? Is potentially in a scrim where you play the T100 LT and the Conquerors have spot STB1s that go to the island in the past. The spawns can sometimes vary as well. We don't point it out too often. If your spawns are better for your STB1s, you can actually cross without being seen. That could be a big difference factor. I don't think it's the case over here. I just think Bluey potentially didn't explore fast enough, or they weren't aware where the STBs were. They maybe made a gamble call because they felt like they lost too much map control already going for the initial play. They were afraid that CJ would have been pushed up very deep with the STBs. All these different factors. Like I said, we've got God view. We know exactly what's going to happen.
Well, I think what's going to happen right here is that the Action X are going to be 2-0 up on their map choice of Proc or Robka. I'm ready for the Conquerors to prove me wrong. My real question is, where is Colin? He's my 4-pointer. He's in my fantasy team. He didn't play, and I'm getting worried.
Getting a little bit worried. Getting a little bit worried for myself as well. Where is he?
Plus 20 last week. It's all going downhill.
Yeah, it's going downhill. It's fine, Ben. This season of fantasy, it doesn't count. I've decided, personally, it doesn't count. They're going to have to make some changes, and then I'll play again. Anyways, 1-0 for Action X, and it might well be 2-0 after this. Although they do have CJ going on a bit of a risky run. He looks to have gotten out of there relatively okay. Does spot the 2-7-7s. And look, I think Conquerors have taken a leaf out of their book on attack and just applied it to the defense, because I'm seeing pretty much the same strat.
Oh, Val, I don't think can get out of here alive, I think. I don't know. If he's got the turbocharger, he's got a bit of a chance, but the 277s persist through. As long as the shots connect from the rest of them, this is going to be a big chance, obviously, for them to be able to get rid of one of these tanks. That said, this push obviously means there is going to be this inherent weakness over there at the 2 flag. Val doesn't actually have turbocharger. We'll see if this costs him or not. I don't think it will. CJ obviously just making sure they don't push too much further forward. And this is a difference where you've got actually a lot of initiative right now as Adelaide Action X. You know exactly what's going on. You can spot out the opponents. You got your super conks very nice and safe, and on the bat chat can't really outspot the T100 LT.
Well, I have got the inside scoop that Tuck will not be playing this week. He's recovering from surgery, so I wish him the best. That's unfortunate for me and my fantasy team. I mean, it is what it is. It happens to me every week. For some reason, one of my players doesn't get counted or something like that. I think it's rigged. I think it's rigged. It's rigged against me.
That's why they call it Fantasy League, is because it's a fantasy of us casters thinking we can even pick the right people.
I mean, how are you supposed to win if the guys you're picking aren't even playing? It's just, I don't know.
And anyone goes is like, oh yeah, the casters know what's going on.
No,
we don't.
Not a clue.
We don't know
no
what
one here
be
thinks the casters know what's going on. Let's be real crystal clear with that, boys.
Yeah, but majority of them couldn't take me in a one-on-one, so I don't really listen to people that can't even farm more than 1,500 win 8.
That's true. You tell him, Kev.
Yep.
You tell him.
Yeah.
Shanky Pants. Oh, come on, buddy. You can do it.
He's got to go a bit further. I don't think he's got the velocity for that, so...
Yeah, I think he attempted it.
Yeah, this is still a very safe angle, obviously, to commit to the island climb where you're not really exposed to potential super conks or crime bargains at A6. And even if you are, you've got the the slightest shot in from the defensive side. And this is a great view to have, because this is going to secure that 2 flag, actually, for Adelaide Action X. But the problem here right now is, how do you get the Super Conquerors out of not a fantastic position?
I mean, the 277s are going to have a long rotate as well to make. The Bat Chat's down there to the south for Conquerors. I'm a little bit surprised that Action X didn't put a tank on that 2 flag a lot faster than they have already. I mean, they haven't got anyone on it, I guess. So I thought that there might actually be some cap presence which would have forced the hand of Conquerors. But so far, I mean, I don't think Conquerors are too disappointed with how this has played out. They've got a lot of map control. They're all right. They're not being put under too much pressure. The Kranwagen is there to get resets if necessary. This could be an awkward one to negotiate for Action X.
You say that, but Val's in a position where you can consistently bleed out the Kranwagen. And Shanky Pants can keep the head down of this Kranwagen. The 277, of course, coming into this mid position is going to be a very important player to make sure he tries to disjoint his crossfire. But he needs to be cautious himself. I like the rotations as well. They spotted out the Bat Chat. Of course, eventually you feel pressured into making a bit of a move, but Bluey taking a lot of damage wants to get back into safety in the Super Conks. If they can line up a couple of nice shots, Zanin, well, place at a distance is going to make it so much easier for CJ eventually to win that battle. Yeah, so far, the vision and bleed is working in the favor of Adelaide Action X, but time is starting to tick away, which was making me feel a little bit skeptical now. Or a little bit worried, because you need to eventually make a move in the attack. You need to start placing some cap pressure, and your Super Conks aren't in the position. So I do like this from CJ, pushing forward, clearing out this valley so the Super Conks can then take the mid-ridge, and then you can take the 2 line. But Val pushing over here as well, pretty interesting.
I mean, it looks like it is going to be that concerted push from Val and CJ down the 1-2 line, and hoping that the Super Conquerors will be able to cover them, hoping that that damage that they've done to Bluey is going to be enough to give them the advantage. Slayer has essentially crossed all the way down to K2, which pretty much means he's isolated and he's on his own, and the Super Conquerors are on the move now for Action X. I'd say Slayer is starting to get a bit of an inkling in what's headed in his direction. Fires a shot off at Val. Val's going to try and put a bit of damage back into him as well, but inevitably, these Super Conquerors are going to arrive, and that is where it's going to be problems for Slayer.
Yep, and the Super Conks are just going to peek over the ridge line. I think they got the double bushes to play with as well, so they're in the perfect position to just farm away at Slayer without getting lit the entire time. CJ going to go a bit deeper because they know the Bat Chat has made a couple of shots. I'm fairly certain Val will be counting that one out, and in the meantime, of course, good recognition from the Conquerors to realize when the STBs is by themselves, the dump over means that Shanky Pants goes down absolutely for free. Now, Slayer eventually should die, but this is not looking... not particularly in anyone's favor just yet, as the gun handling for Bluey does troll him a little bit. CJ will be able to clean him up, but once again, time's not on the favor of Adelaide Action X. They need to get onto the camp. They need to try to get into a position to do some damage and critical.
Yeah, they have to get rid of critical first.
Yeah.
So that's
and the Super Conks are not fast.
No, they're going to take another 30 seconds to get here to get into a firing position. CJ, I mean, even if he does get onto the cap, the resets will be relatively easy to secure for Conquerors. Maybe you just send the Kranwagen forward to the rock and have the 277 just book it, and that might be a little bit too much. I mean, the STB can chase, the T100 can chase, but they're both very low on HP, and the Super Conquerors will not catch the 277 in the position that it is right now if he just decides to disappear, essentially. And to be fair, I mean, the Super Conquerors have a little bit more to worry about. They can get to mid, they can get to the train tracks to spot buff Hamster, but they're also a little bit preoccupied dealing with critical.
Oh, are you kidding me? In a game where you have a minute left, you get the Ignite on the Super Conk to put him into this 2-shot range, of course, force you to use a repair kit. Eugene going to be leading the charge. You know exactly where these tanks are, but 50 seconds left. You're going to have to start getting a bit of a wriggle on right now for Adelaide Action X. I don't know if they've got the DPM to get rid of these tanks at this point in time. Val's going to be spotted out, of course. They know where the last 2 tanks are. No time to cap. They have to go for the kills, but do they have the speed?
It's going to be tight.
Just needs to stay alive.
Eugene and Zanin, they just have to send it. They know exactly where both of the remaining Conquerors tanks are. CJ will be able to get some shots in from the side as well in that T100 LT. He's got him onto the Kranwagen, but I'm not sure that anyone can even get up there to kill him now that he's managed to duck below the ridge. Yeah, they might be able to find Buff Hamster down in the river, the Super Conquerors, but with 15 seconds left, Kev, I think Conquerors might have just done enough.
They held on for long enough. Adelaide Action X just taking too long to rotate. Arrest, they do find the 277, but the Kranvan will be able to stay alive towards the end over there. There is no way that you're going to be able to do enough damage, and there you have it. The Super Conks just a little bit too slow at the end of it. The Conquerors make it at least a 1-1 affair on Prokhorovka.
They certainly do, and they make up for the fact that the first game went for like 1 minute because they managed to drag out the next one for all 8 and managed to survive with a couple of tanks alive. The Action X just not moving quick enough. Though I did enjoy what we saw there, Kev, from the Conquerors. They made a play for it. I think they did 3 laps of the map at the same time. And in the end, they do come out on top. And, you know, from my heart, I love to see the Super Conquerors, the tanks up there on top as well.
Yeah, but you have to look at the context once again. Yeah, the Super Conquerors were able to get a lot of shots in. No. It's all about
it's all about the Super Conks, Kev, and where they came.
Yeah, but it didn't get the win at the end of the day. They had 2 of them. Yeah, they were last standing, but they didn't get the victory because the problem is they're too slow to move. Adelaide Action X took too long, even with 8 minutes. Had all this initiative, all this room to play with, but I just felt like they play themselves, overthought it a little bit too much, and as a result, at the end of the day, just allowed Conquerors to sneak that one across the line.
It did kind of feel like they snuck it across the line, Jordan. I don't want to take anything away from the Conquerors picking up a victory here, but if it was a 9-minute game instead of an 8-minute game, it wouldn't have turned out this way. How long do we need to extend the matches? All the way, 20 minutes, 15-15.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't think that there was an argument to be made in that respect for Action X. Like, they took a lot of time to decide what they wanted to do. They could have put a tank on the 2-cap. They could have sort of forced the issue over on that side of the map. They didn't feel like they wanted to do that. That's fine. But to really only just start making your push at about 2 minutes, it's almost the cutoff point. You know, that's why we say, like, okay, you want to be there at about 2.5 to 3 minutes. If you haven't done anything, now's the time that you just have to send it. Like, if you're completely out of ideas at 3 minutes left on the clock, it's time to go. Doesn't matter what decision you've got, you just have to do something because inevitably, if you don't, you're going to time yourself out. And I think that's what Action X sort of fell prey to a little bit. Like, it was the right decision in the end. As you said, you give them an extra 30 minutes, right? 30 seconds, they win that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Super Conquerors were literally the furthest point away on the battlefield that they could have been to where they ended up at the end and had to go. They were diagonally on the opposite side of the map when the buzzer goes for 2 minutes left on the clock, and just leaving yourself in a tough spot, and you can't make it all the way across. You kind of have to assume that maybe that's where you need to be, right? Where's your opponent going to be? As far away as possible, because you know they're not going to outgun you. In the end, nevertheless, we get our 1 apiece, and both teams pick up a defensive side win on Prokhorovka. We know, to be fair, sometimes it can be tough on attack on Proc. So we go from Prokhorovka to Ghost Town again. And this, I think, gents, is maybe where it's going to heat up. Kev, if I had to say, we've seen quite a lot, obviously, of attacking side wins already tonight on Ghost Town. Every time on attack, the attacking side has won. Certainly, to me, a little bit different to Prokhorovka in that regards. And I kind of feel that maybe the Conquerors can't rely on the defensive side imbalance this time around. It could be a tough battle.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that the Adelaide Action X do come into this with a plan. I was looking a little bit scrappy. I want to see them a little bit more convincing, and hopefully, touch wood so far, they haven't been set on fire just yet.
Not just yet. Here we go, back onto Ghost Town. This is like the 3rd time tonight we've been here. It's certainly not going to be the last. This was the pick of the Conquerors, but we're kind of all feeling it for the Action X right now. But, Jordan, it wasn't convincing. Prokhorovka, to me, wasn't convincing for the Action X.
Certainly not. I still think this one could go either way. I mean, Conquerors have got some good individuals on their roster. They might be able to eke out a win over Action X, who are still looking a little bit shaky at the moment. So, you know, with that said, I think Action X is not a shabby team on this map, on Ghost Town. It might be something that they have to say on it, and can swing our opinions a little bit. But yeah, I mean, definitely Conquerors are putting them into a position where they do have to work for it at least. Both the bat chats do get spotted out, and Critical will actually elect to take a shot. Not going to connect.
Yeah, you're fine from that position, though. It's such a strong one. You can double bush a lot of the time. It's one of my favorites to hold from if you just want to punish a couple of people who think they can play a TD and snipe from K4. Well, it makes a shot, spots out both of the bat chats, and that's going to give a lot of control, obviously, to Bluey, who is going to perch himself up in a nest over there at A4. Ooh, okay, so one cap pressure could actually come out over here, but I was going to say that, but this E100 needs to move from buff. Like, come on, mate, you're an E100. You needed to move at least about 30 years ago for you to catch up with some of these tanks.
Oh, he'll get there in the end, Kev.
I don't like the Super Kongs immediately jumping on here. You do need that E100 to get himself into a nice anchoring position first and to be covered off so he doesn't get completely banged out of the game before he can do anything.
Well, they might have actually recognized that as well, Kev, because they've jumped back off of it. But it feels as though the game is up a little bit when you've tapped the cap and said, hey, we do actually have a tank on this side of the map. No rotation to come through just yet from Action X, but it gives them a bit more time to talk about it. They can think and say, hey, if we do need to rotate, what are we doing?
But here's the problem, is that you look at this this late rotation, the E100 always needs to move first. If he's the furthest away, he needs to move first. So the fact that he's moved away right now, well, it's actually allowed the 113 as well as the Bat Chat to get a lot of territory. Buff, I don't know if he's going to sit on the cap necessarily, or if he's just going to be the vanguard and just watch a push within the city. I think it might be a better idea for him to get into the playground over there and actually watch into the city and try to side scrape and identify the threat coming forward. I don't think he does anything in the open. Like, where he is right there, yeah, he's setting up potential crossfire, but I feel like just, once again, might be a little bit better off pushing a little bit further forward. 25 seconds left. E100's coming in for the reset. Eventually, someone has to go for it. Might be one of the Bat Chats.
Sannon, I mean, he'll get there in time by the looks of things, but he's going to cop a lot of damage for the reset, and that's exactly the kind of trade-off that the Conquerors are going to be looking for. 10 seconds left. Sannon does sneak one through, or maybe it was even Shanky Pants from behind in the Bat Chat. I think it might have been based on the damage that was dealt. CJ is getting the better of Bluey, who's down to a one-shot. And he's trying to put as much damage back in before he dies, but inevitably, he will drop. It's been a rough night for Bluey, and he's not going to take any more part in this game. It looks like the resets are coming through thick and fast as well, Kev. There is not much to say about this one, unfortunately, for Conquerors. I think they've lost it.
Yeah, I mean, this fighting is very, very scrappy across the place. You lost one of your Bat Chats. You know what the other one is. Zanin doing a pretty good job of side scraping. You need to commit together as a team. You need to decide, do we fight this tank? Do we go over here? You can't be caught fighting two different positions. Why is Slayer going after 113 when he's got no one else with him? So Critical, of course, is going to be laying in some supportive fire, but I mean, Shanky Pants as well, similarly, is going to have a pretty good time clipping out over here. Going to try to assist Val the best he can, and look at these heat rounds just buttering up the Super Conqueror at the end of the day. That is definitely going to turn back in the favor of Val. This is exactly what I mean.
Bit of a feels-good moment for Action X, because they're having their cake and eating it at this point. Val is just going to take in one more shot, gets that one through onto the Super Conqueror quite comfortably. Eugene will finish off Royal Kiwi. And it's just Critical left alive in that Bat Chat. The Conquerors, they started nicely. You know, they had the positioning, they had the tanks on the cap. It was getting down low. You thought maybe there's a chance, but CJ being able to catch Bluey off and take control of that position, and then inevitably the resets coming through from Zanin quite comfortably in the end. I mean, it never really felt like Action X was going to lose this one. CJ will look to farm up a bit of damage, but he will inevitably fall. So the round's not over yet.
Oh, Critical knows that more action is going to be coming his way. Action X delivering on that front. X gonna give it to you. And nice shots, I guess, from both sides. One into the track. And I think Crit's depleted his clip and he goes, yep, you know what? Let's just go out like a hero. There you have it. Val's going to clean things up. 2-1 for Adelaide Action X, but it was their defense on Ghost Town. Let's remind themselves of that. So Conquerors not done and dusted just yet.
Not done and dusted just yet, though. I realized after we started that was actually Ghost Town was the only attacking side victory that the Conquerors had got so far this season. So they do like this map. So this, I know we've been talking up the Action X all night, but this potentially still could be the Conquerors' night, right? I think neither of these teams are great. Certainly, the Conquerors haven't had a great season. The Action X aren't great on Ghost Town. And that one, to be fair, clearly went in favor of the Action X. So I liked, though, Jordan, seeing the Conks put the tanks on the cap. And there were a couple of moments there where it looked like they knew what they were doing, but the Action X seemingly had their number on defense.
Yeah, I agree. I sort of liked the setup that the Conquerors had going there for themselves, but it just felt like the execution wasn't quite on point. Kev was mentioning the E100 taking a little bit of time to come across, then the isolated duels that Conquerors looked to take, and obviously also touching on the fact that Bluey sort of got caught out and really did not have a good time in the bat chat battle against CJ. So a few things that if they would have gone the way of Conquerors could have definitely turned the entire sort of round back on its head. And they sort of all kind of went the way of Action X. You know, it's like the 5% that when you put them together, you know, they make 20% or 15 or something. And that makes a big difference, unfortunately, for Conquerors. So just a little bit not quite there. Although they were close. I guess the defense, you know, we still have to wait and see what they've got for us. It's nice to see them get so close on attack because defense is obviously the side of the map that we see favored a little bit. So it does fill you with a bit of confidence that, you know, they know their way around Ghost Town enough that they might still be able to challenge here.
Yeah, it's their best map for the season. That's not saying much, though, Kev, because they don't have very many good maps. But they are undefeated on the defensive side. That's the Conquerors undefeated on the defensive side of Ghost Town. So the hope is not gone yet. But I'll let you talk us through their attacking side efforts nonetheless.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I mean, it was just a couple of these tanks caught out of position. I do feel like if the E100 was able to move a little bit earlier, they could get into some much nicer positions for brawling. And I think this, after they lose Bluey is where it goes wrong. You have to look what's going on the map right now. There's 3 different fights going on for the Conquerors. That's not how you utilize your forces. You need to have, like, Slayer's going after a 113. Hang on a second. He can utilize that DPM to help out with his other teammates. Focus down on E100, get the overmatch within the city, then focus your efforts on digging out some of these other tanks, etc., etc. And obviously, you have the assistance of Critical, so if they're deciding to dance out in the open, he's going to be able to farm up. He's able to come through as well, but I mean, just trying to take one-on-ones where in reality they're actually one-on-twos is never going to help you. You're always going to be in an overmatch at the stage after you lose that tank. And I just have a feeling that maybe the communication really wasn't on point. People, I think, lose track of the bigger picture, which is one of the hardest things in tanks, actually, is to look at the macro picture, the larger scale of things. Good teams make it look easy.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It's very easy to get laser focused on your individual battles, right? And not necessarily think about the bigger picture. But the Action X will find themselves 2-1 up heading into battle number 4. We'll head back into Ghost Town in just a moment. The Conquerors will be on defense, the Action X on attack. If the Action X can pick this one up, they'll get 3 points on the board, 3 points that they would sorely love right now. It would actually put them in a pretty reasonable spot on the ladder. It'd put them up to 10 points above most other teams than the 2 sitting up there on top right now. So a very important match for the Action X. And I guess for the Conquerors, Jordan, the same thing here. If the Conquerors can't win on defense, that's probably GG for their season.
Yep, pretty much. I think for both teams, a loss here is almost GG for the season, to be honest with you, Ben. I think it's really important that for both of them, they pick things up here and really run with it in towards the final stages of this tournament if they want to make it into the top 4, which, you know, you probably wouldn't be here if you didn't want to make it to the top 4. Shanky Pants and CJ once again going to be working together in that bat chat duo. Bluey is a solo bat chat. So again, you know, he kind of has that difficult job of essentially having to pull the weight that 2 people are doing on the Action X side of things. Obviously, in towards the town itself, there might be a little bit of an extra defense bolstered for the Conquerors by virtue of having that extra heavy tank. But I always do like to keep an eye on what's happening on the outskirts of a map like Ghost Town, and I think it's quite beneficial in this instance for the double bat chat to be coming through.
Okay, Val also in the IS-7 as well. This is, don't actually see the IS-7 too often on Ghost Town, funnily enough. We are starting to see the IS-7 less and less these days, but there's still a reason why you do bring it. It's got a decent view range, of course. It's got a fantastic armor. In the right hold-down position, of course, the E100s won't be able to pen him. Actually, I'll take that back. In a hold-down position, played correctly, I don't think anything in the game can actually pen it. Maybe a Yag Panther?
Yeah, probably.
420 heat?
Kev, you're the expert, mate. I don't really know all the dirty details.
I'm confident enough sometimes on my IS-7 to go, you know what, there's a Yag Panther right over there. I'm going to drive into him because I'm an IS-7. I got pen for 1,000. I'm an IS7, doesn't matter.
It sort of feels like it. Yeah, it sort of feels like you can kind of do whatever you want if you've got the hull down with the IS7. So I'd say you're probably right. It's a nice comforting feeling. I really like driving the IS7. Everyone gives it a bad rap, I reckon. Anyways.
I think it's like a bad rap because it's very much a tank which you don't really need to be fantastic at playing. I think definitely it's like you look at a Super Conqueror or like a Mouse or something like a Bat Chat where, of course, there's a strong tank, but you need to have really good positioning knowledge and all these other factors to be able to get away with it. Whereas an IS7, it's like, well, okay, this is what you need to do with it. It's not the most difficult to go find a rock, put your hole underneath it, make sure that you don't overpeak. You look at the direction where you're getting shot at, and you're going to get rewarded.
Yeah, sounds good. What's not to love?
Exactly. But I mean, I guess back a little bit into the game where Val is starting to maybe take a bit of a look over here. That chat of CJ does get out quite relatively unscathed, but they need to be cautious. The E100's looking like they're pressuring over here. I don't know where they're planning to take. Like, the way the E100s are positioned, it's like, yeah, we can go back onto the one cap if we want to, but the Bat Chat's in that position doesn't make sense either.
I mean, the 113 definitely a problem for Action X.
That's
can't send the Bat Chats forward.
I don't think HE is going to help you against the IS7 buff.
Hey, you're going to be able to do a little bit of damage, right? Instead of none. You take that.
Yeah, 31 damage against the 2,670 HP IS7. Yep.
It's better than 0.
Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, 65 damage. Huge rolls. Insane scenes coming out from here.
It's going to keep that WN8 ticking over at least a little bit. So you'll take it. You'll take it.
Okay, there's the pen coming out from the Super Conk, or I think it's from the Super Conk, or the Bat Chat, and now Val's definitely getting punished. Yeah. That's a lot better.
Well, it's Bluey right now that's on the reload, so I have to assume those shots came from him. I mean, that's a nicer start for Action X. It's kind of the thing that they... for Conquerors, I should say. That's kind of the thing that they need, though. You know, I mean, they've been really struggling in this one. I think Bluey's been struggling in the Bat Chat a little bit. It's nice to see him get off to a better start. But it is going to prompt the response from Action X. Buff Hamster gets the freebie in there quite nicely as Xanon and Eugene roll their way forward. But Slayer, I mean, he knows he's up the creek without a paddle. The E100s have walked into a crossfire, but they're going to get rid of Slayer. He's on fire as well, which makes matters even worse. Royal Kiwi trying to roll his way across the cap to get into position to help on out. But now the Bat Chat's putting that damage into Bluey.
Yeah, and Critical has taken enough damage. This is really good juggling that's coming out from the Bat Chats as well. Look at this. Really well done from CJ and Shanky Pants, who have played together for a long period of time. And that's actually what you want to see in your duos. Eugene protecting Xanon. This is what we call the Asian BIA at this stage. He wants to make sure that Xanon doesn't go down easily, forcing maybe one of the Super Kongs into an untenable situation, forcing them into a bit more of an overcommit, and potentially getting rid of an additional tank. You can see trying to dance, trying to bring Royal Kiwi forward. Buff Hamster misses a shot onto Eugene, and all of a sudden down to a 1-on-1 between an E100 as well as a Super Kong. You have to favor the E100. The DPM definitely is there at the end of the day. As well as the ability to kind of bounce a few shots. The IS7, I don't know exactly what Val's been doing this entire time, but I do feel like he was helping out with that fight towards the 113. Bluey will be able to get away, but of course the Bat Chats doesn't matter. If Shanky Pants is low, CJ's got enough HP to make the chase happen. They've got plenty of time this time around. This 1-on-1 should result into the favor of Eugene as well, and it should be GG from there.
Should be indeed. That's unfortunate for Conquerors. They put in a lot of hard work today, but they couldn't quite get it over the line. Action X will be quite happy to pick up the 3 points that they will be receiving out of that one, Ben. Obviously much needed in where they're sitting in terms of the standings. So a big win for Action X, but obviously still more work to do for this season. As we said, it pretty much marks the end of Conqueror's run, if it wasn't already a bit tenuous to begin with.
Yeah, it was. It's a little bit sad to see the Conquerors, we know, probably cannot make it through to the top 4, but for the Action X, that's a massive 3 points, just as you alluded to, Jordan. And we mentioned it earlier on tonight. The Action X actually have a pretty good run towards the end of the season. They took down the Conquerors, as we just saw there, and then next week they're up against the Panthers. So those two teams who probably have been sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard in their last 2 weeks of the regular season. So we'll we'll wait and see where the Action X end up at the end of next week. But certainly the matches that final run for them, right, is a bit of an easier one. And we saw that tonight. Crucial 3 points. Eugene, almost 5K there as well on the E100. A nice little attacking side win for the Action X. Not much to fault from me on that one. Kev, have you got anything to nitpick there for the Action X?
No, just really good focus fire, understanding how they're driving things out and understanding what tanks they need to take out, juggling HP really effectively, understanding the clip potential with the bat chats and making sure they don't overcommit into a position where they feel uncomfortable. Very unfortunate Slayer does get, I think, ignited. I don't know if he got ignited twice in a row. I know he got ignited the first time, and I felt like that was definitely extended. Either way, it's a bit of the RNG going finally in the favor of Adelaide Action X, right? This is the first time tonight I have not seen CJ on fire, literally. So, which is definitely going to be a benefit when you're in that bat chat. So, yeah, like I said, I think that's really, really good to see them, I think, stepping up. I feel like it could have been a 4-0 tonight if it wasn't for a bit of hesitancy on that Prokhorovka. Now, of course, Conquerors is not the strongest opponent this season. I feel like that is harsh to say, but the truth is results do tell that picture at the end of the day. But it's also good to see Adelaide Action X really step it up towards the end of the season as well. I feel like we've been definitely talking them down a little bit. I feel like they've maybe secured a top 4 position with this victory. I'm not too certain. I remember they have a decent amount of points. Yeah,
so the Action X will be on 10 points after this battle with the 3 points for that. So, the Sentinels and the Skorps are at that or better after the end of tonight. But there's still 3 teams sort of in shooting distance of that, plus potentially the Panthers. So, this was pretty good work, though. I think I enjoyed seeing Eugene play this one out. But by this point of the battle, I think the Conquerors are pretty much done and dusted. Bluey, whilst he is on my fantasy league team, I think he got a couple extra freebie points here, which I will appreciate because I need them tonight with Colin not playing. A little bit sad, 4 points down the drain. But yeah, the Action X, I'm interested in this story, and I'm interested in how. If they do make it through to the top 4, what this is going to look out for them, right? Because I think it was a rough start. They lost to the Bulldogs. They got demolished. Everyone got demolished by the Bulldogs in the first 3 weeks of the season or something around those lines. The Bulldogs came in with the same lineup. They looked great. They rolled everyone. It was pretty good. 0-4 to them. They played the Matildas and the Sentinels where they got overtime wins. So an overtime win from the Sentinels, not a bad place to be perfectly honest. Then they got demolished by the Skorpions. Got the 3 points against the Archers in week 5, and now we see them in week 6 with another 3-point win. So actually, in a pretty good spot. I will be interested to see how they go. Yes, they got the overtime win against the Sentinels, but I'm not sure if it was convincing. They were to go up against the Bulldogs or the Skorpions again, or I guess any other team who has the potential to make the top 4, Kev. I think that's where the pressure for me is going to come.
Yeah, I mean, stylistically as well, I feel like Skorpions are their worst matchup where it feels like time and time again they do struggle. But hey, I mean, you have to look at those results. They're playing fantastic against some quality opposition. So like I said, I think we're definitely being a bit harsh this time around on them a little bit because, hey, 10 points against some tough teams. It's pretty good.
It's not bad at all. We'll see how the Archers go in week 7. We're only halfway through the night, however. When we come back, it's the Panthers up against the Matildas. The Matildas looking good this season. The Panthers, I think, potentially with a last shot here to stay in the game. We'll be back after another quick break. We'll see you soon.
2 shots you needed, and Cindy's one of them's gone into the track of Raspberry. Oh, this is an absolute disaster at the moment for the Sentinels.
Raspberry taking a ton of damage, already down below 50% HP, but he does get the first kill. Cindy, the VZ55, will get picked up. Can they find one more? Will the Skorpions manage to really punish the Sentinels? Well, they are. It's too late for the Sentinels here, Kev. They've got the HP, but they're running out of tanks. Knight sitting on 29 points of health, and they're absolutely feeding off the Sentinels right now. We're getting closer. They mustn't know he's there because Wymo's not looking. Neither of them are looking.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going to be able to take down one.
That's one. Needs to find the second before he gets blown up. Soy Milk is the one out in the open now. Both tanks looking to be one-shots with 2 shots in the gun here.
Oh, my God.
For Russian. one for Soy Milk available. Wymo on the reload. He finds one. It's a 1v1. Wymo just about to come off the reload, but it's only going to need one shot one way or the other. There is no way Russian picks this one off. The shot is unsuccessful, and now he needs to get out of dodge. 7 seconds left, 3 on the cap. Waiting to see whether the reset comes through. It's looking less and less likely. 1 second. Oh, the reset, but it's only going to take 10 seconds off the clock. They're going to need to go again. Russian in the back chat, a little bit under 50% HP, looking for one more. 3, 2, 1, looking to put that reset in. It's only for 1 second, and the capture comes through for the Sentinels. The Sentinels still with a HP advantage of about 1,500 or so. The Super Conk of Aussie looking very, very low, but he did get the track there onto Soy Milk, and perhaps more importantly, Kev, the ammo rack as well. Soy Milk will be able to clean him up just in the nick of time, and the Skorpions running out of tanks, running out of HP. They will theoretically be able to find one there and bring it back to a 2v3. Not perhaps as far down as they were the first time around, but still, with 2 minutes on the clock, a bit of a tough spot for Knight and Russian. We're under 2 minutes remaining. They'll need to really start putting the pressure on and start grinding through this HP. 2 ammo racks coming out in a row, though, for the Bulldogs. Could make life easier, but Dark in the back chat, the first one to go down. 3 tanks, the 113, the 60 TP, and the E100, who's lost his engine. We'll be trying to brawl it out on the cap. They are kind of slowly capturing it in the process, but not really making too much of it here. Still 5 tanks alive for the Panthers, and I'm not sure that the Bulldogs are going to have enough here, Kev. JS and Pro Loser are going to go back to back here to try and fend this one off. The Bulldogs going to roll around at the same time, looking to reset. They do, but now we're going to brawl this one out on the cap. The capture pressure is relieved momentarily. Dark trying to get as many sneaky shots as he can before JS turns around. JS will punish him, though. We'll see whether Dark can chase down. Is he going to try and chase down Pro Loser, or is it's going to be 2 1v1s? Well, it's a 1v1 that you look like Dark is going to win, and a 1v1 between Ravi and Pro Loser that, even if it goes Pro Loser's way, is in a tough spot to win from here.
Now they're going to go in for the fight, but I don't know if this is the right play. The Leopards come off the hill. It looks like the Leopard wants to get involved. 1 minute left to get through 6 or 5,000 HP. Definitely enough. Madhouse going to cross over the rails. The IS-7 missing a shot. Soldat is going to go for Lightning Man, I believe. The Leopard 1 coming forward. Lots of damage being done to Soldat because he's one of the DPM machines. He is going to go down. However, the VZ's still alive for now. AVP, what is he going to be focusing on as the IS-7 looks like he's turning back the damage at this point in time. Madhouse, yes, he's there, but not enough damage coming out from the T1 at LT. And the 60 TP and Ravi as well trying to assist, but he just doesn't have the DPM. AVP is going to go down, and just like that, I think the Panthers have done enough to sneak a victory. There shouldn't be enough damage coming across towards the final 20 seconds.
Still in a pretty good spot here for the Panthers. The Bulldogs are making their move.
That was a very important reset in the context of things. Not only does he spot out where the CS is, but he's also able to get more time for the SDBs to get into position. Lightning Man obviously placing pressure, trying to utilize the HP advantage that the Panthers currently have, because look at this, it's a 3,000 HP difference at this point in time. The Panthers, I think they've done it. They bled out the Bulldogs enough as they had to try to get the reset. They understood this is now not the play. Now they're just going to utilize their tanks into the battle to win it. And I think that's it. The Panthers will complete the upset. They're up by 3,000 HP at the moment.
Secret superweapons are complex, often attributed to a single powerful mind. They are made possible by the efforts of assistants and junior researchers who rarely get the spotlight. Like Ermelinda Jung, a talented physicist with a spark for all things electromagnetic. Despite being young, Ermelinda contributed heavily to a classified high-tech tank project. But along with that, Miss Young developed automated sentries for that large-scale vehicle. She even conducted performance testing of the units while piloting various tanks. The Luva was used to assess their targeting, and the T-92 to check their pathfinding. The sentry's performance was optimized, and so was her Matildas. A brilliant young scientist became an aspiring tank commander. Make Ermelinda Young fight on your side. Pick up the September drop from Prime Gaming. High voltage. Along with the Magnetic Commander, it offers you a choice of 2 out of 6 items. Chocolate, 5 missions for ×5 experience when victorious, and 4 rental tanks, including the Luva and the T-92. You're also entitled to the fully charged decal, the Spark of Genius medal, a day of premium account, and more missions for ×5 experience. Acquire the high voltage package by clicking on the dedicated World of Tanks Prime Gaming page. Link your Amazon and World of Tanks accounts. Proceed by clicking the Allow button and redeem the offer. If you did all that while in the game, just exit and log in again to get all the great stuff. Visit the official site for additional information. Claim high voltage to honor the unsung heroines of engineering and all junior specialists doing their job well, and also some of their superiors' job. See you in battle, Commander.
Welcome back to week 6 of ANZ PL. A couple of interesting results tonight. Maybe one team already, sadly, in a spot on the ladder where they're no longer going to be able to make it through to the top 4, even if they have a fantastic week 7. And I think something similar on the line for this next matchup. It's the Matildas up against the Panthers. And Jordan, for me, this matchup, I kind of think like, I don't know. Both of these teams, I don't know if they've had their best season. Certainly the Panthers have struggled. The Matildas, I am 50-50 on. This team, they have Bowl in there. We speak about him every week, but they got the picks I kind of felt like they wanted for the season, and they had an okay start. On the scoreboard, they're in a good place. They're in third, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I kind of agree with you. The 50-50 is kind of where I'm at the moment. If I say the only teams that they've actually got outright wins over was Conquerors and Archers, does that change things up a little bit? You know, they lost to Action X. They got an overtime win technically against Sentinels, but it really looked like that should probably have just been an outright loss, but for the technicality. And they obviously lost to Skorpions as well. They've still got Bulldogs and Panthers to facing Panthers this week, Bulldogs next week. I mean, Panthers are making a bit of a run into the finals themselves. Bulldogs definitely not a team to scoff at. So I still feel as though Matildas is kind of on shaky ground at this point. You know, you've been getting good performances from Bales. You've been getting good performances from Whippet as well. Apart from that, though, it's been like, okay, a little bit decent from Bowl and Mary Turnip, but the other guys have sort of been sharing a little bit of time in the team. So I don't know. I agree. It kind of hasn't really felt like it's been coming together.
Yeah, exactly. They've got the points they need, right? So it doesn't matter what we think about the rest of their season. They're currently sitting on 9 points and they're in a great spot. But I'm concerned about what they look like when they probably do make top 4. What does that first semi-final look like? And that's what I want to get some confidence. Maybe this is selfish. I want some confidence for me for this lineup when it comes to the sort of tail end of the season. Their opponents tonight, the Perth Panthers, Kev, and as Jordan said, the Panthers themselves have maybe sort of found themselves back on a bit of a roll. They played, I think, the Bulldogs last week, and were able to pick up a 3-1 victory, which certainly was a surprise for me. The only other team they've defeated this season is the Conquerors, who, as we know, are on the team currently sitting in 8th place. So was week 5 some sort of crazy fluke of luck? Was it the Bulldogs just in the bin being bad, or have the Panthers started to find something towards the end of the season?
I think definitely the two combined together, actually, Ben. So I would argue that Bulldogs definitely not playing up to their normal standards. They've been a little bit cold in week 4 and week 5, so they need to shake it all off and start getting back to their winning ways. Otherwise, their playoff position is going to be a threat. Because I have to say, I've been very impressed with how the Panthers have been playing these last couple of weeks. We have to look at the context of, well, how do they beat the Bulldogs? Well, it was actually on map controllers, on better brawling. It was fantastic calling from JS, who not only has been calling quite well in these last couple of victories, but has also been leading from the front in damage as well. And that's always fantastic to see when you've got an IGL, reminiscent of a JT, where the calling is on point, where even like the individual playmaking abilities on point as well. It's going to make your job a little bit easier if you're looking to sneak your way into the playoffs. Make no mistake, Perth Panthers looking like a pretty big dark horse, honestly, if they do take this victory today.
Yeah, it certainly would shake things up, and it would keep them within striking distance of that top 4, and perhaps would place some question marks over this Matildas lineup, more than the questions that I myself have on them based on probably unfairly on their performance this season again, because they're sitting in 3rd place on the ladder, just 1 point behind. Take a look at our player highlight, though, for this match, the big matchup, Jordan. Let's take a look. It's Twit up against Artie Noob, and just on battles played, Twit's sitting like the... Surely does the experience come through? Why has he got so many more battles? Where's Artie Noob? What's going on?
I think Artie Noob's one of the guys that's just sort of been sharing a bit of time in the Matildas roster. So yeah,
well, no one wants Artie in this. Let's be real. So that explains a lot. Yeah,
but maybe if he's an Artie Noob, he's good at all of the other tanks. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it sort of feels like for the most part, you have a core of Bales, Whippet, Bowl, and Mary Turnip, and then 2+2 Saxon and Artie Noob are kind of like rotating around for that 5th slot on any given day. Twit, on the other hand, I mean, he's been. I feel like the real deal for Panthers. Like, he's been the one that's really been leading from the front. He's definitely been their most solid performer. He's in fact one of the best performers in the entire league. So I'm not sure really where that's coming from, given he's on a team that's really struggling so much. Is it because of the fact that, he's just sort of getting a lot of work done individually? Is he really that far above the head and shoulders of everyone else? Or is he, baiting a little bit? I don't know. Hopefully everything sort of comes together tonight for the Panthers, though. I think they've still got some really good players in that roster that we can definitely look towards. We heard so many good things about Goober going into this season. Have they eventuated? Obviously, JS as well is not someone that gets picked by a lot of people in the fantasy league, but hey, he's up to 1.2% now, off of 0%, so that's good. And Lightning Man as well, I think, is worth a shout. So across the board, you got some good players in that Panthers roster, and I think they could be a pretty decent matchup today against Matildas.
Yeah, I think it could be closer than we think it is. Alternatively, the Matildas are just going to roll them and get a bucket load of points and make us look like fools, which is totally possible. The maps, though, going to be important. Let's take a look at what we will be playing. Ghost Town, what a surprise. How did that get there? Everyone loves Ghost Town, or maybe not by the end of this week. Tundra, and then Ghost Town again, should we get there. I am, of all of the Ghost Town picks, Kev, most surprised by this one, because I kind of feel like both teams are pretty average at Ghost Town. At least the stats for this season indicate as much.
Yeah, I mean, you can be average in stats, but stats show one thing, right? At the end of the day, it's
True.
all down to how comfortable the teams are feeling after a 2-week break. Maybe the stream has all really been revolving around Ghost Town, and people have been like, all right, yeah, surely no one else is going to pick this, and everyone's picked this, and it's just like a surprise Pikachu phase kind of thing. And I think that's why we're getting some good matches on it, because these are maps where people are happy to play, they're getting the reps on it. And Tundra is obviously that interesting one. Let's see. It's really going to be testing some of these teams, and I'm fairly certain we're going to see some more developments as Tundra has played more and more deeper into this season. Could be a sleeper pick for one of these teams that would come out in a finals, as an example. Other way to see.
Yeah, I'm keen to see more Tundra, and I think Tundra's given us some interesting games tonight. And I'm going to throw it back to you one more time before we get into this, Kev. You have the Panthers down on your prediction to win tonight. Jordan and I don't. So why?
I don't know why after Twit insulted me on chat. He said it wasn't cool. So that's 2 members of the Panthers now that have done me wrong, and I don't know why I still predict for them. I think I've just been really convinced in the last couple of weeks they've been playing. It's been convincing. It's been solid. It's not been like terrible calling that has been made up by individual effort that gets them across the line. It's been a team effort, the individual stepping up at the right time. Even that series against the Sentinels, you could see some moments where it could have been and maybe should have been a victory for them. But in some of those rounds. Nevertheless, they're going to be starting on the defense over here, Jordan. Matildas looking to take a bit of a different approach. AMX 50B's bat chats. Oh, there's an ability to delete a tank, but
Sure.
After you delete a tank, then what?
I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised with the roster that we're getting through here from Matildas. This is very much harking back to the WGL days when we had 7v7, when we had 5 50Bs and a couple of bat chats or something like that on, you know, the likes of Ghost Town. That was the old Ghost Town, though, not this new current Ghost Town, but even still, a little bit of a throwback. I don't know. I mean, I can see how it can work, definitely, but I'm not sure that I'm sold on it. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I think the 50Bs sort of fill a similar role to the bat chat on this map, but they just don't do as much. Like, yeah, you've got the 50Bs. They can be in the town and they can do that, but they're obviously not going to be out on the outskirts and scouting and trying to gather info. So it just sort of feels to me like a little bit worse of a bat chat. Obviously, you can't have 4 bat chats in this case. You take the 250Bs and hope that you can blow someone up. The one benefit, I suppose, for Matildas is that they're not up against like a huge amount of super heavies, right? There's no like double mouse and an E100 or a couple of E100s and stuff like that. It is super Conquerors, to be fair, so they're still quite healthy tanks, but you know, you're not quite reaching that 3k plus HP when you bring in a super Conqueror. So they will actually be able to blow these tanks up pretty quickly. I would have been a little bit more worried if there was a couple more of those super heavies coming through for Panthers.
Even then, I'm just taking a look at the 50B. I'm still kind of stuck on that line grinding through. I think I'm on the 5100 at the moment, which is... It's an interesting tank. It's not as if it's like I'm not farming damage. I just don't enjoy playing it because I feel like I have to bait my team so much with these tanks. Because, I mean, it has this big clip potential, but 40 seconds, obviously... I mean, it's cut down a lot less than the 50B, don't get me wrong, but you mistime your push, you mistime when to reload, you get it wrong. It is a very complicated tank, and I think we were talking about it earlier with the IS-7. You have tanks which have inherently lower skill caps, or it's easier to kind of play, but as a result, there's not much it really does, right? Like an IS-7 is very much an anchoring tank. You get into a position, you sit there, and it's like, cool, I'm an IS-7. But a bat chat at 50B, like these tier 100 LTs, you really have to engage. You have to think about what you're doing, what your rotations are, try to outplay your opponents. And that's why I feel like these are high risk, high reward tanks. Yes, if you get it wrong, GG, go next, go back to the garage. But you get it right, that's a game changer right there. You have the ability to change.
It's going to be sick. If Matildas get this right, it's going to be an absolutely comprehensive victory. But that's one of the other things for me is that it sort of seems like when you have a double 50B and a bat chat and a double bat chat set up, all these tanks like to play really selfishly. They like to bait a little bit, as you said, and they don't want to be the first tank in. So really, at this point, you're just relying on Artie Noob to be able to draw enough of a focus to give an opening for the double 50B to swing, and obviously the bat chats to do their work as well.
And here's the problem, okay? It's a mouse. If it's an E100, at any day, I'd be like, yeah, 50B is going to delete this dude. Bat chat's going to delete this dude. But I've recently, like, I remember about 1 or 2 seasons ago, I was like, I'm no longer best friends with a mouse. Like, I'm now great friends with a E100. I take that statement back a little bit because the armor profile is still stronger on a mouse. Like, you angle it in the correct way. The Super Conk actually is, it struggles to pen you. It's like a 50-50. You can park the mouse like an absolute moron and still deflect shots. I think that's how I finished my HT12 mission. I literally just sat out in the open, 45-degree angle, and I'm just watching premium rounds bounce off this thing from the distance. 10,000 blocking damage, thank you very much. You can't do that in E100.
Well, in the meanwhile, 4.5 minutes have gone by the wayside, and we are now about 40 seconds away from Matildas capturing the point. Not a huge amount of pressure onto Panthers just yet, but they are starting to force a rotate in, which sort of comes with the territory of having a tank on the cap. Lightning Man in a good spot here in the bat chat, and now with that little reset coming through onto Artinoob, again, Panthers can just sit back and say, well, now we've got another couple of minutes to play with. We don't need to do too much. However, Lightning Man has been found out. It is Bales right now that's clipping out into him. Gets three shots in before Lightning Man can escape back down the steps. And that was kind of what Matildas was looking for. They used that cap pressure to bait a tank in. Now they're on the move their own. They've got the 50Bs pushing forward here, Kev. But I do wonder, giving away the position of Whippet and Saxon, is that going to backfire?
Yeah, going to try and go into Lightning Man over here, trying to get rid at least one of these tanks. Lightning Man will eventually go down, surely either to the bat chat of Bales or onto Whippet at the same time. There's no trade potential over there. Goober, in the meantime, will be a bit preoccupied with this one-on-one with Bolognese. Of course you would be, but this is exactly what the 50Bs were designed to do. Isolate a tank, find the pick, and now what you need to do on the side of Panthers, really group up and make sure that you're not isolated. That's why you're seeing Pro Loser trying to get away. Goober even hurrying back to the pack. Bolognese, I think just out of render distance. Pro Loser will be able to get back in time. Twit the reset. Now the mouse coming into the fight. Pro Loser needs to be covered off over here. You can see JS doing a fantastic job of this, driving forward, forcing Whippet into a position where he is going to die. The question is, where is the shot going to come from? Oh, the Ignite coming into JS.
That's a big one.
It is.
That's kind of what I was talking about, though. Where the 50B has to lead the charge. That never really feels good, but Matildas have made the trade comfortable enough for themselves. It's a 2-for-1 trade, plus they've got Goober down to 46 HP, which pretty much means he's a dead man. Both Bol and Bales are on the chase. One might even look for the ram kill here. Bolognese is going to grab it. Doesn't even need to reload. In the meanwhile, Twit, he continues to put in good work for Panthers. He's in the Super Conqueror. He's going to be the last tank alive, so he's going to farm up a bit of damage here. But end of the day, the round is going to be won by Matildas. They don't have a huge amount of time to do it in, but 1 minute and 15 seconds is more than enough to dislodge one remaining Super Conqueror. So all in all, nicely done from Matildas. Did get a little bit worried when I saw the composition that they had, but it looks like they had a pretty preconceived strategy as to how they wanted to utilize that one, Ben, and they baited in enough. And they got enough damage out before they really had to commit to that push, that even despite having some squishier, sort of more glass cannon-esque tanks, they're still able to out-trade
Felt like
heavier tanks.
Season 2, I don't remember the last time I saw 4 autoloaders in the same team where half of them didn't have only 2 rounds to work with. So that was fun. I was worried for a bit there, Kev, because I was like, has the meta changed enough where 4 tanks like that can unload an absolutely ton of damage in a short amount of time, are they going to come out on top? Do they have enough HP? Particularly with JS in the mouse, I was worried, but I shouldn't have been, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be a question of could they isolate and find the duels? And I feel like for the Panthers, the initial approach was fantastic. They were holding back. They were making sure they couldn't get isolated. Then they started getting antsy. And these positions in Ghost Town, you need to keep things tight. I was very surprised to actually see these Super Conks start pushing in. It was weird watching Lightning Man actually go in so deep and not respecting the fact that there could be autoloaders there to punish. It was very strange even watching where Pro Loser was with the Super Conk. You're talking about corridors where the tanks can actually collapse and overswarm you very easily. I would expect them to play a little bit further back. Exactly the position I do believe that where Pro Loser was initially covering off everything was good, where Twit was, because you're forcing the tanks into much more dangerous corridors to get the swings across. But it didn't happen, and obviously Matilda's going to be rewarded finding the fights that they need to. Getting the cap pressure, obviously, it was a great idea to make sure the AMX 50Bs as well as the Bat Chats had the position to maneuver, and at that stage, I feel like the Panthers don't make the correct call, and that was it.
Yeah, the Panthers were in a rough spot. You could see Lightning Man, the first one to go down. And this was the point here, Jordan, just before that pick that we saw where I was unsure whether the Matildas were in the right spot. It's like, do they have the DPS to take down all these big tanks? And clearly they did. And managed to come through with half their team still intact.
I was a little bit worried when the 250Bs initially made their push and they were pretty early spotted. I thought maybe that would be a situation where Panthers can rotate their tanks into a crossfire setup and just blow up at least one of the 50Bs before they got a proper clip off, but it never really seemed to eventuate, and I think both the bat chats as well on Matildas kind of got a lot of work done, so it almost seems like a little bit more of an individual-esque kind of a composition, right? You're relying on your bat chats to play their positions correctly, and a lot of the time, I think Bales as an individual and probably Bolognese as well are going to be left to their own devices. And then for the 50Bs as well, you kind of need to be a decisive player. You're not the kind of person that can be told, okay, you need to push now, send it in your Super Conqueror or your E100 or whatever it is. You have to actively be making that decision in the 50B, I think, because if you're making it based on someone else's call, you're probably coming a little bit too late. So maybe that plays into the hands of what Matildas have got as a composition. They've got a lot of players that I feel like are quite experienced in this format and in World of Tanks esports in general. So, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world that they go towards a composition like that. Yeah, and it was, again, I don't think we've seen that much of it this season. I don't remember the last time we saw 250Bs and 2 bat chats. And yeah, I only pay half attention half the time, but I feel like it was, it's very start of the year last year-esque, and things have kind of changed up this season, particularly with the VZ55s and things like that. People have been mixing and matching, and it's been fun to see, but the Matildas bringing it back out and successful on attack. Let's head back now to Ghost Town, and as I said before, this is a map that the Matildas haven't had that much success on. To be fair, neither have the Panthers, but they could go 2-0 up on the map that was picked by the Panthers. The Matildas are going to be in a pretty good spot. 3 points tonight for them, Jordan. Puts them equal with what we just saw from the Skorpions. Yeah, it would be I think it would be a bit of a statement from Matildas. We've come into this one saying, well, we think Panthers might have a chance. They looked pretty good last week. Matilda's a bit wishy-washy sometimes. If they do get the 2-0 to start things off, then we start to go, all right, well, maybe we overestimated Panthers a little bit. It's an interesting setup for Matildas as well. So this is the kind of thing that can catch your opponents off guard. They always like to pull something interesting out. You got Bales in a T100 LT. I'm not sure that might be the first time we've seen him in that tank this season. Whip it in a Fosh B as well. So starting to get some out there kind of picks from Matildas, I'll say.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a unique composition. But now thinking back to it, that's exactly what the Matildas are a little bit more known for in Season 2. Bringing out these left-wing picks and really making them work with some nice timing attacks or understanding how to play around the opponents and capitalizing on the opposition's mistakes. That's exactly what the Fosh B is designed to do, right? You get yourself in a position where if Fosh B unloads on you, you're not going to have a good time. It's, speaking of getting absolutely quacked, it's Season 3, and Jay Raiders still hasn't gotten the Matildas sleepwear out yet. I'm still waiting for the PJs. Like, come on.
I would have thought that would be in our Season 3 welcome pack that we received earlier on, but I guess that was wishful thinking.
I'm just hoping the community manager for Season 4 brings at least some of this gear out, the sleepwear.
Yeah, whoever that may be, Kev. Looking forward to it. Look, one thing to talk about as well for the Matildas while we're touching on them is that Artie has moved out and 2+2 has moved in. So a small change for them coming into the second round of Ghost Town. Nothing too crazy. Like we said, we've sort of got that 4-player core where they sort of rotate out a couple of players here and there. I mean, Saxon's in tonight as well, so that's good to see.
Yeah, I feel like definitely a side grade. I wanted to point out earlier on, Artie Noob actually playing on the cap there. Really good focus fire coming out from him. So even though he goes down, very easy to get caught up in the moment where a Super Conk shooting you and you feel really tempted to fire back at him. He's got that eye in the bigger picture. He actually slides a couple of additional shots in the bat chats that were trying to, of Goober that was trying to run away. He was trying to make sure that he was getting rid of the low HP targets. It's something small, but it does actually make the brawl at the end a lot easier for the Matildas. And that, I feel like, is something they've always been very strong at. Brawling has always been their forte. They understand what is a target they need to go for. And of course they do. Look at the experience they got in this roster. I can already just picture Bowl just saying, we need to kill this tank right now.
Bit of a rotation coming through from Panthers, though. They have something up their sleeve, Kev. I'm interested to see what it will be. It looks really like it will just be a 2-flag push. You got a double E100 and a mouse. That kind of screams that it's just going to be an all-out brawl. Matildas are not as set up for it as they could be, though with the composition they've got, maybe it's a little bit difficult to be. They've only got two tanks here to defend, and to be honest, I mean, Panthers have made a cross without taking a single point of damage. They're not going to take a single trade, so I think this is going to be a little difficult for Matildas to sort of dig out. You know, the Foch B isn't exactly the most versatile of tanks.
He can still come into the city, and as long as he's covered off, he can definitely do some work. I feel like that was... Where did that shot come into the E100 from? Might have been from the Super Conquer Bolognese. Either way, cap pressure is going to be applied. They don't know where Saxon's going to be. It's going to be a group up over here at D6. Lots of pressure. But Saxon will be able to very easily get a reset and get away with it. So they're going to try and push forward into Bolognese. But I feel like this is a huge mistake right now because the Panthers are going to be in a crossfire. They don't really have the potential of pushing forward. They're going to cop lots of damage as a result. The Foch B's over here as well. Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, Bolognese under a lot of pressure. Super Conqueror, though, of Saxon gets in behind the E100. You've got Bales there as well in the T100 LT, and they might still be able to put in a bit of work here. Matildas starting to bring it back. It's a 1-for-1. HP deficit certainly is still there for them, about 1,000, but given the tanks they were going up against, I think that's probably to be expected. It's a 2-for-2 trade so far. Bales is completely untouched. But really, we need to keep our eyes on Saxon. Can he survive? Can he get another 2 or 3 shots out in this Super Conqueror? If he can do so, that's where you're going to get a lot of your DPS from. And for Matildas, that is absolutely necessary going up against tanks like this. Goober, for now, will be on the reload. Presumably, he's out of this one for the next 10 or 15 seconds or so. And in that meanwhile, Lightning Man is getting obliterated.
Yeah, Foch B comes off reload, and at stage 4, shot still left in the clip over here. They're still trying to place this cap pressure, but how do you dance around? Saxon is utilizing this wreck really well. The Foch B not easily collapsed on as well. Capola shot, very unlucky not to pen, but eventually Whippet will be able to create the angle, craft the angle. 2 shots left in this clip. He's going to be penning every single one of these. Is going to make it easier for Saxon to get the killing blow. JS trying to at least create that angle at this point in time. It's just not enough patience coming out from Whippet and Saxon. And now Bales, he can count more than 5. He's going to come forward and just have a bit of a kiss with Goober. There's just not enough shots here from the back chat to displace. And even if he does manage to, I mean, have the shots, there's still a Foch B that's going to be hot on his trails. Bales going to be firing a few more in here.
I'll tell you what,
once again, Matildas, yeah.
You should have picked Bales in your fantasy team after this one, because I reckon he's farmed up a lot of damage in this T100 LT. I don't know. He was in that fight from the outset. Cooper's driven into a pole. Not that it really matters, but Bales was in that fight from pretty much the outset. He was shooting into E100s, into Mouse, and he's pretty much farmed that entire batch out as well. So I don't know. Is that up for like maybe 3 or 4k damage in that T100 LT? I'm not sure, but
well, you saw him get. He hit 3k there,
damage,
right?
You know.
At the end, you saw him hit 3k and probably a little bit more on top.
Plus. It could be 4k plus.
Not bad. Not bad at all. And not bad from the Matildas. They take down Ghost Town the 2-0. Looking pretty good there on defense. Again, there were moments where I thought maybe the Panthers had some good numbers, but that clearly wasn't the case. They roll around the corner. The Foch B just unloads into them. They're unable to get rid of the Super Conk either. And it's a pretty rough spot for the Panthers to be in, not able to make the most of their map pick. And for me, Kev, the Matildas were convincing in both of those games.
Yeah, for sure. Just understanding and dictating the pace of play. And I think Panthers just getting a little bit too antsy in both of the times in Ghost Town. That, to me, is showing maybe a little bit of nerves and maybe with things down the line. There it is. Jordan's correct. The T100 LT hits 4k damage. I mean, not only does this thing scout, but it does damage as well. Whippet is 3.8k on the Foch B, definitely justifying the quack once again. not easy penning the signs of a mouse or even the E100, I dare say, with APCR. So he does a fantastic job of aiming for the weak points. But yeah, obviously Bale's pretty much a star alongside there as well. Lots of damage means that the Super Conquerors, or sorry, the Super Heavies get taken down quite convincingly. And I do feel like that comes down to, once again, Panthers just, I think, getting a little bit antsy and just pushing a little bit too hard, trying to force a fight. There was no need to. You don't go into an open corridor and fight against these autoloader tanks or tanks that are hull down. You want to force these tanks to come into an uncomfortable position, and then you can bleed them out.
It certainly didn't work for the Panthers, that's for sure. Jordan, your main thoughts on that one? Obviously, the Panthers here on attack, like they drive into the middle and then they brawl, but brawl poorly.
I mean, I think Panthers they did everything right to get into the position that they were in. I don't know if they brawled poorly or if Matildas just brawled really well. I think Saxon and Bale's getting in behind and pretty much being untouched in a T100 and a Super Conqueror is inevitably going to mean there's just so much DPM coming down that, yeah, you have a massive health pool advantage, but you're not going to quite be able to, you're not quite going to be able to deal with what was getting thrown at you by Matildas. Not to mention the fact that Panthers basically drove into the firing corridor that the Foch was looking at as well.
Literally, the one point you probably didn't want to be is where they ended up, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just the setup, right? The setup that the Matildas have kind of forced you into that corridor that you're talking about. And obviously, that's why the Foch B's there. That's the whole point of the setup. But nevertheless, that's how it played out. And we'll find the Matildas are one battle away from 3 points on the board tonight. A crucial 3 points for them. For the Panthers, Kev, we're saying, is this their week? Are they going to string 2 or 3 weeks together with some decent points? Right now, not looking like the case, and your predictions are right where the Bulldogs are.
I haven't seen the Bulldogs play just yet, but I would agree that definitely my predictions are looking about as solid as maybe your Super Conqueror skills, Sandman. So definitely,
I have a
not 35%
win rate on the Super Conqueror. Thank you. I'm sure everyone on my team is very pleased to see me when I roll out the start of the battle.
We own up to I think we own up to our mistakes. Obviously, now in hindsight, even coming onto Tundra, which is Matilda's map pick, this is not looking good for the Panthers.
No, it's not a great spot for the Panthers, but again, doesn't matter what we think. They could bring it back. They did it against the Bulldogs last week. The Panthers looked very, very good. So they're going to have to do it this week. Got to go back to back. And there we are.
Well, on to Tundra. And Matildas have that 2-0 lead, so they'll be feeling pretty confident about this series. Silencing a few of the questions that we might have had, Kev. Do have, the potential still for a reverse sweep from Panthers. It is a map that hopefully they're going to be looking solid on tonight as well. Double VZ55 out from them on the defense, double VZ55 on the attack from Matildas. This does seem to be the map where you get to see the VZ a little bit more than pretty much anywhere else. Compound that with a couple of 5As out from Matildas as well. It's a lineup you don't see all that often.
No, absolutely not. It's been a while since I've seen that many 5As being played. Lots of speed and initiative to get into positions, of course. But, I mean, will the extra 2 degrees of gun depression happen? Or help, I guess, in these cases? I think it definitely does on Tundra, where there's a lot of defilades that you can get yourself into. The VZ55 also has that, I think, 7 degrees of gun depression as well, or is it 8 degrees?
Couldn't tell you, to be honest.
I think it might be 8 degrees. I'm going to look at it now. I'll tell you if I'm wrong, because I'm probably wrong. Just remember, it has more gun depression than your normal Russian tank. I think that's an important thing to say. Where the 277 has 5.5 degrees of gun depression.
In the meanwhile, what's happening for Matildas? Not a whole lot. I mean, they've sent the VZ55 probing towards the 1 flag. They're not getting spotted just yet. They're not seeing too much. It's a pretty standard setup again from Matildas on the attack, and they're just probing a little bit to look for some information, but they're not really getting a whole lot out of, or apart from really finding out the fact that they're not getting spotted. So that in itself is some info, but it's not really what they want. They want to know where the defenders are, and they're not finding them just yet.
Yeah, I can confirm VZ55 has 8 degrees of gun depression, proving a fact that I'm a nerd, unfortunately, and I should probably stop looking at the statistics of tanks that much. Definitely. Oh, actually, this is... Oh, man. I think this is over. I'm not going to lie. This is a great position to be in if you're the Matildas at this point in time. You've got 5 As, able to utilize this terrain. This is exactly where you need to come back through the Panthers, or you go through the open field and get absolutely farmed. Bowl set up in the sniping position as well. I mean, yes, the Kronbarn's over here from Pro Loser, but if he pushes over too high, then he's forcing himself and exposing himself to side shots. This is not looking good, Jordan. This is definitely not looking good for the Panthers.
No, certainly not. Kronbarn, 2 shots left in the clip. He's already taken a point of damage from Bales. That one's not quite going to go through either. These are the sorts of shots you can't be affording to miss against a team like Matildas. We'll go on to the reload. I mean, there's no cap pressure right now, so Panthers don't have to do anything in the immediate future, but sooner or later, Whippet's going to get onto it, and it's going to force Panthers to make their move. It just seems like the positions that Matildas have got are a little bit too comfortable right now. Good crossfire setup, 2 5As towards the north, VZ55 down toward the south, and even Bolognese in the CS63. He can join the party with the angle that he's got.
I think this is important for actually the Bat Chat to group up with the VZ55s up at north and dump into the 5As. That's your only chance of actually retaking this successfully without bleeding out too much, because you have to look at the angles where the 5As can crossfire. The double VZ55s just don't have the potential of going through, and the 5As actually have really good DPM for a heavy tank. So those two factors combined means you do need that additional force. Of course, what you're just doing right now is trying to see if you can maybe identify if Bowl is going on a bit of a journey with the CS63, but he's in a fantastic sniping position once again, overwatching the river. He's fast enough to get into the fray or to switch over to that E8 sniping position on the mountain, because he's got lots of shots over into the open valley over there. Actually, Dastardly and Twit falling away from that position. And now the push coming in through the river, but like I said, this is going to get spotted.
It is going to get spotted, but what is the recourse for Matildas? Bolognese might be able to slide a shot in here or there, but Bales, for all intents and purposes, is a little bit isolated here. So, if Panthers continue this push, Scuba, I mean, it's a little unfortunate to suffer some gun damage there, to be honest, but they can get around behind Bales. Maybe they can make something happen here. Maybe they can find the pick. That's what they're looking for. The rest of the Panthers pushing forward as well, and Bales is almost certainly going to go down. Here's the initial focus of fire. Question is that going to be enough? Because now that the VZ55s start to arrive, obviously the 5As are getting involved in the fight as well. There is a lot of damage available for Matildas. Kronbarn on the reload. Batchat probably on the reload here as well soon. And the double VZ55s for Panthers on the reload. This is where Matildas start to eke out a couple of advantages with those single-shot tanks.
But then the dump can come in once again. Whippet needs to be careful, needs to try to utilize his tank quite wisely, try to bait the team into overcommitting, and they do need to actually get away from the hill. Bolognese, maybe if he gets a shot onto Guba, could be absolutely huge. The cover from JS is going to be there, 2+2, trying to isolate the angle, but it's just not working. He's holding his shot, holding, missing, and this could be a huge turnaround. Sure, Bowl has got the HP, but he's not there to really put the shots in, still trying to figure out this angle onto Guba, who's just having this dance at this point in time. Now 2+2 needs to at least clean up one of these tanks. Of course, Matilda's going to be on the attack. 2+2 trying to make this difficult. Twit trying to cover it as well at the same time. All these tanks on clip except for the E5.
Well, where's the Batchat as well? That's the next question, because Whippet, he's been out of this fight for a little while. He'll surely be coming off the reload in just a second. 2+2 eventually goes down, but now it's time for Bolognese to make the difference. He's got a full tank's worth of HP. He needs to send it. He needs to soak up a bit of damage. He needs to get rid of JS with this next shot. He actually looks for Guba. Whippet is there as well, I think, to fire a shot in. Not sure if he connected, but Twit, that's a massive shot. Whippet pretty much had a full clip loaded, and now it's a CS63 up against a VZ55. Kev, you tell me who wins this one. 1 minute left on the clock.
CS63. He's got plenty of DPM, 390 alpha on a 6.7 second reload. The VZ only 980 clip potential. Unless Bowl does that. Come on, Bowl. You need to pen your shots a little bit better. Now, all of a sudden, hang on a second. Twit might have a chance. Twit kind of has a chance actually here. So, with that missed shot, Bowl actually puts himself in a dangerous position now, because Twit actually can get the reload off. Hang on a second over here. I thought he had it, but Bowl's missed another one. He's trying to utilize the speed, but Twit is going to bring that gun around the edges, mean damage. Takes and another missed shot, but Twit's missed. 36 seconds. What is this? What is going on at the moment, Jordan?
How is was that miss? Well, now it's surely Bolognese to win this fight. He's going to get the reload a lot faster than Twit will. Needs to pen this shot. No! It's not going to be enough. 24 HP for Twit. Can he get one more shot in? It doesn't quite look like it.
Oh my god!
Oh, missed again! And Twit will win the fight for the Panthers. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That's a perfect response. I'm out, Kev. You can have this one. You're on your own, mate. This is it.
I don't even know what to say about that one. I don't even know where those shots went. What is that? Auto aim? Someone tell me that. I think both my co-casters have left over here at this stage. This is unprecedented scenes. I don't even know what happened there between the BZ55 and CS63, but my god. I don't know. Maybe the production team can say a little bit more. So Panthers still alive in this in Tundra. Okay. 1-2. I wonder if those guys are ever going to come back, because I don't know if I really want to explain other things. Please help production. Can you bring up the results so we can actually look at something else? My voice is actually quite cringe at this stage. So Bowl could have gotten 6k damage. He does 5.9k damage, so that's the best of the season already. But he misses 3 shots. I don't know if they're misses or they're non-pens. I think that's going to be the important question. But, oh, man. I don't even know what to say after all of that. It just comes down to this one-on-one where I absolutely curse the CS63. I go, for sure the CS63 has it. I don't know what happens afterwards. So, Tundra, it looks like it's going to be 2+2 out for the next rotation. Artie in. Oh, I hope Bowl doesn't get too badly affected by that one. He's already done enough for his team, and it just came down to that final point.
All right, I'm back, Kev. Thanks for that. Was I can't even. I can't. Like, I don't even know. Is that some of the best tanks action we've ever seen, or is that some of the worst tanks action we've ever seen? And whatever side of that you're on, you can guarantee it's going to be in our ANZPL Hotshot competition next week, where you can win
That's
a year's supply of Ironside coffee, !Ironside, in chat if you want to find out more. But I feel sick from watching that. Like, I don't know what other way to describe it.
I think that's an accurate summary. I don't think we even need to discuss the rest of this, where it's like initial push, like really good from Panthers to identify an overmatch, and a really good brawl from the Matildas, really good focus fire, really good dancing to make sure they're preserving the low HP targets until the very end. And of course, that CS63 up against the VZ duel.
Like this, from this point, it was all downhill from here. It was like, how long will it take 3 tanks to pick up one? And I thought maybe you were going to be excited, Kev, by the WZ 1-on-1s. And I thought, like, maybe this is Kev's time. This is going to be his game. He's got to enjoy this. And then it comes down to this 1v1. I can't help this. This surely has to end up in one of those ad break videos with the music and the dice roll and the whatever.
Benny Hill theme, maybe.
Yeah.
It's like, I look at that 1v1, and out of all the people just that failed to convert that 1-on-1, I can't believe it's Bowl. Like, there are other players where I'd look at it and go, you look at the experience and the tenure, you can go, okay, maybe they're new to the season or something like that. You can excuse it a little bit, but Bowl?
Yeah, look, it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, you could have won this, could have done that. I mean, yeah, but it's a high-pressure situation, you know? So sometimes mistakes happen.
That's what I mean. Bowl doesn't get phased by high-pressure situations. The dude is mechanically great, so that is so much stranger that he fails to convert the 1-on-1. You know what I mean, Jordan?
Well, the Panthers are back in it. That's the big part. The Panthers are still in this game. If they can pick this one up, even if they do it the way they did the last time, where Back on to Ghost Town, and I know how much you guys love that.
If we get as good of a finish as the last one, then I'm going to be quite keen and eager to go toward Ghost Town for another round between these two teams. Panthers and Matildas. Well, Matildas probably not too happy to be here. They would have wanted to have already won the game. Right there, though. Need to get another one under their belt.
I find it appropriate every single time we have someone having a moment, it has to have a CS63 involved, doesn't it? It's always the CS63.
It's always the CS63. It is. Too many moments. Too many moments. Anyway. We've got Panthers with not a huge amount of map control here, to be honest. Matildas have really taken a lot of it. They're kind of bleeding a bit of HP here, so I do wonder if we actually are headed in the direction of Ghost Town.
I find it mentally just insane that Bowl decides to jump back in the CS63 after that. I'd be a bit pissed if my tank did that to me.
Happens, Kev.
It definitely happens.
The best of us.
Yeah, because CS63, look, I think taking it on a bit of a serious analysis, it looks like the bleed has slowed down a little bit over here at the north, is that the 63 gun can be trollish. It's not as if it's got amazing vertical stabilization like some of these other tanks, like your 907s. Obviously, we don't see the 907, but I mean, the equivalent would be like a 140 as an example, or even like a American medium, where the gun stabilization is quite decent while you're moving. Not the case for the CS63. Not even if you're off turbo mode, you can struggle quite a bit.
I mean, so far Panthers are still just struggling to get any map control at all. And I mean, yeah, they're getting a bit of bleed damage onto Matildas, but they don't have a lot of the map to really work with. They don't have a huge amount of options. They can't really go anywhere without being spotted. Bales is going to fire another couple of shots here through, but not connecting any. Dastardly and Goober seem to be the ones that want to really make the move here. But they're going to run into Saxon in the Super Conk, which is not going to be the easiest of tasks to dislodge. I don't mind the timing on this push, though. If Bales is still on the reload when the push starts, Panthers might be able to dislodge one or two tanks before he can really be a factor.
Yeah, this is not good. Saxon's dead. And this is... Wait a moment. Just because of that, we're going into... Surely we're not going to tiebreakers because of this. The overmatch is over here for now. Now, Bolognese is going to get involved in the action a little bit earlier, but a 5-on-4 over here, Jordan. Whippet's not really into the battle just yet. 5-on-1 at this stage. Sure, Bolognese is coming in, but that's still going to be a 2-on-5 at best, and JS is going to be driving in, having a bit of a chat with Artie Noob. In the meantime, the rest of the heavy tanks are on a different page, but you can kind of leave JS to have the successful 1-on-1. He should have the DPM eventually to close things out against the Super Conk, unless he bounces a shot, unless he misses, but he's not going to. Bolognese as well, just trying to make sure he runs and doesn't fall off the bridge. He's going to cop a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was going to say, he needs to build a bridge and get over it after that last one, because he's going to have to hightail it out of here. I mean, I don't know. Is it still winnable for Matildas from here? It's a 3-on-5. Bales in your bat chat, your playmaker really has still got a lot of HP to play with. So if we're going to see a win for Matildas, it probably has to come off the back of Bales in that bat chat. He's not in a bad spot to make something happen, but giving up a bit of HP here for free, he didn't even get that shot onto Goober, is a little bit of a detriment for the Matildas. Cap is started by Panthers, though I can only imagine that a reset is not going to be the most difficult thing in the world here for Matildas to grab, because this is quite the open cap. Don't have a lot of time to think about it, though.
No, it actually is quite difficult to actually get shots into here, because you need to drive out quite wide if you're from Whippet, and there's a little bit of a hill and a ramp that you can actually utilize. And you can see they're just putting the tanks, the ANZ centipede, some would call it. Bales would come across, but surely he gets punished for it. This is what you'd be watching. As you can see, he's going to get spotted at the tanks traversing in his direction. He will get one reset shot. Oh, Bolognese will be able to kill one. 10 seconds still on the cap over here. The shots are coming forward now. The resets occurring. The Super Conk as well as the SUV, they're low. They need to push in, and Bales needs to bail out.
Well, they've cancelled the cap. They've decided to get off the cap. Now Bales just has to run. He has to keep as much HP intact as he can. Bolognese has dropped. Where can Bales even go, though, from here? There really isn't anywhere. He's relying on Whippet to try to help him out. And yeah, Whippet's getting some damage through, but he's also copping as much as he is giving. There's 3 shots left in the clip for Bales here. And it's not enough. He really needs to get a reload off. He can take out Twit and JS with one shot apiece, but he won't be able to get rid of Pro Loser as well. 1 minute 50 left on the clock here. And again, it's going down to the wire. Panthers are going to get themselves on the cap. The STB1 is still at the back of the map. VZ55 of Whippet has to rotate forward.
Well, Batshot's been spotted out. JS has been playing absolutely on point. Even if he misses that shot, he's confirmed the information. That's going to be enough. Whippet only going to be good for one. Bales now coming forward. They're trying to see if they can distract Whippet, trying to utilize that hold down position, but it's not going to work out. Bales will get another reset, but there's so much pressure that's going to be onto him at this point in time. He's going to try and get maybe the shot into JS. The tracking shot comes forward from JS. It doesn't matter. The clip comes forward. There's not enough time to stop the cap. JS might be converting another kill once again. We're going into overtime.
This is a crazy game. Panthers on the reverse sweep, gents, and we can chat about that game in a sec. But I'm still flustered from the last one, and the fact that I'm pretty sure, and maybe you mentioned this and I didn't hear it, Kev, because I was storming off to the house and yelling out on my balcony till someone yelled back to shut up. I think did Bowl had 5.9k damage,
yep,
which I think is the highest that anyone's had all season, and then he loses.
Hey, sometimes just that one extra shot is the difference maker, and it was this time. I don't know. Is that maximum tilted Matildas out of this series?
It did me, and I wasn't even playing, Jordan.
I think JS just feeds off the salt of enemy gamers. I think it's the easiest way to look at it, because the man then all of a sudden steps up with 4.2k damage. The call is very well done. Actually, I realized also Lightning Man was replaced, and maybe that's the reason why. Can't have too many alpha males inside the Perth Panthers, otherwise they're going to start crowding each other out.
I don't know. Well, when we see the replay, I guess, Kev, you can talk us through. That was a bit of a weird one for me. It was kind of like 4 Panthers tanks sitting in the middle, not really doing much but shooting and stuff, and then they were still alive and the Matildas ran away and then couldn't get the reset. I know that's a very bad example, but that's what it looked like.
Yeah, I felt like Saxon dying for free is definitely not ideal. The Super Conqueror is way too far up over there in Tundra. You could see the perfect call, honestly, coming from the Panthers to collapse on an isolated tank. And as soon as it becomes a 5-on-4, I mean, it was a good crack from Bells as well as Whippet to try to dislodge that capture pressure. It was a good attempt to obviously try to maintain that hold, but Whippet overextends just a little bit too far to try to make sure that pressure is alleviated off of Bales. And from that point, there's a big difference between a 1500 VZ where it's like, oh, we're going to lose a lot of HP pushing into him, into Bales, or a 500 HP where it's like, actually, all of a sudden, this has changed back into our favor, where our one-shots and our ability to not catch up to a bat chat has been completely taken away.
Yeah, well, Ghost Town is next. Ghost Town is, again, not surprisingly, our tiebreaker. And that went very well for the Matildas. They looked, in my opinion, pretty good on both sides. So it was a convincing victory. I think they had minimum 3k HP left alive. This is what you mentioned originally, Kev. Saxon going down first in the Super Conqueror. And yeah, to be fair, it is a tough spot to come back from that, because even here, you can see they still haven't been able to trade that back at all.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to just him being a little bit too far up in an untradeable position, where normally where you want to place one of these super conks is in a much more dangerous area. And maybe it comes down to a bit of the failure with the setup. Maybe the CS63 not in the same position as maybe some of the other guys thought, where he's spotting down the river, the valley push, so that way you can respond accordingly as a super conk. But at the end of the day, the push is very, very committed from the Panthers. They're all on the same page this time around. There's no such thing as one tank doing their own thing. There's trust in the players penning the shots, and that makes a difference, because they allow JS to go take on the Superconk mano a mano. As soon as JS misses a shot, that's it. The Superconk will win the battle, right? So it's not as if it's a very fair fight a very one-sided fight. It's actually a very reasonable one-on-one fight where both players must pen their shots, otherwise there's fatal repercussions. So yeah, I mean, the rest of it then was just utilizing that numbers advantage, placing the cap pressure, understanding when to push, understanding when to get off, JS, like I said, I think played that one really, really well to bring his team into overtime. But goes down once again. I mean, Matildas did manage to take that 2-0, so that is a little bit of a factor there.
They did. So we have the tie, the pick of side results. So the Matildas on Ghost Town, so that's the only attacking side they won, did it in 7 minutes and 2 seconds. And then when the Panthers won Tundra, they did it in 6:55. So 7 seconds difference. And at the end, when you've got one tank left, you're like, oh, it doesn't matter. If Bales goes down here, right, he can't win anyway. But 7 seconds would have made the difference there between picking which side you want to pick for the tiebreaker. So because Panthers had the faster attacking side win, they will pick defense. And again, Ghost Town, I think, is actually a pretty good tiebreaker, Matt, because we have seen a number of attacking side victories on it, Jordan.
Yep.
But I'd still rather be defense, particularly for 7 seconds. It's if you're Matildas, it's a little bit feels bad to be like it probably can't go much worse than this, short of playing a map that's not Ghost Town. You know what I mean? The last 15 minutes has really just gone pretty poorly.
Yeah, I mean, I think any team is going to pick defense, but most teams coming into this are not going to be too disappointed by playing on the attack. And especially for Matildas here, you know, it's a map that they do play a lot, so they should have something up their sleeve on the attack of Ghost Town. I got to say, though, I wonder, like, you know, you go up 2-0, you probably should win 3-0, and then you lose that third round, and it seems like it's just tilted beyond belief for Matildas. Is this the death spiral for them in the series? Can Panthers pull off another one? What are the implications of that as well on the standings? You know, like Matildas, they had the opportunity to sort of go above and beyond what Skorpions had been able to get to, but now they can at best equalize Skorpions. And so, you know, there's that. And obviously Panthers are sort of making a run in towards the end of the season as well. So there's a lot to think about, a lot of implications as a result of this tiebreaker. And it's still a very important match for both of these two teams. I'm quite sure that Matildas would be disappointed to have even allowed it to be this close. Yeah,
the Matildas, even if they win now, they'll get 2 points, which will put them on 11, which is 1 point below the Scorps. So they'll be sitting in third place, assuming the Sentinels win, which is a big assumption. But it also means that the Sentinels, should they get a tiebreaker loss against the Bulldogs tonight, would be on 11 points as well. So 11 points is good, but it's probably not where you want to be. 12 is a much better place, even if it's only 1 point. For the Panthers, they can find themselves on 8. That's still pretty rough, but it does allow them next week, right? So whatever the result might be, both teams getting points here tonight. My question, though, Kev, is I would be tilted off the face of the earth right now if I'm the Matildas. I would be like, how do I bring this back? If I'm the Panthers, I don't know.
You're on cloud nine.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty good. You've been. I don't want to say they've been gifted this, because that's not fair, because they fought through and they won both of those battles, right? It came down to the end and they came on top in both. But maybe a little bit of luck at play, but that is the game, right? That's World of Tanks. That's any game has a luck component to it. And sometimes, you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And right now the Panthers, they brought it back. They're 2 from 2 in the last 15 minutes. And they're one defensive side on Ghost Town away from really messing up the Matilda season.
Yep. And I mean, I wouldn't say completely messing up the Matilda season, but definitely putting it into the position where obviously in week 7, like I said, Saxon's going to have to whip out that spreadsheet once again. He's going to be crunching a couple of formulas, all down to the fact that the CS63 couldn't shoot straight. So that's not something you ever want to be doing, whipping out a couple of Excel formulas just because a tank couldn't really aim where it was meant to. So, well, what should have been a 3-0 where it's like, yep, we secured the 3 points, has now led to the stage where Panthers win all on their sails at this stage. Matildas need to remind themselves, hang on, they got the 2-0 on Ghost Town very convincingly, and they need to just have this time, have a bit of a breather, bring themselves back, recalibrate, and just allow Panthers once again to make the misstep. But Panthers, I feel like they're a little bit better for the experience. They've got the momentum with them. They've got the experience now behind them, and surely they should be able to figure out a way to, I guess, complete the upset. A huge turnaround, the reverse sweep, which I thought wasn't possible.
Yeah, and Kev would get a prediction right, which none of us want to happen. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves tonight. It's Friday night, the weekend coming up. Love to be here. Some crazy games this evening as part of the Ghost Town Fan Club broadcast, and that's obviously where we are right now. If you liked the look of our chairs when Jordan and I stormed offset a little bit earlier, these are the epic PU chairs from Noble Chairs. That's what we're sitting on this season. The winners of ANZPL will get Hero PU chairs as well. And I think you can win them as well. Winner of the Fantasy League gets a chair. So at the moment, it's not going to be me. Probably not going to be either of these guys, but it could be you. ! Noble Chairs in chat if you want to find out more. But this is the Ghost Town Lovers Club, and we go back to Ghost Town once again. Probably won't be the last time tonight. One battle to see who goes away with 2 points and the victory this evening.
I'm a big fan of Ghost Town. Glad we get to see it again.
I am unironically a big fan of Ghost
No,
Town.
I'm not joking. I actually like Ghost Town as a map. I kind of enjoy watching it. So,
Jordan, I literally play this on standard and I enjoy it. I play Encounter and I enjoy it.
Well.
And for God knows why, I play Assault and I enjoy this map.
do you also
Can I
play
just say, I hated when this map was introduced, okay? I was like, why would you put Ghost Town in the map pool? But it always delivers. And even if that's not true production, I'll accept it. And at me, just follow me first. Thank you. I need the followers.
I still want the old Ghost Town back, by the way. I think the old Ghost Town was pretty awesome as well.
No. I don't want to see a mouse parked in a dumb spot and just blocking everything and you can't kill him and then you lose the game. That's not fun.
You just need to play a bit better, Kev, and you'll be able to get rid of that mouse.
Yeah, that's right. Just pen the mouse. Oh, how could I forget? Just pen the mouse. It's angling perfectly.
I think we should touch on the fact that Matildas have once again brought the double 50B, double bat chat setup on the attack here of Ghost Town. So it's interesting to note for the teams that have gone to the tiebreakers so far and played on the attack, Skorpions brought a completely different setup. They changed things up. They went very fast onto the cap in their second time around on the attack. They didn't do that on the first time around. Matildas here have gone with the exact same composition of tanks. And as a result, you have to imagine they're probably going to play a fairly similar kind of a style, although they actually haven't managed to get Artie Noob onto the cap. So now you question, how do they get the 50Bs? How do they get the bat chats enabled to take a fight?
And I think the difference this time around as well is look how more tightly focused and tightly packed the Panthers are. And this is what I mean by when you run the same composition sometimes against a team that's fallen for it once, it's much harder to pull it off the second time. Because you learn a lot from your losses oftentimes. You don't really learn much from your victories because you go, well, that worked. So maybe there's like fine tuning. Maybe it's like you try to predict the reactions. But when you lose against a strategy, you can kind of predict, all right, this is what we're going to do. This is how we counteract the strategy. This is where we lost last time because of the bleed damage. This is how we're going to make sure that we don't fall for it next time. And we'll have to see if it works. More super heavies this time. And they're backing each other up. You can see Pro Loser, Dastardly, and Twit all kind of just hugging each other at this point in time. JS in a bit of a crossfire with Goober.
That's the kind of the thing that I keep going back to as well, is that now Panthers have played against this composition once. They're probably figured something out. They've probably said, well, this didn't work for us last time on the defense. Let's have our tanks in different positions and see if we can give that one a crack. So it's kind of like a mind game. A mind game on a mind game. Matildas have to really crack that nut and figure it out. So far, they don't have a huge amount of information. They haven't really spotted many of these tanks.
Oh, double bat chat push into the one line. Maybe the solution at this stage.
Yeah, isolate the bat chat duel against Goober. Take control on the outskirts. Definitely could work.
But this is what I mean, is that JS is there with the 50B. And it's not easy to get rid of a bat chat in this position. He is playing in a bush at this point in time. If I think the bat chat's pushed to about just a little bit past C1, they actually do get spotted. So obviously Bales is trying to provide some covering fire. They've got a good suspicion that Goob is going to be most likely in this A4 position. If it's not him, then it's going to be the 50B. And the bat chat would be all the way across around A0, A9, holding that corridor instead. So all these mind games at this moment that's going between both sides. Now, just over half time ticked away in this tiebreaker. Chats may be looking to group up and making a bit of a play.
I think they have to be the ones to make the play, Kev. Like, you're not really going to see that from the 50Bs or the Super Conquerors, so if someone's going to sort of open this map up a little bit, it might have to come from the bat chats. Well, instead, it is going to actually be Artie Noob to start to drive forward. The 50Bs are on a bit of a roll here as well. It's the very same push that we saw from the 50Bs last time around for Matildas. Whippet is going to get one shot into Pro Loser. Saxon's here as well. They've set up that double peak, but Whippet already getting absolutely slammed, and they won't quite have enough damage to deal with Pro Loser unless Saxon's got one more in the clip, but he's been covered off by Dastardly. Artinoob around the back in the Super Conqueror will find that opening pick, and somehow Whippet has swindled his way out of there. JS is going to be on the chase.
Not just yet. Oh, the tracking shot just misses from JS. In the meantime, though, the E100s now can get some work done. You don't really have the clip potential over here, but the Batchat's going to be swarming in at this moment. You're hoping the heat rounds are loaded, and the focus fire is good for the Matildas. Unfortunately, on the side of the Panthers, maybe Goober's just a little bit late to the party at this stage. JS trying to make the impact work, but of course, the Batchats and the 50Bs are off clip at this point in time. He goes down. And now it's all really down to this 2-on-4. It's an awkward 2-on-4 because Bolognese is clipped out. He's going to go down. Whippet's a one-shot. And Goober needs to find a bit of space. Twit as well.
Yeah, but, I mean, even if he does find that space, he's in a, essentially, it's not unwinnable position, but Bales is also on full HP, you know? So he can't take the Batchat one-on-one. And if he tries to take a fight against Saxon, he's probably going to take 1 or 2 shots before he finishes him off. So he does need a bit of help out from Twit, and that is a big pick. That is huge. Whippet getting caught out. Oh, means we're now back to a 2-on-2. Bales missed a shot in there as well, so he's down to at least 4. And I mean, are they just going to take the 2-on-1 against Twit, hope that Goober's not going to have enough damage to deal with one of them? And I assume that seems to be the case. If Goober fires a shot here into Bales, it might be a mistake. He needs to get rid of Saxon. Hopefully he's counted his shots enough, but it's not ending up going to be the case. Saxon survives on 70 HP. And now Bales, I mean, eventually comes off the reload faster than Goober will. And so that's pretty much game over.
Yeah, Goober's bouncing a lot of these shots as well. He's trying to get it into the tracks of Bales to try to get this distance and maybe try to outplay the 50B as well as this Batchat. Not too certain about what the load times are going to be, but it's going to be all down to the terrain plate. Once again, just a couple of missed shots, and that's going to be the costly. That's going to be the costly defeat, honestly, for the Panthers. But just trying to get into maybe a better terrain, try to throw some of these shots, but you're expecting Bales to not miss too many of them. The tracking shot comes forward. Saxon as well, helping out with a couple of missed shots. Goober now definitely in, I don't know, with a chance or not. I mean, he still needs to get rid of some of these tanks, and I don't think he's got enough shots. He has to rely on some high rolls over here for sure. Bales, of course, just going to be proxying underneath at this point in time. Bales as well with the Ram will be able to clean things up. Matildas will be able to take that tiebreaker victory. It is a victory for them, but what a series it was.
Yeah, an incredible series, a messy tiebreaker victory there for the Matildas. They'll pick up their 3rd battle victory on Ghost Town tonight, and that will be enough to get them the 2 points and keep them in contention for the season. For the Panthers, it's they're currently sitting on 7 points, which is, I'm not sure. We'll see where that puts them at the end of tonight. But best case scenario is that they're aiming for a full victory next week to just get into that top 4. But it's certainly going to be tight for them. What a crazy result. And if we frame this, Jordan, as, you know, at the top of the show, we were like, for me, we think that the Matildas should win. And we like where they are in the scoreboard, but have their victories been convincing? And what does it look like if they do make top 4? And I don't know. I'm still not sold after what we saw tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I dropping those 2 games against Panthers is still, it's not awful. I mean, Panthers looked kind of good last week. They have come obviously in and competed here today as well. So maybe they deserve a little bit more credit than we might be giving them. But I think if you wanted to see Matildas be a top 4 contender towards the top end of that as well, you'd need to see them competing pretty comfortably against teams like this, not just eking out a win by the skin of their teeth. So I kind of agree with you. I mean, it was a good night tonight for Matildas in so much as they got the win, but the way that it came about, it still leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, it does. And I think that's like their 3rd tiebreaker win. No, that's their 3rd tiebreaker game. They were 1-1 for tiebreakers. So now they're 2-1 for tiebreakers. So they certainly seem to, you know, 3 matches going all the way down to the wire. But Kev, talk us through what we saw here in this battle.
Just the autoloaders from Matildas, once again, being able to isolate some of these targets and find some ideal positioning, making sure they've got the focus fire down pat. I feel like I think JS definitely needed to bait a little bit harder. I know it sounds really weird, but I've had the same criticisms before, and I know it sounds weird, but I'm telling tankers to like play a bit selfish and really utilize your E100s as just pinatas to be sacrificed. But that's the truth. You can imagine a difference in a world there where JS goes after the AMX-50B and whip it, wins that one, has the extremities to play with. Goober, after he takes that fight, he goes to the extremity and plays with that. They're half HP, but they're still alive. And obviously you leave Twit to kind of play around in the playground a little bit, entertain himself, have a bit of a fun time. That could have been a different story at that stage because there's a lot more initiative to make the plays. But when you're just a solo bat chat by himself, it is always going to be so difficult against the 50B as well as against another bat chat. I mean, Twit did his best in the E100. It just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
No, it certainly was not. But if there's anything good to come out of that, apart from obviously the Matildas getting some points, it's that Bales had an absolute baller of a game. If you had him on your fantasy league, I think you had a pretty good night, almost as good a night as he did. We keep talking about Fantasy League. If you don't know what it is, !fantasy in chat. Probably too late if you're only joining now to win this season, but you can get a bit of a feel for it. I enjoy it. It's fun every week. Last week, I came fourth, and that's probably about as good as I'm going to do all season long. So probably all downhill from here. What's not all downhill from here, though, is this broadcast, because coming up next, it's our Season 2 Grand Final rematch. The Sentinels versus the Bulldogs. They came head-to-head at Fortress. The Bulldogs were on a roll. The Sentinels have been our back-to-back champions. Now, in the finals, the Bulldogs weren't that convincing. Last week, the Bulldogs weren't that convincing. Tonight, are they going to be in the same spot? We don't have to wait very long. It'll be like 3 minutes. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll see you soon. Grand Final rematch. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to episode 6 of the Ghost Town Fan Club, where we break down Ghost Town matches all night long, each and every Friday night. Some of you may have thought this was ANZPL week 6 of season 3, but it's not. It's all about Ghost Town here. And we've had a great Ghost Town night, Jordan. What's your favorite thing about Ghost Town?
The fact that it's called Ghost Town. I really like that. I think it's such a cool name. It's really epic. Makes me think, like it's October, so Halloween's
exactly.
coming up.
What would Ghost Town do, right? You know how all these people, they're out there and they change their Twitter handles to be Spooky Elfish Guy or Spooky Karath. What would Ghost Town change its Twitter handle to for Halloween?
Ghost City. Because a ghost city is objectively scarier than a ghost town, right?
I guess.
There's more ghosts.
Yeah.
True.
50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost. Actually, that's just a ghost town. How many people do you need for it to be a city?
I don't know.
It's a lot of ghosts. That's
100,000?
That's too scary. Let's not talk about it. It's too spooky for me.
All right, let's talk about our grand final rematch, because that's what it is. Season 2 grand final rematch. The Sentinels v. the Bulldogs. Now, the Sentinels are sitting at the start of this week on top of the ladder in the number 1 spot. They're on 10 points, and we're in first because the Skorpions had lost to them in the head-to-head. So the Sentinels still in a pretty good spot, Jordan. I kind of feel that if this Sentinels lineup had gone head-to-head with the Bulldogs in week 1, the Bulldogs would have won. But right now, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, Bulldogs definitely came out the gate really strong, didn't they? So maybe there is some merit to that argument. I'm not so sure, though. I feel like Sentinels they're the kind of team to me that I feel like they kind of take it easy in some of the matches that they consider already won. Do you know what I mean? Like, they might roll into a game against a bottom of the table team and kind of just like, yeah, sort of phone it in almost in a way. But then when they play against the top teams, the ones that they know that they really need to beat, they actually turn up. Like last week when we saw them play against Skorpions, it looked like they were down, looked like they were gone. And then they just hit another level and they still go on to win that series. But last season against the likes of the Conquerors, for example, they just got absolutely boomed. So I wonder, I don't know. Like, I think today coming into this one, Sentinels definitely going to show us what they got.
I'm ready for the Sentinels to show us what they've got. And I kind of feel like even though they're on top of the scoreboard, maybe we're unfair in relation to, hey, like their results for the season purely because obviously they lost that game where they made a boo-boo. So in reality, they could very much be in a very good position right now. For the Bulldogs, Kev, the Bulldogs, on the other hand, we've said it before, they came to the season, they had the same lineup as season 2. They looked very good. They dominated the games they won. They won by an absolute country mile. It was huge. I loved it as a Brisbane boy myself. And right now, they're literally like a lost dog roaming the streets at night, harassing people trying to get into Ubers, eating from the trash. Like, it's not a very good place for the Bulldogs to be.
Not too certain about the last couple of points because that sounds a little bit like, why is Brisbane like that? But I think talking a little bit more about the Bulldogs.
Have you been to the Valley, bro?
I've heard it. I've heard enough to not go to the Valley.
All right.
So I'm pretty responsible like that. I'm a good little Asian
It's
boy.
not your sort of place. That's true. All right.
No,
anyway, yeah, the
Library's more
Bulldogs.
the place. Yeah. So look, I think they had a rough last couple of 2 weeks, but this is a team with enough experience to kind of bounce back and recognize where their shortfalls were. I'm looking at the match against the Conquerors. I'm going, yeah, T100 LT on the Ghost Town cap. That was a pretty interesting one. Last week, their match, obviously, where they didn't really bring, in my mind, probably the best tanks for the composition that they needed to run. So I think it's back to the drawing board and think about exactly what they need to fill in the gaps, to make sure they plug in the weaknesses. Coming into this week, what are the maps going to be, of course? Is it going to be Ghost Town again, where you're going to have to not bring a T100 LT and put it on cap, but rather utilize your ability to play the T100 LT in the extremities on dark to get some good map control. Madhouse has been really quiet for these last couple of weeks. I feel like he is an integral component of making sure that he is successful. And we are going to see Ghost Town again.
Yeah, potentially twice tonight. Potentially twice for Ghost Town. This one going to be a pick from the Sentinels. The Bulldogs going to pick Prokorovka. Now, you two, if I recall correctly, both picked the Bulldogs for tonight. I've got the Sentinels down to win, and I'm basing that on how everyone's been playing this season, because the Bulldogs, they got 2 wins, an overtime win, then 2 losses against the lowest team on the ladder, and that just they've gotten progressively worse through the season. The Sentinels haven't had a proper loss all season. They've only had overtime losses. The rest of wins are overtime wins, and one of those losses, again, was them being silly buggers, which probably could have been a victory. So I don't see how the Sentinels lose this, and I'm the biggest Bulldogs fan on this show.
Well,
I think it's
Bulldogs are... The thing about Bulldogs is like they're one of those teams where you just know that they do actually have the ability to win this series. I feel like they've been a little bit more consistent this season as well over the Sentinels. Like Sentinels have had some wishy-washy moments, and I would probably agree with you in most respects, Ben. But I think, I don't know. I don't even know why I predicted Bulldogs in this one, to be honest with you. But I've just sort of given them the benefit of the doubt. I think that's what it is. I think I've just given them the benefit of the doubt in this series, and if they disappoint me here, then, well, I mean, it's Sentinels for the rest of the season as far as I'm concerned. But maybe this is just the one time where I feel like it's happened so many times. There's been so many matches between these two teams where we've said Bulldogs could get the win. Today's finally the day. Call it hopium if you want.
It needs to. Well, the Bulldogs need some hopium because they've lost to the 2 lowest teams on the ladder in the last 2 weeks. They should be in a much better position. They're currently in 4th place. They need a real win today to keep them in proper contention for the top 4. If they go down to the Sentinels, who will be almost unbeatable at that point on the ladder, then all bets are off.
Yeah, I got to be honest, Kevin. I'm actually a little bit surprised that you predicted for the Bulldogs. I thought you were Sentinels' #1 fanboy.
This is a 50-50 matchup in my mind. Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I'm going Sentinels. Look, if I'm coming into this, I'm going Sentinels win. I'm not going to be upset. In the meantime as well, Rainbow's on a journey with the IS-7, and Madhouse is going, wait, what is an IS-7 doing here? He's dead. There is no way you get out of here. There's no covering fire. As soon as you try to escape, the Super Conqueror is going to put 2 into you. Oh, it looks like he gets away in time. That is... okay, there we are. There's a 2 into him. See? Told ya.
Well, he's not dead.
Rainbow.
He's not dead.
Come on.
Alive.
He's 568 HP. That is not a good start because an IS-7 decided to drive at your face. Case in point where Rainbow's decided he's had enough of the game. He's allowed Wimmo to play in the E100 instead. This time around, he's gone in the bit of the brainless tank and just W-keyed it, which I mean, I don't think we have ever seen this.
They're all brainless tanks, aren't they? E100, Super Conqueror, IS-7, you just drive forward and kill everything. That's pretty much the takeaway for me. If you're going to call the IS-7 a brainless tank.
I mean, it is pretty brainless as, well, I mean, this is anything but brainless because they're actually finding a lot of these overmatches after the first initial picks. AVP has just gone down.
Yeah, Dark is ages away from this fight as well in the bat chat, and Madhouse, well, he's already on 560 HP, so Wymo might drop here. He's got a bat chat and a VZ55 firing at him. This should be one more shot through from Dark, though it doesn't look like he's actually got the angle. Joe Atura has just been left for dead, and I hope you didn't put Madhouse in your fantasy team, because I can't imagine he's going to get much more than 1 clip out here. To be honest, he'd be lucky to get the full clip out. Looks like he might actually into the back of Speed, but all things considered, this is a big win for Sentinels. Great start to the series. And they have dispatched off Bulldogs with such ease that I'm a little bit concerned for my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, similarly as well. This is, I would say this is kind of a Rainbow classic in all honesty, the way that he does things sometimes. Man is bordering sometimes and just, you know, insanity and genius. Like, normally you'd never expect an IS-7 to do that in the defense. What's your reaction? You decide to maybe push into the city or try to spread out and take some map control. IS-7 comes straight down through the hill and decides just to get involved in the fight. Just a linear push coming forward, playing with the rotations perfectly, and ouch.
Yeah, that'll hurt.
The ram as well.
And what are you going to do here as Dark? Rainbow's just going to face hug. Inevitably, this reload's going to come off. I don't think Dark's got enough time to get these shots through, though. That ammo rack damage will help. Rainbow.
Just paid your shots, right, Rainbow?
Unfortunate.
Wait, hold up. Just auto aim and fire once the circle is on the enemy. You have time.
That's true.
Yeah.
Wise words.
Wise person said that. Wise words. Maybe Rainbow should have listened to that. Well, I mean, it doesn't change anything at the end of the day. Sentinels will still clean sweep out of it, but I think that was just funny after obviously seeing some action earlier on.
Easy one. Easy win for the Sentinels. Looking good. What is it about Ghost Town and tanks getting caught out in the first 30 seconds of the battle? And
It's a small map.
yeah, I guess it's true. We've seen it twice so far tonight. Maybe that's statistically likely with the number of times we have seen Ghost Town, but the Sentinels looking pretty good there, Jordan. And it's not the Bulldogs. It's one thing for the Bulldogs to lose, but that, again, was just a bad loss to me.
Yeah, I kind of think it is in the same position as what I was talking about for the Skorpions loss, though, where when one of your bat chats gets taken down so low from the outset, like at least he didn't die, but it's pretty obvious that Madhouse isn't going to get much done from that position when he's on 500 HP right from the outset. It makes you feel like, do they really get the best opportunity to show us exactly what they've got here? And I don't really think that the answer there is yes. So I'm prepared to let that one slide, obviously under the proviso that we see a little bit of a comeback into this one in round number 2 from the Bulldogs. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, round 1, obviously not a good start. Great stuff for Sentinels, but let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
Okay. Not counting chickens just yet. Not counting chickens. Kev, what were your thoughts on this one? Similar feelings. You get caught out at the start. It's a little bit rough. Have your expectations, should I say, changed yet? Have you got some hopium for the Bulldogs on defense?
I think this is a scary part because the Sentinels are playing like this. They're coming in with a clear plan in mind. I think that's the case of it, where, as I was saying during the match, this is definitely something that Rainbow's concocted. I remember playing once when he was like calling in, I think it was Muravanka at the time, obviously 15 versus 15. And he made a play based on countering the reaction of what the enemy team would see. And that's what the IS-7 were designed to do, because we have never seen an IS-7 push towards hill. I'm sorry to say, on the defense. Like, what do you even do to deal with it? Your first thought is like, what is this tank doing here? Okay, well, let's go adapt by getting the bat shot off the hill and bleeds a lot of HP. Okay, we've got to take the other side. The IS-7 comes off the hill and takes the territory normally where you see the super heavies and they find the overmatch. Like, on paper, it looks so easy. When you break it down, he makes it look so easy, and the Sentinels make it look so easy. But I think that's the hallmark of having just a very experienced team. When it comes to the brawling, then you trust in your capabilities. You understand where you need to find the targets. And I don't know what to say beyond that. If they bring that for every single match, what do you do?
We probably lose, which is, that's how you get to be back-to-back champions, right? And I think we've kind of been sleeping on the Sentinels this season. We got to the end of week 5 and suddenly they're on top of the leaderboard. And you look at how they got there and you go, oh, okay, yeah, these guys are actually looking pretty good. One of the last hurdles for me was the Bulldogs. Again, I kind of wish we'd seen them at the start of the season. I don't want to write the Bulldogs out of this game yet, even though accurately, most likely predicted the Sentinels because I'm number 1 analyst on this desk, obviously. But 35% win rate on Supercom. Love to see it. Anyway, the point is, I think
that's really bad.
I'd have to look. I haven't played that many games. Okay, I don't know how many. You'd have to have a look. But my tier 9s are doing better. Okay, I learned a lot on the Supercom, and now I'm using it on my other tanks.
I would have thought you were at least 45%.
I don't know. I don't even know. Tell me. All right, let's roll this one out. All right, Bulldogs, what have you got in store for us on defense? This is looking fun already, Kev.
Yeah, I have to wait and see. We've got a Badger.
Yeah, I love the Badger.
Okay. All right.
If I had a Badger, that would be 90% win rate.
Unlikely, but we'll have to wait and see how Sentinels counter-respond with this.
AVP in the Badger. I think you know where he's going to be. This is a position that he loves to play from. See him there a lot. Doesn't matter really what tank he's in. He's going to be there. Badger seems like a good option, though. Anyone from Sentinels tries to drive onto the cap, they're going to be met with a fair chunk of damage headed in their direction. No such push, though, coming through for the Sentinels just yet. They've got Rainbow back in the bat chat, 2 E100s and 2 Super Conquerors, so it's not a fancy-looking team composition. You're not going to be seeing anything pretty out of this world, but it's certainly a serviceable composition for the map that they've got here.
Got bad news to actually tell you, Sandman. Your win rate isn't 35%. It's actually 31.25% in the Super Conk.
Out of how
many games?
64 games.
That's a lot of. That's a few games.
That's it's a bit cringe. I'm not gonna lie. It's not very poggers.
I think I 3-marked my Super Conk in 64 games.
Yeah, but like, have a look. Some of my other tanks are okay though. The ones that I've been playing actually aren't that bad, other than the Super Conk.
I believe you. I believe you. You know what? To be honest, Ben, you're probably better than water tanks than me at this point.
Just want to point out that no, I don't think so. It's
some of them are over 50%.
Hey, 50%'s good, Kev. 50%'s good. 50%'s way above average.
I'm trying to figure out like the highest tier tank he's got above 50%. That's AT15. Hey, maybe he actually would be good in the Badger. Well, anyway, we should probably focus back in the game instead of ragging a little bit on Sandman. Rainbow might just actually catch Madhouse over here off timing. He's got the HP to work with as well. Oh my goodness. Madhouse doesn't even get to play the game these days. He literally, I feel like every single moment we see him, he just gets absolutely obliterated.
It's the 5-star curse, isn't it? He got put to 5 stars, and all of us, ever since then, he's literally just been in the bin. Did he get dropped back to 4? Did he never get put up to 5? Because I see he's 4 this week.
Maybe he never got put up to 5 because he didn't have too much of a fantastic performance in the last couple of weeks before the star ratings were changed. So, I mean, already this is not a good start, right? You're looking at how much HP you've lost in your bat chat player, who's your initiative, your wing player. I mean, yeah, Rainbow's spotted, but he's full HP. He's got plenty of time to work the rest of the map. Of course, the Badger is always going to be the danger. A Badger can chew through a lot of these tanks very, very quickly. And when he's hull down, it's an absolute nightmare to try to breach into his armor. That's why you haven't seen the move from the Sentinels yet, I do feel like, because it is quite risky.
It is risky, but, you know, they're making the correct plays. They're finding the advantages, and inevitably that starts to mitigate some of the risks that they will have to take when they push. If you're pushing into almost 4 tanks, considering Madhouse is 1 shot away from death, then you are afforded the opportunity to make 1 or 2 more mistakes, maybe bounce 1 or 2 more shots and not get punished as hard for it. And they've put themselves in a really good spot here. So now it's just a case of dealing with the rest of the game. Rainbow can work his way back to the rest of the team and either decide to play in the town or continue to focus on working around the outskirts and look to get that pick onto Madhouse and then start to join the team once again.
I just want to tell you, Jordan, I think you lied to me. Your Super Conqueror says it's only got a single mark, which is still good in 64 battles.
Hey, I mean, I can't believe you believed me that I would have 64 I would have 3-marked a tier 10 tank in 64 battles. I mean, you must think I'm really good at World of Tanks.
You're not a bad player.
I'm not that bad.
You're not a Sandman, dude.
There is no way I'm that good, though. Dude, no, I 3-marked the T10, though. I 3-marked the T10 after never playing the... I played it for, like, heaps of battles, and then I came back and played 1 game after, like, 3 years in it, and then I got a 3-mark. It was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So Rainbow actually spots out the rest of the players coming into here. So this is a bit of a weird standoff, a bit of a face-off at this stage where no one can really get through the Badger. The Badger is just slinging Hesh rounds because of course you can. You've got some decent HE pen over there. You hold down at this current point in time. Even if they decide to peek out, you've got intuition so you can switch out to those nice little APCR rounds to make sure you can butter up those super heavies. And now the cross is going to begin in earnest. But like I said, Badger's going to be in position.
Has enough bleed occurred, though, from Sentinels onto the Bulldogs to make them feel comfortable with this one. There's the first couple of shots starting to come through from said Badger. It's not the worst position in the world to be in for Bulldogs here, to be honest. They can keep that Badger in the fight.
But here comes the bat chat, and this is going to be unloaded into AVP at this point. But AVP, more than happy just to keep eyes on the prize at this stage.
Can't do anything
Rainbow
else.
might just have enough. 1 final shot. He misses that one, which means the Badger's still going to be in the fight at this point in time. Now, Dark
was that HE shell?
Finally, the Badger does go down at the end of the day. Now, 2 minutes left for them to dig out the rest of them. And this is going to be the problem. Of course, Madhouse is going to try to come into the fight, try to play on these wings. The Super Kongs and the E100s trying to collapse onto a single target and try to get rid of them.
I don't think it's going to happen, to be honest with you, Kev. Dark is looking fairly healthy, but he's in a VZ55, which is not exactly the ideal tank in these late round situations. I mean, there is a minute and a half left, so maybe Bulldogs can eke out a victory if they can keep Madhouse alive somewhere on the other side of the map. Rainbow is a bit too busy chasing down Joe and Tora. That shot not quite going to connect, but the final one will go through. 34 seconds. Dark's going to have to be the one to get the resets here because Mad is so far away. I mean, he can definitely get a reset, but he probably dies for it.
Yeah, the question is how much damage he's going to cop.
Is he going to go, though? Like, there's 20 seconds left. You kind of have to go now, right? Has he DC'd?
I think...
No?
Okay, no, he's got... no, he's... I don't know. Maybe he's trying to... Wait, hang on a second. Is Madhouse trying to find an angle right now?
No way. Mad has an angle?
Where eventually Dark is going to spot this, and then Madhouse can get the reset. He's waiting until the very, very end of the stage, but Dark... trying to get rid of one of these tanks. He doesn't get too lucky with the rolls at this stage. So 8 seconds left. They, I think, want to get rid of one of these tanks from Madhouse's position, but the Bat Chat is not having the most fantastic dispersion, of course, and eventually it is going to be a Sentinels victory. Dark tries at the very end, maybe trying to buy the most time he can to try to force a reset and a bit of a panic maneuver. It's not going to work against the Sentinels.
It would have been El Clasico from the Bulldogs. That's certainly their style to go out, try and get that type of reset, but Sentinels 2-0 and they get that attacking sign victory. And again, looking pretty good. Very impressive. It certainly seem to have the Bulldogs number right now, at least here on Ghost Town. Kev, kind of feel like that game started the same as the first one. Madhouse, the first one, to get absolutely demolished. At least he didn't go down this time, but he lost like 75% of his HP.
Yeah, it just comes down to, once again, Rainbow taking a lot of initiative in the Bat Chat. And that's always the scary thing when, like, this is like reminding us once again of Season 2, ANZ, a little bit of Season 1, sorry, and probably towards the end of Season 2, ANZPL, where Rainbow was always in these clutch situations or the one that was leading and making the plays. And it's a lot of responsibility to have. When he was struggling, you could see the Sentinels struggling. When he was finding and isolating these duels, very, very different story. He was the one that was actually creating a lot of the success, and Sentinels just seemed to build off that confidence. So even though the Badger Farms, it just felt like, once again, Bat Chat was dictating the tempo. Madhouse, you can't really do much on 300 HP. You can't drive into a brawl and hope to survive 1 or 2 shots. That's not an option anymore.
I like the Badger. They had 1. If they had 2, look, 1 Badger does 3,000 damage. 2 must do 6. That's how math works. So maybe a second Badger would have been the goods. But Jordan, I'll let you talk through this one. AVP sitting there. We're kind of expecting him to go down straight away, but he manages to dodge the first time around, not the second.
I think he fired a HE shell right at the end there into one of those Super Conquerors, funnily enough. But end of the day, I just think, like, if Madhouse doesn't sacrifice all that HP right at the start of the round, I wonder if this is a different game. You know, does he have a little bit more agency in this clutch situation? Yeah, Dark's able to kind of pop in here, but what if Madhouse can play close instead of far? You know, could he find a different angle where he can blow speed up, get an extra shot into YMO, play around with the timer? I mean, there's only 30 seconds left, and to be fair, you do still have Rainbow there who's looking fairly healthy in the Bat Chat, so chances are it probably still goes the way of Sentinels. But what I do want to see for Bulldogs coming into these next couple of games is, if you're going to have Madhouse in a Bat Chat, he can't be Madhouse in a Bat Chat that only has 500 HP after 1 minute of the game.
That's like the worst way to play a Bat Chat. I'm pretty sure, even though I've got 31% on a Super Conk, and I'm not a Bat Chat expert, I'm pretty sure you've got 300 HP. That's probably the worst way to play it, unless you won, in which case that's fine, but they didn't. So not the ideal start for the Bulldogs, but the Sentinels will close out Ghost Town. Still, don't worry. I know this is the Ghost Town fan club broadcast. We do have a slim chance of one more battle on Ghost Town tonight if we're very, very lucky. Cross your fingers, spam Ghost Town in chat if you want it, and it will, you know, the power of Halloween coming up and, you know, Spooktober and people's names with funny words in Twitter because it's scary time. All of that's going to come together, and we might get through to the tiebreaker for this game tonight. But to be honest, Kev, I don't think that's going to be the case. Prokhorovka's coming up next. And yes, this is a pick for the Bulldogs, but the Sentinels have looked pretty good so far, and the Bulldogs have looked pretty bad across the last month.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to, once again, the control of the game. It's looking very different, and it's reminding me once again of the oppression that sometimes the Sentinels do have with the playmaking tanks, with the solid players backing behind a fantastic IGL.
And now I'm starting to get really scared, obviously, for the Bulldogs. Maybe they can even get knocked out of playoffs, and that would be a huge upset. We'll see how this one goes, of course, Jordan. Let's see what madness Rainbow's brought for us this time around.
It would be quite crazy not to see Bulldogs making playoffs after such a strong start to the season as well. But, you know, we still have next week as well. We can't count things out just yet. Let's see what Sentinels have on offer, though. They do seem to be loving the IS-7s tonight. Like I said, Kev, good tank. Love it. Joe Atora in the Leopard one. Look, I'm always a little bit... I don't know. I'm never really sold on the Leopard one. It just, every time it gets picked, it kind of feels like if it works, great. But if it doesn't, you don't really have that much flexibility with a tank like that.
It's designed for sniping. So a lot of the time you have to rely on getting the spots, making sure you're in the right position. But in this case over here, the Sentinels, they're looking to try to take one side of the map and maybe surprise one of the members that might be anchoring over here. This might be designed actually to flush out where they think the Leopard is going to be. It's actually going to be the CS on the hill, and said he has the ability to run away, but you can see this is exactly what they're lined up for. The IS-7's pushing onto hill. It's going to be very difficult to dislodge them. Then, of course, when any tank is going to be running, then it's going to be the Super Conks trying to punish it. And Madhouse, I think now is getting a bit of deja vu. There's a couple of IS-7s driving his way. Needs to get the hell out of here. 60 TP, not an easy shot to hit. And you can see it just goes whizzing by. Madhouse will be spotted at the end of the day, so he's going to... Once again, I feel like this is a bit of deja vu, isn't it? He's done a bit of a saffy.
He's done it to himself this time, Kev. It's not even someone shooting him. He literally is incapable of getting through the first 2 minutes of the game without losing 3/4 of his tank's HP.
I mean, oftentimes it's not his fault. This time it is a little bit in his... I mean, he's panicking a little bit. It drives into the place where he's going to crash his tank a little bit, lose his load up, get hurt a little bit more. And so the cap pressure is going to begin from Dark, but from the Sentinels, you're up a lot of HP. You've got the control of the hill on one side. You've got Super Conks as well. That's pretty cheeky from Madhouse, going in for a little bit more. He's a bit of a goer still, even though he's been tagged down. Now, Cindy.
He's sending it, eh?
Yeah, he's taking that advantage of the Super Conks and everything else being on reload and just booking it.
I was not going to be too surprised if he just fully booked it right over this hill onto Dark. And he's kind of still doing a bit of a scouting run first. He's just going to play a little bit more passively, but inevitably push comes to shove. This IS-7 can quite easily get the reset.
Hey, guys, you see a couple of trees down in the cap? What do you reckon that's going to be?
I wonder where the guy's going to be.
I wonder where the T1 and LT is going to be.
Well, so far no shots trying to get the reset yet from Sentinels.
Yeah, just getting it set up so the Super Conqueror's got the reset so speed doesn't bleed out. Ooh, hang on a second. Is that Madhouse getting a couple of shots into the Super Conk? Either way, fantastic stuff. Madhouse down to a one shot now, and I think Wymo's had enough, looking to come across the rails and bench press Madhouse. Doesn't know where the 60 TP is, so Wymo's just trying to bait out maybe a little bit more information. Madhouse is definitely dead for sure. Now, the T1 and LT falling off cap. More than happy with what he's achieved in the hands of Dark. Just trying to get some more information, trying to get this bleed back into the favor of the Bulldogs before they decide to commit somewhere.
I mean, what can Madhouse really do at this point? Inevitably, when push comes to shove, Wymo's just going to work his way over that ridge. Doesn't even really need to. I think
it's going to be
on the defense,
Rainbow I think Rainbow's going to go over. He's going to get the kill and then get into the deflate, get unlit, and then pretty much from there it becomes a much more harder job to actually try to make the play. You at least still have a bit of control of the map.
But even now, do you need to make the play as Sentinels? You know, or can you just wait and see what Bulldogs is going to do? You have the HP advantage. You've taken 4.5 minutes off that timer. Madhouse is a one shot. Sentinels are in a perfect spot to just sit here and do nothing if they want.
Repush is going to be coming out onto Wymo at this point. What is that? He's got improved grousers? Okay. Right. That makes sense all of a sudden. Remove speed limiter, grousers, and a turbocharger.
Gotta go fast, right?
Man, these IS-7s will definitely rotate, that's for sure. However, if any of your crew members get injured, that's going to be a different story. Now, Rainbow is going to cop quite a bit of damage. I don't think was expecting maybe
the re-push coming out from a lot of these members and now trying to get desperately away. The Leopard 1 might be able to dial in from this distance. So is Ravi trying to figure out what he can do. Soy Milk trying to keep him suppressed for now, but the AP shell goes a little bit awry. Rainbow will live to fight another day. Dark now looking to maybe try to chip in, get a couple of side shots into the Super Conk over here, but a 5-on-4, never going to be ideal, even if Madhouse is low.
Dark gets a nice little tag into Soy Milk. Leopard 1 of Joatora is there as well. This is the repush that has to work for Bulldogs, and so far, it seems to actually be doing relatively well. Soy Milk has turned around, he's putting his gun in that direction, and now some damage starting to come back through on the Bulldogs, but they have managed to make a favorable trade happen here. I'm just wondering, where does the rest of the damage come from? Ravi over the top of the train tracks does manage to get one shot in onto Soy Milk, but not enough to finish him off. Cindy and AVP having a bit of a go-ahead at one another, and right now, Bulldogs, I mean, they're starting to run out of time, but they are making some decisive moves and actually making this one look possible.
I still don't think so. Remember, the Bulldogs are on the attack, so, oh my goodness, Rainbow giving a bit of the return treatment, giving the Bulldogs treatment to the Bulldogs, the ignite onto the Leopard. Now, Wymo might be stuck over here, permatrack as well, but still, 60 TP is going to utilize that big cannon of his to clean him up. But it just means that Speed can farm at this point in time. Rainbow has the crossfire potential. Of course, Cindy just making sure that he's just keeping tabs on where Dark's going to be. I think this is it. It's going to be a 3-0 for Sentinels. A minute 15, not enough damage, not enough DPM to really get through these tanks.
No, I'd say so. Dark's going to try and do his best in that T100 LT to just circle around Cindy, but sooner rather than later, you'd have to imagine Cindy does catch up with him, and indeed that will be the case as Dark pokes his nose out in front of the rock. It is just Ravi left alive in the 60 TP, and with that kill, Sentinels will win the series. Bulldogs will go down at least 3-1. Could potentially be a 4-0. And based on the way that this has been going so far, Ben, it certainly does look like it will be a 4-0 tonight.
Yeah, the Bulldogs not looking great at all tonight. The Sentinels back in fine form. Did they ever go? Did we just judge them poorly for the rest of the season? They got to the top of the ladder at the end of week 5. They'll add 3 points to that now after week 6, putting them in clear first place, a point ahead of the Skorpions, even though on head-to-head, they were on top on equal point standing from last week. And, yeah, the Bulldogs, I don't know. They're just not turning up how they need to do. I don't know if we need to sit Madhouse down and explain to him how HP in his tank works and how if he loses it at the start of the battle, then he doesn't have it left at the end of the battle. Kev, what's missing here? It's not looking... This is not the Bulldogs from week 1 or week 2 or week 3.
What's missing here is the fact that I think a lot of people are hoping that Rainbow doesn't like playing a lot of tanks at this stage because he's back to carrying form. This is 3 games in a row he's put up, I feel like, 4,000 damage, just consistently, just dictating the tempo. Like, they're changing the way that even right now it's being played a little bit, and I feel like maybe Bulldogs getting a little bit stagnant in terms of everything. Yeah, they had the T100 LT, but it just feels like, once again, Madhouse getting caught out of position. I don't know if it's a case of maybe he's playing a little bit too predictable or if just the Sentinels have a fantastic read, but every single game so far, Madhouse, his position identified very early on, bleed damage goes right into the favor of the Sentinels, and they just leverage that advantage. Sentinels, if there's one thing you can never really fault them for, is the, I guess, ability to never fall behind when they're ahead. I don't think they've ever been ahead in a series and as a result kind of lose it as a result.
Yeah, that's true.
Which can happen with some of these teams. So once again, like I said, even the IS-7s, just the little things where I'm going, hang on a second. I don't think many teams utilize an IS-7 with Grousers, remove Speed Governor, as well as a turbocharger.
Take a look at the replay, Jordan. It does himself a dirty, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Look at that. Feels bad.
But, you know, again, would it make a difference? Maybe, maybe not.
We'll never know. And that's the problem, right? Not giving themselves a shot to know. But I don't know if the Bulldogs have kind of given up for the season. Things just got rough. Yeah, it's just things have not been going well. But the Sentinels have been in fine form. And it's hard to go past them for back-to-back-to-back at this point, Jordan. I'm sure someone will give them a run for the money during finals, which we know they've guaranteed themselves a spot in I don't think they can get knocked out of top 2 at this point. We'll have to wait and see what's up there at the end of at the scoreboard at the end of tonight. But certainly a pretty good spot for the Sentinels. We will have one more battle on Prokhorovka, though. Can they make it a 4-0? You'd love to see it. It's going to be good for me because I have both Wymo and Speed in my fantasy league team this week. That's how sure I was. I should have put Rainbow, clearly. But I don't like the 5 stars, okay? I can't pick them. It's too many stars.
They do feel like a bit of a scam. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how well they do. You're just like, oh, was it really worth it?
Yeah. All stars in one tanky basket, essentially. Yeah. And I can't commit. I can't commit that much. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Well, everyone pack it up, go home. There's no more Ghost Town. Don't bother watching. Hang on, no, I'm not allowed to say that. You should definitely watch this because we want to see how prediction went at the end of the night. We want to see if the Bulldogs can find themselves a sneaky little win and maybe get the hype going ever so slightly once again. And personally, I want to see what the scoreboard looks like at the end of tonight.
Me too. I suspect 4-0. Well, Wymo did ask me before the start of this week, Kev, if when I announce his weekly greatness, I could do it with much enthusiasm. So here it is, Wymo. You are so amazing, and I love watching you play World of Tanks. But you're not in my fantasy team because you sucked for the first 3 weeks. So that's where it's going to be. We'll see if he can make any redemptions for that. He's in Ben's team right now, Kev. And to be fair, he has been sort of picking it up a little bit in the last couple of weeks, but I have to see if he's going to make the cut for Team Elfish Guy or if he's still going to be in the bin after week number 6.
There's a difference between putting a player in your fantasy league team where you want them to farm the points and obviously try to maximize your chances of enhancing your ego, and having a player on your team because you want this player. As he's bleeding out a little bit. I wanted to say before that, the reason why I'd get Wymo on my team the entire time is here's a reason why outside of fantasy league. A, he's your hype man. You can see he's in the bumper, right? He's the hype man. He keeps the team going, keeps them composed. You always need someone that pumps that team up, all right? What's the next? Okay, he plays the tanks no one wants to play sometimes. He plays the IS-7. He's the first into the charge. He understands when you need to go, when you need to take the matches. So he takes initiative. He understands when you need to push in. Well, I mean, I'll talk a little bit more about him later because right now the T100 LT is in a bit of trouble. So is the Bat Chat on speed at the same time. The damage might just be enough coming out maybe from Jorotori. He's trying to peer over and find the damage. Now, Monkey, of course, is in the hold down position all the way back there. But I think he's not going to be able to get the shots down. Wymo, in the meantime, is going to be pressured by Madhouse. IS-7. Look, they decided you can't die in the first 2 minutes, Madhouse, if we give you a tank, which you just can't mess up in.
Yeah, we'll just put Dark in the T100 LT and see if he can be the one to do a bit of the scouting duties. And to be fair, normally Dark's pretty solid in that T100 LT, though he has copped a little bit in response for the damage that was put through onto Speed, I would imagine. However, still trading favorably is the Bulldogs. So that's not worst of starts for them. Makes the job of Sentinels a little bit more difficult, particularly given the fact that a lot of that damage has gone into one of their Bat Chats, and those are pretty key tanks on a map like this. So this might actually be a position where Bulldogs can eke out a victory and make it at least a 3-1 to save some face.
And so far, I mean, a much different approach, right? They haven't bled and lost the tank for free already. They've got a decent position. They're on defense. They've got a T100 LT, which is going to be very hard to dislodge from that 2 line. And Rainbow's kind of just chilling over here with the Bat Chat, wishing he maybe was a Crime Barn at the moment.
This is a thrilling engagement between the VZ55 and the IS-7.
Well, the Bat Chat's actually gone in at this stage. Shot. Yeah. Just shot, bounce shot, doesn't matter however you want to call it. Rainbow's just trying to find the timing, but he's tagged down quite low. Does manage to get rid of AVP. At the same time, both Bat Chats now into one-shot territory. Iron Guard will pounce on Madhouse. Ironhouse sounds like a sick gamer name, though.
Be a bit, not as cool as Iron Guard, I think. Iron Guard's a pretty good one. I rate that. But I wonder if Bulldogs can actually find a way to lose this from here. You know, it was a decent start for them. Now they're actually down 4 on 5. Sentinels have a couple of tanks that are one shot away from death. But they are trading very effectively right now. And I think Sentinels, this is kind of what I'm saying about them. When they go into these matches that really matter, they kind of just find a way to pick teams apart. And there it is again. Madhouse is deleted. No one else can fire a shot. And now it's a 5 on 3.
Yeah, I mean, Rainbow does manage to get back to the safety of the rails as well. Joatora does the right thing to try to rotate back around, and eventually the pressure is going to begin. But the question is, how much damage can be bled onto the SDB? And can Rainbow actually get D-lit into the bushes? As soon as he gets in the bushes, it's going to be so much harder for Joatora to find any of these picks. And look at the damage that's already been done. I think Wymo and Iron Guard combining forces, and I think Joatora has to call it. Can't really go ahead now that you've been tagged so much, and yes, 2 minutes and 50 seconds left over here. Bulldogs, they're on the defense, but they don't really have much HP in some of these guys, and the most healthy member is an SDB, which is not sometimes a playmaking tank that you want.
Well, doesn't look like Ravi and Dark are going to be having a good time in a second, because Iron Guard is on the move, so is Monkey. The VZ55s want to get into the fight. Wymo slowly but surely making his way across as well. But how much impact is he really going to be allowed to have? Because the VZ55s have already found their marks. And, well, Dark in that T100 LT is trying to scurry away. Wymo missed his shot. Monkey might get the killing blow, though, if he is able to find an angle onto Dark.
Oh, it's actually speed.
Speed. Where was that from downtown? He's down in H1, so that's not a bad shot.
Absolutely not. And now it's all down to Joatora trying to figure out how to clutch us out 1 on 3. Otherwise, Bulldogs going down 4-0 against a very dominant Sentinels. I have to say, this is the form that the Sentinels are coming and bringing into playoffs. I don't know. Starting to look forward to maybe that Skorpions versus Sentinels rematch once again. They've really been my pick so far. And it does look like they're just going to begin the 2-cap as Monkey is just going to be driving straight over at Joatora, considering he's got the most HP. Keep tabs on, make sure that he's uncomfortable, while the rest of the team will just cap out the rest of the time.
Joatora is going to be breathing his last couple of breaths here as he does drop down into the river. Surely Monkey just wants to drive forward and grab those extra points for all the lads that picked him up on the fantasy. For now, he's just happy to wait for the reload, I suppose.
Yeah, just chilling at this stage, but there's not really much. I mean, I think Monkey is also playing this fine. He doesn't want to go into a position where maybe Joatora is able to swindle away and maybe get the reset shot, then that minimizes your chances of winning. Whereas if you anchor here right now in mid, you can't really go to the railway. You can't really push towards the midpoint. So Monkey eventually is going to respond and just look at him and just go, yeah, you know what? I'll come in for the points just at the very end. Maximizing everything. Kill all or cap all? Well, the answer is going to be the cap.
The answer is going to be yes, but not to both. I actually thought Monkey was going to get the kill there on the Joatora, but either way, look, the win today for Sentinels, 4-0. I mean, what can you really say about that one, Ben? Very, very comprehensive performance from them. Certainly putting Bulldogs in the ground, and even the rest of the teams in the dust today. Like, I feel like for the most part, most teams looked a bit shaky, you know, but Sentinels come out and clean sweep, make it look easy.
Yeah, they look pretty good. And I had them down to win, but I kind of hoped that it wouldn't be as convincing as this was. But this isn't the Bulldogs that made it through to the Season 2 Grand Finals. That's for sure. So does that mean the Bulldogs are out? We'll see what the scoreboard says at the end of tonight for the Sentinels. We said 3 points on the board for them. They're in prime spot and a chance to win next week as well and really seal the deal. Anything to point out here, Kev? I had Speed and Wymo. They're alive, but they're at the bottom of the scoreboard. So my fantasy league in the bin. Anything else to add?
Not much, honestly. It just feels like, once again, it's just that Prokhorov game where they're trading quite efficiently. It's looking quite equal, but Sentinels, I think you just recognize what tanks they need to get rid of, what part is going to be very important for them to deconstruct the hold. They utilize Iron Guard very well in that VZ to make sure that the pressure is placed onto AVP. The pressure is just suppressing Madhouse as well. And all of a sudden, it becomes almost untenable. Rainbow as well, more than happy to use his HP in that fight, more than happy to make sure that he's getting rid of some of these key anchor tanks. It's then forcing Bulldogs to make these rotations. They don't want to. They bleed out a little bit more, and it's just clinical. It's clinical water tanks, honestly, I've seen today from the Sentinels, and that's always the scary part, because when it's looking this good, it's hard to fault.
How does anyone even beat them at this point? That's the real question, right? When we know that they've gone back-to-back in the finals, they look good. The Skorpions did sort of take it to them a week or so ago, Jordan, but Sentinels seem to always have their number, right? They get the reverse sweep, whatever it might be. They come through in the end, and they come through when it matters.
Yep, and that's pretty much where we're at now, aren't we? We're only like, 1 week away from finishing off the regular season, then we'll be jumping into playoffs, and I think it's fairly typical of the Sentinels to have a little bit of a slower start or mid-stage to the season, but once we get toward the end, they really come good. And in particular, when they get into playoffs, they really do seem to level up. So it's sort of somewhat of a playoffs buff for the Sentinels, and it's hard to kind of go past them at this point. Like, obviously, Skorpions have looked good this season. They've definitely had their moments, but their moments have been a bit inconsistent. Same can be said for Bulldogs, who looked good at the start, but they now seem to be on a bit of a downward trajectory. So who's there to really challenge Sentinels? Certainly not Matildas at this moment, who are also still a little bit inconsistent. So, I mean, I think the Sentinels, if they, as long as they don't just bomb out next week, go into the playoffs probably as the favorites once again.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't surprise me. And after the first couple of weeks, we had some questions, but certainly the Sentinels answering those questions right now. So let's go and take a quick look at a recap from tonight's results. We started this one off with the Skorpions and the Archers. That one went to overtime to the tiebreaker, with the Skorpions coming through with the goods. Was that almost the reverse sweep again from the Archers? Honestly, I can't recall. It was like 4 hours ago, but the Archers looked good for many points of that game. The Skorpions, though, coming through in the end. The Action X, we wondered whether they were starting to get a roll on at the end of the season. They have, and they got those points over the Conquerors. The Matildas, they struggled on Tundra against the Panthers, and we'll see that clip time and time again, I think, and I can't help but feel it's going to be up on the ANZPL Hot Shot competition on Monday night. It's going to be a banger of a clip. I think most people are going to be voting for that one. And then, as you just saw, the Sentinels and the Bulldogs, the 4-0 for the Sentinels. And yeah, that was about as one-sided as you're going to get, which is a disappointing result for the Bulldogs, considering it was our grand final rematch from season 2. So we go from results into the leaderboard, and Jordan, this is, for me, this is the big part, right? We know the Sentinels are going to be up there on top. They're 1 point ahead of the Skorpions, who are 1 point ahead of the Matildas, and after tonight, the Action X squeeze on through 2 points there ahead of the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I mean, it's shaping up quite interestingly, isn't it? Bulldogs and Archers, we thought might be teams that would contest for the top 4 at the start of the season. They were definitely, in my discussions at least, I never had Adelaide Action X there, but now it's looking like Action X might actually be able to sneak away with a 4th spot. Melbourne Matildas also looking on shaky ground, and even to an extent, I mean, Skorpions, could they be overtaken? I don't think so. It looks like both Skorpions and Sentinels make their way through regardless of results next week, but Matildas, Action X, Bulldogs, Archers still all have a lot to play for. Panthers, I don't know if they could make it, just based on the fact that there would be having to be too many results going their way. And then, of course, the Conquerors, they're donezo. So there is still a lot of moving and shaking to be done toward the end of things. And, you know, Skorpions and Sentinels will definitely want to vie for first and second as well. You know, you've spoken about that previously too.
It's going to be a close one. Honestly, I think, Kev, is there anything here that's a surprise for you at the end of week 6? Like, you see the Sentinels and the Skorpions up there and you go, you know what, probably we felt those two teams might be top 2 at this sort of end of the season. Are there any standouts. I personally maybe didn't expect to see the Action X up there contending for the top 4.
Yeah, I think Adelaide Action X, it's a bit of a funny one. I would expect them maybe around 5th or 6th. 4th is not too much out of the expectation for me. I know those guys are quite hungry over there. There's a lot of thought that they clearly plays into the game. And I'm glad to see them actually being rewarded for it because I feel like this has really been the season where innovation is very much rewarded, not playing the stock standard. So it's rewarding teams that are thinking a little bit more outside the box, trying to think about compositions which are designed to counter maybe specific defaults that are being run by teams. I mean, case in point, Melbourne Matildas with their 50B as well as bat chat lineups. That's not an easy one to make work. Obviously, the Sentinels as well. We're seeing the IS7 resurgence, and same from Adelaide Action X. They're sometimes utilizing some interesting positions as well as ways of taking the map. So I'm a bit surprised. They're probably a bit higher than what I thought they would be, but also at the same time, I'm not surprised they're making a playoffs run because I think last season was definitely a little bit of a slack off for them, if that makes any sense.
Fair enough. There's some good insights there, Kev. It sounds like you really know your tank. So let's go and take a look at how your predictions went for tonight.
Yeah,
and let's see who's got 4 ticks next to their name. Oh, it's Sandman. How did that happen?
Is that the first time, Ben? Is that why this is a big deal to you? Or
No, it happened when you weren't here. I got 4 2 weeks ago as well.
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't
may
here,
be a
so
lie.
I can't really confirm that.
I got none wrong last week.
Yeah, me too, actually, funnily enough.
Oh, yeah, because we had a break. But, Kev, I don't know whether you were trying to be the nice guy to take one for the team and just do a little bit something different, but whatever it did, you almost got as many right as the Bulldogs got wins tonight. You did one better than them. So I don't know if we're keeping tally for the season. I'm probably
I think I'm losing. That's for
I'm
sure.
probably not winning, but this is certainly putting me back into contention, right? This is my run for the end of the season. And if production doesn't do it, I'm going to go and count them at the end of each broadcast. I'll go back and I'll look. And if it looks like I'm winning, then I'll let people know. And if not, I won't say anything. So, yeah, that's about that. But, okay, seriously, fun things aside, serious business. Next week's matches, this is a pretty big one because we know, again, how this round robin format really does sort of change things up. And the Bulldogs and Matildas going to be the first cab off the rank there. I'm not sure that even if the Bulldogs win, that it's going to be enough for them. Then the Sentinels up against the Archers, the Skorpions and the Conquerors, and the Panthers and the Action X. That Panthers Action X game at the end of the night, Kev, for me, look, you may not say it's necessarily the most exciting game, but the fact that the Action X are going against the Panthers and they've got this good run and they're in the top 4 at the moment, there is a serious chance for them to lock in that top 4 spot and to do it in style.
Yeah, looking at that, obviously Skorpions probably have the easiest week next week. I won't be surprised to see maybe some of the lesser played players having a bit of a go and them just having a bit of a relaxing week, honestly, moving into playoffs as that position is secured. Similarly, I wouldn't be surprised to also see them go for, the 15 points, try to, and hope maybe there's an upset between the Auckland Archers as well as the Sentinels. You'd like to have that first place seed. And Bulldogs and Matildas, though, I think is a match to watch, honestly, because that would determine whether or not one of these teams actually makes finals or if they just completely drop out. So that is actually a very important match in the grand scheme of things. And similarly, Adelaide Action X, this time the fate is in their hands. Last season, obviously, they were waiting for a couple of results. They had their chance to take the victory and make the way to playoffs, but when they lost, there was obviously a couple of different ways they could have stuck their way into playoffs. This time, there's no excuse. They know exactly where they sit at. They know exactly what result they need to achieve. And Panthers, well, similarly for them as well. They know if they can sneak into the playoffs or not, or if it's all over for them and they want to, once again, upset the people from Adelaide. It's going to be a good one.
It's good to have it in your hands, right? And that's what it's about. You don't want to leave your fate up to someone else. That is less than ideal. Jordan, is there, based on that, what are you looking at for next week? Did you have what is the game? Is it the Action X game? Are the Action X going to make it through? Is it the Bulldogs Matildas game? Can the Bulldogs cause the Matildas some strife?
It's got to be the Bulldogs Matildas game, right? As far as what's the most important. But Archers Sentinels as well. I think that's pretty much curtains for Archers. as far as making it into playoffs is concerned. You know, the way Sentinels is looking right now, unless some real wacky stuff goes on in that series, I can't imagine Archers is going to make it through to the top 4, particularly when it's a battle between Bulldogs and Matildas. I mean, I guess they'd have to hope that Bulldogs would win in a tiebreaker, and then Archers would have to clean win against Sentinels to overtake them, because actually Bulldogs have the head-to-head over Archers just by virtue of their tiebreaker, their head-to-head. So
from right near the start of the season. Yeah.
So that's going to be very tough, I think, for Archers. I don't think we see them in the playoffs. So yeah, I mean, it feels like it really is the battle between Matildas, Action X, and Bulldogs, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a tough battle. There's going to be some big games next week. If you enjoyed tonight's action, this is the ANZ PL, you should take a look at the B League. The B League stands for the better league. That's what I'm told. The casters are definitely better. I'm positive of that. The teams are pretty good, and I love these logos. So Monday, B League matches from 8 p.m. AEDT. The Wollongong Wolverines up against the Canberra Centurions. Then the Lismore Leopards up against the Hawthorn Hellcats. And the Cairns Comets get a bye. Have you been watching some of the B League, Kev? I feel like you're the type of guy who's a big B League fan.
Oh, I actually did tune in a little bit the other day. I had a bit of time where I might have plugged in the headphones at work and listened to some of the B stream, and I really did enjoy it. So, yeah, I do encourage people to take a look and obviously to even sign up, especially from ANZ. This is definitely a time to, if you go, look at these guys playing the 5-5, I can do better than this. Well, it's a time to put your hand up and actually stand up and walk the talk. You know, it's free to enter. You get some free prizes. You get to have your name in shining lights, and who knows, you could be the next ANZPL start, because people are looking at you and going, hey, you've actually got the teamwork, you've got the team ethic, and the name spreads. Your name will spread across, and if you want to play in the ANZPL as well, it's a good time to start. Critical came from the B League, so did Stewie. So I'd argue that Stewie's definitely a D League player sometimes.
Raspberry,
it's definitely one to look out. Yeah, Raspberry as well.
Yep, and honestly, I love the logos, but I love the gameplay. That's the reality of it. Still some good quality matches. Get in there; it's better than all of us. I know, Kev, you like to think yourself as a real tank expert, but I reckon you'd struggle in B League, to be perfectly honest with you. And we're looking for who can make it through to who gets in the draft, right? For ANZPL Season 4. I don't even know this Season 4. We're just going to... Hopefully we keep doing this forever. I don't know how it works. No one tells me what the deal is, but that's my plan. All right. That is Week 6 done and dusted. 1 week of regular season play left. We know the Sentinels, they're in. I think we're sure the Skorpions are in. Beyond that, maybe it's a little bit wishy-washy. I think the Matildas are looking pretty close. They're looking pretty good. The Action X are currently in 4th. The Bulldogs and Archers chasing far behind. So a lot of work to be done between now and next Friday for these teams who are wanting to take their shot at the top 4. We take the top 4. That's where we cut it off. That's who we decide goes through to the semi-finals. Then, of course, the finals. So a huge amount at stake. I hope you enjoyed tonight. It was Ghost Town Fan Club night. Maybe we get Ghost Town next week. I don't know. It's not going to be the tiebreaker. I'm like 99% sure, unless someone hates us, in which case YOLO. But it's not happening. I'm not turning up if it is. Enjoy your night. We've talked long enough. You'll get your drops if you didn't turn up earlier.
Wait, Ben, I have one more thing to say, actually.
Yes.
I'm just doing this for the people. I am the people's champion. I just wanted to... I mean, I don't actually really have anything. I'm just talking for the sake of talking, because I know there's that one guy that's going to be like, I'm 1% away, please.
All right, well, I don't care about Jordan. We're closing the show right now. Good night. We'll see you next...
Kev, I think had something to say too.
Yeah, absolutely. Next time that we're going to be at LAN, I will bench press Wimo.
Ooh.
Easy.
Yeah.
All right. We're really closing the show. These guys are jokers. They may not be back next week. I certainly will. Maybe we'll replace them with a team who's given up. I don't know. Enjoy your weekend. 7 p.m. AEDT next week. It is the last week of the regular season. We're going to find out who our top 4 teams are. We'll see you then.
36 seconds. What is this? What is going on at the moment, Jordan? How is that? Well, now...
he's going to get the reload a lot faster than Twitfield needs to pen this shot. No! It's not going to be enough. 24 HP for Twit. Can he get one more shot in? It doesn't quite look like it.
Oh my god!
Oh, missed again! And Twit will win the fight for the Panthers. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That's a perfect response. I'm out. Ken, you can have this one. You're on your own, mate. That's a perfect response. I'm out. Cam, you can have this one. You're on your own,